keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
La Louve, les court, the doors be open. Déclaration de députés, statements by members. The Honourable Member for Markham-Stouffville.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to see the final report of the Advisory Council on Pharmacare. I strongly support universal, single-payer public pharmacare so Canadians have access to medicines. I hope the recommendations will be implemented. But I am concerned about the prices Canadians pay. There has not been progress to reform the Patented Medicines Prices Review Board. In 2017, I proposed regulatory changes to help the PMPRB protect consumers from high prices. This included changing the countries with which we compare prices. We said value for money should factor into drug prices. We proposed that refunds should be reported to increase transparency and set fair prices. Those changes were to be in place by the end of 2018, but this has not happened. National pharmacare is essential, but it must be accompanied by good stewardship of public funds. Canadians should not pay the third highest drug prices in the world. I encourage the Minister of Health to proceed with the PMPRB reform without further delay.
Honourable Member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, over the past 3.5 years, our government's policies have been very beneficial for my riding of Kitchener South Hespeler. The Canada Child Benefit has supported more than 20,000 children who have received a total of $246 million in tax-free benefits. Our middle-class tax cut saved $2,800 of my constituents an average of $1,000. Our housing plan funded the building and repairing of 1,440 homes and subsidized 2,240 units. Our doubling of funding for the Canada Summer Jobs provided jobs for 658 people. Small business tax, we lowered it from 11% down to 9%, saving an average of $7,500 for small business owners. When we doubled the gas tax transfer, Kitchener and Cambridge gained more than $11 million. That is on top of the $118 million for infrastructure funding that went into transit, water facilities, and roads. I'm looking forward to returning here in November to continue the hard work for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Mr. Speaker, this July 1st, millions of Canadians will wish each other a happy Canada Day. I will join them by wishing them a happy Dominion Day, drawing its inspiration from Psalm 72, verse 8, "And he shall have dominion from sea to sea, and from the river to the ends of the earth." The term dominion has a distinctly Canadian origins. It was proposed by Sir Samuel Leonard Tilley of New Brunswick, and is a beautiful term to describe this vast land we call Canada. The loss of Dominion Day, to quote former Senator Hartland Molson, was another very small step in the process of obscuring our heritage. Dominion is a term of dignity, beauty, and poetry. It signifies that Canadian origins were different from the republics and kingdoms of the world. It is a term and a day that needs to be brought back. So to my fellow Canadians, let me wish you this July 1st, happy Dominion Day.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Mr. Speaker, what a record for Gatineau. Here's some figures. In 4 years, we increased support for seniors, re-established 65 as the age of retirement, created 624 jobs for young people, and 2,178 affordable housing units. Over 11,000 families are getting $550 on average tax-free. Through the Canada Child Benefit, we're investing in infrastructure, public transit. This includes Gatineau too. We brought back respect for the public service, and we are solving the problems left to us by the former government with the Phoenix pay system. I am so proud to have seen that there be a sixth link and that this be recognized in the budget. More than ever, the Government of Canada has ambitions for Gatineau and will defend their priorities.
De Berthier-Maskinongé.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to rise to thank Mr. Gilles Gervais for the quality of his work. He has worked on the Hill for more than 30 years. He first was security officer in the 80s, then a sergeant for the galleries, and most recently, assistant deputy sergeant at arms. During all these years, he was always professional. He always was serious about his work and treated others with respect. Gilles, you will soon take your retirement. You'll no longer have to take your holidays at the worst time for fishing, and you'll have plenty of time for your sculpture. We will always remember your good humor, and we will miss your special sense of humor. Right, Darrell? Thank you for your commitment to the House of Commons and for having worked with everyone who works there. All my colleagues join with me in wishing you a great retirement. Thank you, Gilles.
L'honorable député de Madawaska-Restigouche.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, Canadians entrusted us with ending 10 years of dreariness.
Lifted over 825,000 people out of poverty, including 100,000 seniors and more than 278,000 children. We now have the lowest level of poverty in Canadian history. We cut taxes for families and small businesses. 1 million jobs, Mr. Speaker, were created since we're elected. And we have the lowest unemployment figures in 50 years. Wow. Pour les régions rurales, nous avons entre autres doublé.
We have been investing $6 billion over 10 years to extend internet service. We have announced more than $164 million in new funds for ECOA.
In their communities, the results are plain to see, and now is not the time for return to the harmful policies of the opposition.
Honourable Member for Niagara West.
As we close out this session and go into another election, we often celebrate the contributions of MPs who have decided to retire from this place. I think it's also important to take some time and acknowledge the incredible work done by people who serve around the parliamentary precinct. That's why I would like to recognize Margarita Charlebois. Margarita has worked in the parliamentary restaurant since January 21st, 1981, close to 4 decades, and she will be retiring at the end of this week. Imagine trying to manage all the different political parties, people, personalities, and making sure they end up in the right place and at the right table so their conversations are kept in private as much as possible. Since my first days in Ottawa in 2004, Margarita has been exceptionally pleasant, welcoming, and friendly. I'm not sure people realize how difficult it is for our parliamentary restaurant staff to manage their personal and professional lives around a challenging parliamentary calendar. I think I can speak for all members in this House and our Wednesday crew who have had the pleasure to get to know her in wishing Margarita all the best in everything she does in the next chapter of her life. Thank you, Margarita, and I hope our paths will cross again. Margarita, you're always welcome to my hometown in Niagara, where I look forward to serving you.
Hear, hear, well said. The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, as I walked up the Hill last night, I took pause to look at the beauty of Parliament Hill and all that it represents. Serving the people of Fundy Royal in this 42nd Parliament has been a true honour and the most challenging work of my life. To understand local and national issues and to represent the interests of my constituents is a duty that I've not taken lightly. I'm inspired by local community leaders, organizations, and individuals who are all as passionate as I am about the future of our area. By working together, we've delivered supports for people at all stages in their life, and we're making real progress. Over 14,000 children in Fundy Royal are better off today thanks to the Canada Child Benefit. 825,000 Canadians have been lifted out of poverty. They're the lowest unemployment rate in 50 years, and finally, population growth in Atlantic Canada. Thank you to the people of Fundy Royal for working with me and inspiring me. This is what working for Fundy Royal truly looks like, and together I know we will continue to make a difference when you send me back here as your Member of Parliament.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
To Pierrefonds, Dollard, and Ile-Bizarre for giving me the honor to serve them as their Member of Parliament. Notre communauté est riche.
Our community is rich in cultural diversity, linguistic and ethnic diversity, and I'm proud to represent them. No one can accomplish anything alone, and I was able to rely on the support of extraordinary people.
I believe politics to be an honorable profession. I have been greatly impressed by my colleagues in this House, and when I say colleagues, I mean all members of Parliament. I believe that all of us come here in good faith to do what we believe is right for our country, Canada, and I salute you all. Finally, I thank my wife, my children, my parents, my entire family. They are the world to me. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, it's a historic day. On June 19th, the Hillcrest mine explosion in Alberta killed 189 miners. It was Canada's worst mining disaster. It was also the day that Hungarians threw out Soviet troops, thus ending Soviet occupation, restoring their democracy, and restoring their freedoms. On June 19th was also the day that the comic strip Garfield appeared in print for the very first time. Today, Canadians are also learning that according to the PBO, the Liberal carbon tax will need to increase to a minimum of $102 a ton, adding 23 cents to a litre of gas to meet the Paris targets. Canadians now see that the Liberal carbon tax is a revenue plan, not an environmental plan. Today is also a historic day. At 5 p.m., the leader of Canada's Conservatives will unveil the first credible environmental plan that has the best chance of achieving our Paris commitments, exposing the Liberal carbon tax plan as a fraud, and that this Liberal Prime Minister is not as advertised.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, the University of Quebec at Montreal is celebrating its 50th anniversary. UQAM contributes to the socioeconomic and cultural progress of society. Its social concerns have always been at the heart of its actions. This public French language university is proud of its international reach, of its research and the quality of teaching. UQAM has graduated more than 269,000 students and employs 5,400 people. I salute the vision of its founders and congratulate the administrative and teaching staff, of whom some are visiting Ottawa today. Mr. Speaker, 50 years is 50 years of audacity, dynamism, and pride. I am a proud graduate of UQAM. Happy 50th. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Orleans.
Mr. Speaker, this will be the last time I have the pleasure of rising in this place, and je tiens donc à profiter de cette...
And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the constituents in Orleans to have trusted me to be their voice on the Hill.
Amongst all of you. But that's not why I'm rising today. I'm here to recognize Luc Saint-Cyr, who's not only a constituent, but a dedicated employee who's worked with all of us in this place for many years. He served 18 years as a constable with the House of Commons Security Services, and then an additional 16 years with the PAGE program. He started when he was just 22 years old, and he hasn't changed a bit.
When Luc began in 1985, there were only 285 members.
Besides 6 prime ministers and seen 7 parliaments come and go. 640 pages have passed through his training hands, and he's witnessed state visits like that of Presidents Reagan, Clinton, Obama, and even Nelson Mandela's address. Mr. Luc.
Thank you, Luc, for your 34 years of exemplary service.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, after announcing a climate emergency, the Liberals have not been able to identify any specific or immediate actions they would take. They don't have a climate plan, they have a tax plan. While our leader will roll out today a real plan for the environment that will actually help the planet, the Liberals are putting all their eggs in the carbon tax basket. The parliamentary budget officer, as well as environmental experts, say the carbon tax won't work. We see that already in BC and Quebec, who have had a price on carbon for a decade while their emissions have gone up. Experts say the carbon tax would have to increase by 5 times as much to actually do anything. That means a painful 23 cents a litre more for gasoline, higher home heating, and grocery costs. But the Liberals aren't telling Canadians this before the election. They'll wait until after the election when they no longer need Canadians' votes but still need their money. The carbon tax is not a climate plan, it's a tax plan. And it's definitely not as advertised.
It's not as advertised.
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising today to recognize a constituent and longtime employee of the House of Commons. Mr. Gilles Gervais, current Assistant Deputy Sergeant at Arms, is retiring after 35 years of service. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for not giving him the order to drag me out of this place once in 4 years. Monsieur Gervais est devenu membre du service.
Mr. Gervais became a member of the House of Commons Security Service in 1985. Over the years, he rose through the ranks, and many will remember him as Gallery Sergeant before he took up his position, his current position, as Assistant Deputy Sergeant at Arms. To his wife, Susan, thank you for having shared your husband with the House of Commons for 35 years. Gilles, enjoy your time, spend time at your cottage on Lac Gervais. Thank you for your 35 years of service.
Honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to a wonderful, passionate Betsy Burry to honor 97 years of a life well lived. Betsy died in April. Betsy fought for a world that was safe from nuclear weapons and war, a world safe for all women and children. She did this both as part of social movements and in the realm of partisan politics. In 1962, when Saskatchewan doctors went on strike to oppose universal health care, Betsy, along with a small group of women, started the Saskatoon Community Clinic to provide free care to anyone who needed it. Those women are a big reason why we have universal health care today. She helped start the first Planned Parenthood in Saskatchewan, the first public kindergarten in Saskatoon. The list goes on. From Tommy Douglas to my own personal campaign, from the CCF to the NDP, Betsy was there, volunteering, leading, advising, and supporting. In 2017, Betsy received the Governor-General's Award in commemoration of the Persons case for her lifetime dedication to bringing about gender equality. Losing Betsy is devastating, but our broken hearts are comforted by the lives she touched and the young leaders that will follow in her inspiring footsteps.
Bravo!
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, this is what the Prime Minister said in 2015. We will have a transparent government that will return to budgetary balance in 2019 rather. But we have astronomical deficits, and there's one real change. Contrary to the Conservatives who want to make life more affordable, he has increased taxes on all citizens. He promised an environmental plan, but he delivered a tax plan. Worse yet, the PBO said that the carbon tax will be 5 times higher than announced to reach the Paris targets. Everyone will have to pay more because everything will be more expensive. And he says that he wants to tax even more. The fiscal plan, rather the environmental plan, I can say that 21st of October, the Canadians will make a change. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Ministers don't normally get to give members' statements, so I thank the other party leaders for allowing me to rise today to recognize the life and service of Corporal Mark Gabriel, a good man taken from us by cancer at just 47. With 23 years in the RCMP, Mark served as an outstanding member of the PM's protection detail. Il avait un grand cœur.
He had a great heart, remarkable inner strength, and despite his extraordinary professionalism, he always had a little smile. His love of fresh air and his adventuring spirit will be missed.
Equally proud of his native heritage, Mark was a loving husband to Kelsey and a great dad. Dawson, Devon, and Cadian know that his commitment to making our world a better and safer place was grounded in an immense love for you and a determination to bring about your best possible future. Mark, you are deeply missed by us all, my friend.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, a year ago the Prime Minister promised that construction would start on Trans Mountain, but today not an ounce of earth has been moved. The economy of the entire country is suffering the effects, and each day of delay costs Canadians $40 million. The Prime Minister promised that Trans Mountain would be built and in operation in 2018. Why did he mislead Canadians by making a promise that he couldn't keep? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. For 10 years, Stephen Harper tried to build pipelines to new markets and failed. And the reason he failed is because he didn't understand what Conservatives still don't understand, that the only way to build big projects like that is to have cooperation with Indigenous peoples and to protect the environment at the same time. That is exactly what we've done by putting forth the Trans Mountain Pipeline project. We followed directives from the court, and I am happy to announce that construction will start this summer. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, again, he keeps saying things that just aren't true. Yeah. The previous Conservative government saw the private sector build four major pipelines built, including one to Tidewater, increasing our capacity to foreign markets. But it's under this government that major pipeline proponents have pulled out of Canada. In fact, the C.D. Howe Institute estimates $100 billion worth of energy projects have been killed by this government. Now, the Prime Minister committed to Trans Mountain being completed and in operation this year. Yep. But over a year later and still no start date. His failure is costing Canadians. Why did he say so?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for 10 years, Mr. Harper and his Conservatives failed to get one pipeline built to new markets. The Conservatives talk about the Kinder Morgan anchor loop, but that pipeline goes nowhere near a port. The reality is the Conservatives didn't understand and still don't understand that the only way to build energy projects today and into the future is to protect the environment at the same time and work in partnership with Indigenous peoples. That's exactly what we've done with the Trans Mountain Pipeline, moving forward in the right way.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, all he's done is bought a pipeline with taxpayers' money that he still doesn't have a plan to build. It is a terrible indictment on his record that in Canada, under his prime ministerialship, that the government must nationalize a project in order to get it built. Under Conservatives, the private sector did that. But we shouldn't be surprised. After all, this is the Prime Minister that wants to phase out the energy sector, that has a senior minister that tweeted that they want to landlock Alberta's energy. So why does the Prime Minister keep hurting our energy sector and the thousands of Canadians who work in it?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives just won't take yes for an answer. The reality is we approved this pipeline, and it seems to cause tremendous consternation on the side of the Conservatives that we're actually succeeding in doing what the Alberta energy sector has long been asking for, which is access to new markets other than the United States. We know that accessing new markets and having the money to pay for the transition to a cleaner, greener economy is important for building our future, and they, quite frankly, don't know what to do, what to say, because they are wrong.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Order.
Mr. Speaker, we know what to do to get these projects built. Replacing this Prime Minister and scrapping the carbon tax and repealing Bill C-69 and giving our investors certainty that when they meet those standards, they can actually get it built. The Prime Minister's great at saying yes, he just can't get it done. Yesterday was another approval without a plan. Canadians didn't want to see a photo op yesterday, Mr. Speaker. They wanted a date on which this project would start. Why did he fail to do that?
Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what is very clear to everyone in this House and indeed to all Canadians is that the Conservatives still don't understand why they failed for 10 years to give the support to the Canadian economy that was needed. Because in the 21st century, the only way to move forward on big projects is to have a real plan for the environment and to bring in and work with Indigenous communities. They refuse to do that for 10 years, and they still don't see that the way to move forward is in partnership.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister can take great comfort in knowing that a real plan for the environment is coming at 5 o'clock. Special deals for Liberal insiders. Under this Prime Minister, well-connected friends of the Prime Minister have done very well. He rewards his well-connected billionaire friends with taxpayers' handouts, like $12 million to Loblaws. He interfered in a criminal court case to help his corporate friends at SNC. He targeted entrepreneurs and small business owners while protecting his vast family fortune. Why do the well-connected Liberals and wealthy always get a better deal under Liberals?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The Leader of the Opposition mentioned his climate plan. We've been waiting 416 days to see this climate plan. But you will forgive Canadians for being a little skeptical about what's going to be in that climate plan. Because the Leader of the Opposition thinks pollution should be free. He thinks that plastic pollution is not a problem. He does not accept, he won't admit that climate change contributes to extreme weather events, and he continues to not understand that the only way to move forward on creating better energy projects is by protecting the environment at the same time.
The Honourable Order. Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition will please come to order. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following increases in temperature, forest fires, floods, people from sea to sea are feeling the effects of climate change, and the decision to approve the Trans Mountain Expansion Pipeline won't help deal with climate change. The Liberals have spent more than $10 billion on a pipeline. Why are they not investing that money in green projects in order to build a better future for future generations? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. That's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. Over the past 4 years, we have done more for the environment than all other governments combined in Canadian history. We put a price on pollution. We protected our oceans. We have focused on public transit. We've reduced pollution, and we're cutting the use of plastic. Canadians want a cleaner future, so each dollar created by this project will be invested in Canada's ecological transition. With this project, we are creating jobs, we are opening new markets, we are accelerating the green transition, and we are...
Burnaby South.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
It's a ludicrous proposition given that there's no profits going to be made in this project. The race to the bottom of this pipeline between Liberals and Conservatives is taking us in the wrong direction. Instead of ending fossil fuel subsidies, this Prime Minister is buying pipelines. Instead of legally binding emissions targets, this Prime Minister is continuing down Stephen Harper's targets. Instead of building a new relationship with Indigenous communities, this Prime Minister is stuck with grand symbolism. New Democrats are proposing a better way. Why is the Prime Minister refusing to protect coastal communities, Indigenous communities, and our environment?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, during the last 4 years, we have done more for the environment than any other government in Canada's history. We've put a price on pollution. We're safeguarding our oceans. We're investing in public transit. We're reducing plastic pollution. We've also listened very carefully to Canadians about their desire for a cleaner future. And every dollar from this project will be invested in Canada's clean energy transition. We're creating jobs, opening new markets, accelerating our clean energy transition, and generating new avenues for Indigenous economic prosperity.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Here I can summarize this Liberals' position on the environment. On one day, they pass a motion recognizing climate emergency, and then on the very next day, they approve a pipeline. That's this government's track record. They dramatically will increase our emissions, threaten coastline, and disrespect coastal and Indigenous communities. The new hearings fail to look at the impact of climate. They fail to meaningfully consult. Why is the Prime Minister refusing to back up symbolic gestures with concrete actions to defend our environment?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, over the past 4 years, we've taken more concrete actions to protect our environment than any government in Canada's history. And we are going to continue to move forward in that in partnership with Indigenous communities in respect of the environmental concerns. But, Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House recognize that not all Indigenous communities support the way we're moving forward, even though we've consulted with them extensively. My question for the Leader of the NDP is, why will he not recognize that there are Indigenous communities that actually support this pipeline expansion?
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Low bar to set when you've got the Harper Conservatives to compare with.
Indigenous and coastal communities are clearly opposed to this project. Traffic will be 7 times higher, and the risk of spills will increase. The Prime Minister is ignoring these concerns. They're very valid. We need to take decisive action to protect our environment. How can the Prime Minister explain to people that the approval of this pipeline will protect the environment? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are troubled to see the increase in rail transportation by oil. We know that it's more dangerous, it's more polluting to carry oil that way. We'll need to use oil for several years to come. So responsibly building a pipeline in conjunction with Indigenous peoples and investing all revenues from the pipeline into the green energy transition, we will be building a better, more prosperous future for Canadians.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, breaking ethics rules is par for the course for these Liberals. There's been so many ethics investigations of the Prime Minister and his caucus caucus, there's probably a speed dial from the Commissioner's office to the Prime Minister's. The Prime Minister himself has been found guilty of breaking 4 laws with his illegal vacation. So can the Prime Minister tell us, with all of these scandals, exactly how many times has he been interviewed by the Ethics Commissioner? And is he proud of his legacy of scandal, corruption, and entitlements?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, we see the Conservatives unable to actually challenge us on the economy, on the environment, on Indigenous people, so they choose to sling mud. But we are confident that as Canadians look at how we listen to them, how we worked for them, how we saw the creation of 1 million jobs, the lowest unemployment in 40 years, the lifting of 825,000 Canadians out of poverty, including 300,000 kids, Canadians know that this government is on the right track for growing the middle class and helping people working hard to join it.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister believes that there's one set of rules for him and his friends and one set for everyone else in this country. For example, his well-connected friends at SNC-Lavalin. They've given over $100,000 in illegal donations to the Liberals, and they got unprecedented access to the Prime Minister and his office. Will the Prime Minister admit that he has inappropriately pressured the former Attorney General just to help his buddies at SNC-Lavalin?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, obviously the Conservatives are struggling for questions to ask because that they be returning to this approach that didn't work for them before is really a sign of desperation as we head to meet with Canadians and talk about our plan for the next 4 years. We have worked to create over 1 million new jobs in this country. We have delivered in lifting hundreds of thousands of Canadians out of poverty. We are continuing to demonstrate what leadership on the environment, leadership on the international file, and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples looks like, and that's something that the Conservatives have a lot of difficulty with.
L'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, we have in front of us the only Prime Minister in the history of Canada who has been found guilty of violating the Ethics and Conflict of Interest Act not once but 4 times. He took $215,000 of taxpayers' money to travel illegally with his family and friends to the Aga Khan's private island. These offences could be a violation under Section 121(1) of the Criminal Code. Could the Prime Minister answer a simple question? How many times did he meet with the RCMP and the Ethics Commissioner? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we can see that the Conservatives are resorting to personal attacks. They are focusing on us while we focus on Canadians. We have created 1 million new jobs over the past 4 years. We've seen the lowest unemployment rate in 40 years. 850,000 Canadians have been lifted out of poverty. 300,000 children lifted out of poverty. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that our plan to invest in Canadians, to create and generate growth for all, including the middle class, is working. The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, let's review the SNC-Lavalin Vice Admiral Norman affair. The Prime Minister took action to favour his friends. He did everything to destroy Vice Admiral Norman's reputation, an honest man, a man of rigour and integrity, as he did with the former head of the Treasury Board and the former Minister of Justice. Why did he try to ruin the careers of these people who simply were there to defend the interests of Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in the fall, Canadians will have a clear choice to make between a party that wants to protect the environment, promote economic growth, respect Canadians by lifting thousands out of poverty, by putting us back on the international stage, or a Conservative alternative that has not understood the failures of the Harper years and continues to launch personal attacks, divisive attacks. that continues to focus on me while we are focusing on Canadians.
The honourable member for Milton.
Speaker, the work of the opposition on this side is to simply hold the Prime Minister account for his own actions. He broke the Conflict of Interest Act. So did a number of his cabinet ministers. When 2 female cabinet ministers spoke truth to power, they were shoved out of caucus. When the Minister of Finance, the former Minister of Fisheries, and the Prime Minister himself broke Conflict of Interest laws with a little wink and a nod, they were forgiven. I'm wondering if the Prime Minister can tell us if the reason for this is because simply, well, it's 2019.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
While the Conservatives remain focused on us, we will stay focused on Canadians. That is how we have delivered creating over 1 million new jobs, lifting 825,000 Canadians out of poverty, the lowest unemployment in 40 years, 300,000 kids lifted out of poverty, with measures that the members opposite voted against. Mr. Speaker, we have a plan to continue to grow our economy in responsible ways while Conservatives resort to personal attacks and petty issues.
Order. The honourable member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, sadly, the Prime Minister seems to want to run on the notion that the means, no matter how bad they are, justify the ends, and I would caution that's an inappropriate way to continue with the Canadian public. But I'm going to give him one chance to do something really appropriate on his last day today. Admiral Mark Norman was put through hell for the last 3 years because of the concerted effort of this government to ensure that he was put on the spot. We apologize as the House. Will the Prime Minister stand in his place today and apologize?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
On this last day of Prime Minister's questions period, the members opposite are choosing to make personal attacks and not talk about the things that actually deeply matter to Canadians. I will highlight that during these Prime Minister questions periods, I have taken over 3,200 questions from members opposite, including 237 different MPs. Mr. Harper, during his last term as Prime Minister, took only 1,400 from about 34 MPs. We know that greater accountability, greater opportunity to participate in debate.
Order. There is far too much noise in the House when people are trying to answer questions, and you may not like the questions or the answers, but it's important in a democracy to hear both and not to be speaking when someone else is speaking. Order. The member for Carleton will come to order. Honorable député de...
The honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. In a dramatic turn of events, the Liberals have realized that greenlighting Trans Mountain isn't going over well, especially after having declared a climate emergency the day before. They're trying to use diversion tactics, talking about creating a green energy fund with the profits of the pipeline. But they're spending $15 billion that will create more pollution. That's like trading four quarters for a dollar. And that dollar will pollute more than 3 million cars. Why aren't they taking that $15 billion to invest it today in renewable energy and jobs, the way we're proposing in the NDP? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Over the past 4 years, we have done more for the environment than any other government in the history of Canada. We put a price on pollution. We are protecting our oceans. We have invested in public transit, and we are reducing plastic pollution. We have listened to Canadians who wanted to have a cleaner future. Every dollar created by this project will be invested in the Clean Energy Transition Fund. We are creating jobs, opening new markets, accelerating the transition to clean energy, and working on the economy for Indigenous communities.
Mr. Speaker, there are no profits. It's losing $150 million a year. What an empty gesture. That's just our point. The Prime Minister asked Canadians to wait for pharmacare and affordable housing and so much else, and then he splurges $15 billion on Trans Mountain. He says he respects reconciliation and then runs roughshod over Indigenous rights. He pushes a climate emergency motion and then within hours is trying to ram through a raw bitumen pipeline that trashes the Paris Agreement. Why did the Prime Minister choose oil lobbyists over future generations.
The right honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there was plenty wrong with the statements made by the member opposite, but I will focus on one. There is a strong economic case for getting access to new markets and for investing in the clean energy transition. But we will all understand that the NDP have always had challenges with economic plans and approaches. They think there's a choice to be made between protecting the environment and growing the economy. They don't understand that the only way to build a stronger future for all Canadians is to do them both together.
That's right.
Honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, the memory lane hits keep coming, Mr. Speaker. Who can forget the Prime Minister's disastrous India trip? The many days of answers from the PM, the Public Safety Minister and others blaming the Liberal member for Surrey Centre for inviting a convicted terrorist on that Bhangra dancing diplomatic train wreck. In the end, Mr. Speaker, you'll recall the National Security and Intelligence Committee report revealed it was the Prime Minister's office that put the convicted terrorist on the guest list. So, Mr. Speaker, can the PM tell us when he last spoke with Jaspal Atwal?
Right honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we see on this final day of the mandate or final last days of this mandate, that the Conservatives continue to not understand what Canadians are all about.
Order, no singing, or members can sing outside. It's a bit more like the last day of school, it seems to me. Order. Order. The right honourable Prime Minister has the floor. Order.
Mr. Speaker, on these last days of this mandate, I will say the same thing that I will say in the first days of our next mandate. We are going to stay focused on Canadians, on growing the economy, on protecting the environment, on reconciling with Indigenous people, and creating opportunities for the middle class and people working hard to join it.
The honourable member for Bellechasse.
For Barry Innisfil has said quite a bit today without having the floor. I'd ask him not to do that and to show respect for other members.
The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, Nathan Cirillo and another were brought down by ISIS combatants. Global News has revealed that the government plans to bring back ISIS combatants and to give them access to poetry and podcasts instead of putting them behind bars. Why is the government rolling out the red carpet for people who fought against our Canadian soldiers and against Canadian values? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, the Conservatives are playing very dangerous games with the opinions of Canadians and with the truth. We know that one of the responsibilities of the government is to keep Canadians safe, and that is exactly what we are doing. The safety of Canadians, choices, action by our border services, police services are essential. The work that they do is essential, and we will not play petty politics and do fear-mongering.
Minister made a convicted terrorist a multimillionaire when he paid the murderer of U.S. Army medic Christopher Speer $10.5 million. The Supreme Court didn't order any monetary compensation for Omar Khadr, but the Prime Minister said that because of the actions of the previous Martin Liberal government, he just had to write the check. Why has the Prime Minister spent over $40 million to fight Canadian veterans in court, but decided to pay $10.5 million to a convicted terrorist without putting up a fight?
Exactly. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, here's something the Conservative politicians just don't understand. When you violate the rights of anyone in Canada, all of us end up having to pay. Mr. Speaker, they refuse to recognize that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms applies to everyone. And quite frankly, I'm glad that Canadians are angry about that payment to Omar Khadr, because I am too. No government should ever have violated any Canadian's fundamental rights.
The honourable member for order. The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister gave $10 million to Omar Khadr because he didn't want to fight him in court. But he spent over $40 million fighting our veterans in court. Shame. He refused to revoke the veterans' benefits going to convicted cop murderer Christopher Garnier. When did the Prime Minister decide that veterans were asking for too much?
The right honourable Prime Minister.
The member opposite well knows that he was part of a Conservative Party that nickel and dimed veterans and used them for photo ops while shutting down their offices to balance the budget at all costs. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is we invested $10 billion in our veterans over the past 4 years to give them more support, more help for their families, reopening the veterans' offices. We have done more to support those men and women who've served our country so valiantly than those government that they have ever had when they were in government, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, our dairy sector and our cheese farmers are losing more than $450 million a year. In 2014, my motion to guarantee fair and full compensation for farmers affected by CETA was unanimously adopted in this House. 5 years later, absolutely nothing. There's still nothing in the budget. People are still waiting for results and programs to help our farmers. Both Conservatives and Liberals have abandoned Quebec farmers. Mr. Speaker, when will the government announce the compensation it promised to help our farmers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, unlike the NDP, which continues to oppose all trade agreements that are good for Canadians, good for our workers, and good for farmers, we know that increasing trade and supporting our farmers are the right approaches to create prosperity for Canadians. That's why we are working with farmers and dairy producers to ensure that they have the right amount of compensation relative to our trade agreements. And we're going to do so while creating wealth for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker, something that, unfortunately, the NDP doesn't understand.
Honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, a man living in Ottawa Centre has been denied OAS because of his rare form of dementia. The family is now owed $18,000, and the Liberal government is refusing it because he doesn't meet their criteria. Wow. A one-size-fits-all approach to dementia patients is completely inappropriate. Will the Liberal MP for Ottawa Centre stand up for her constituent, or will the Liberals continue to make empty gestures while abandoning Canadians in need of dementia care?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government has moved forward with a national strategy on dementia that includes support for caregivers and more research into prevention, and we recognize that there's always more to do. I'm not familiar with the case that the member opposite brings up, but I will ensure that we follow up on that one, because we need to make sure that everyone is getting the support they need. That's a commitment made by this government.
Honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's energy sector is a key driver of our economy and an important source of good middle-class jobs in my community. Edmontonians and all Albertans want to see good projects move forward in the right way because they know firsthand what happens when they don't. For 10 years, the Conservatives cut corners and failed to get a single inch of new pipeline built to non-U.S. markets. And so, Mr. Speaker, we were elected on a plan to do things differently, and we've delivered. Can the Prime Minister please update this House on our government's decision on the Trans Mountain Expansion Project?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The member for Edmonton Centre. This project will create thousands of good middle-class jobs and includes economic opportunities for Indigenous peoples. We have a plan to fight climate change and protect our oceans and respond to the concerns we heard in consultation. Every dollar earned through this project will be invested in clean energy. We were elected to deliver real change. That is exactly what we are doing by moving forward on this project in the right way.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately I have some very bad news for the Prime Minister of Canada. You'll remember that he had suggested that budgets balance themselves. Unfortunately for him and also for Canadians, in the 4 years since he's been Prime Minister, we've had 4 budgets and 4 consecutive deficits. That is the Prime Minister's signature. Now, he had promised exactly the opposite 4 years ago, but can he now stand on this last day of the Prime Minister's question period and tell Canadians, I was wrong? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I have nothing to learn from the Conservatives, who submitted 8 consecutive deficits. The reality is that they didn't have any growth to show for their investments because they were making the wrong investments. The Conservatives continue to believe that the best way to create economic growth is to give benefits and advantages to the wealthiest. Mr. Speaker, it's in investing in the middle class that we created 1 million jobs, that we reduced the poverty rate, that we reduced unemployment, and that we helped middle-class Canadians. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, let me refresh the Prime Minister's memory as well as all of his minions. He promised 4 years ago that there would be no deficits by 2019. The reality 4 years later, 3 huge deficits, and we now have $20 billion in deficit. So once again, I'd like to reach out to the Prime Minister. Would he like to rise from his seat and tell Canadians, I lied to you? Because that's what he did. The Honourable Member knows that he's not allowed to use unparliamentary language, and I would ask him to apologize. I'm sorry. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives added $150 billion to our national debt, all while having the worst record of growth of any Prime Minister since R.B. Bennett during the Great Depression. The reality is that our decision to invest in the middle class, to lift children out of poverty, to invest in our communities and infrastructure, delivered not only great economic growth, but also record reductions in poverty and a great record for Canadians. It's truly unprecedented. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Remember this great hit? I'm looking Canadians straight in the eye and being honest the way I always have. We are committed to balanced budgets, and we are. We will balance that budget in 2019. Well, he only missed that promise by $20 billion. Now, when he looks Canadians in the eye in the next election and promises not to raise their taxes again, why should anyone believe what he says?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the promise we made in the last election was to invest in Canadians and create growth that 10 years of Stephen Harper was unable to build. That member opposite was part of a government that added $150 billion to Canada's national debt with nothing to show for it. The worst growth rate since the Great Depression. And why? Because they insisted and continue to insist that the way to create growth is to give advantages to the wealthiest. We know that doesn't work. That's why we invest in the middle class.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, when the previous Conservative government was fighting the great global recession, that member said that we should spend more, spend now, spend faster. His only complaint was that the deficits weren't big enough. We left him with a balanced budget, and he promised that in 2019, the budget will balance itself. Well, he's off by just $20 billion on top of the taxes he raised on the middle class. He broke that promise. Which other promises will he break if he's reelected?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, What Canadians wanted from that Conservative government was for them to invest in the kinds of things that would create growth. Instead, they invested in signs and doorknobs, Mr. Speaker, and gazebos. We instead chose to invest in the middle class, in lifting kids out of poverty, in ensuring that everyone has a real and fair chance to succeed. And Mr. Speaker, it's working. 1 million new jobs over the past 4 years. The lowest unemployment in 40 years because we are investing in Canadians.
For Disnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, the Denisoth of Northern Saskatchewan and Manitoba were supposed to sign an agreement with the government after 18 years of negotiating for their land, harvesting, and resource rights. A week ago, the minister backed away and now refuses to meet with them. She broke her promise and betrayed the Dene. Meaningful reconciliation is about working with Indigenous people and meeting in good faith. Will the minister meet with the Dene while they're in Ottawa and explain why she broke her promise face to face?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Masi Cho to the member for her question. No relationship is more important to Canada than the one with Indigenous peoples. Working to renew relationship on the basis of affirmation and implementation of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership is central to everything we do. Concerns have been raised by Indigenous groups in the Northwest Territories about the terms of the agreement and the impact on their communities and their rights. We have a responsibility to meaningful consult with communities in order to understand and work through the issues that they have brought forward.
Honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, today a report on the state of Canada's birds is expected, with findings of dramatic declines in many species, most of this resulting from habitat loss. For instance, populations for over the past 40 years, we've lost over half of our grassland bird populations, birds like meadowlarks and burrowing owls. The Liberals promised to protect 17% of Canada's wildlands and water by 2020, and have only hit 11%. An NDP government would protect 30% by 2030. Why are the Liberals making nothing but empty gestures and breaking their promise to protect our wildlife?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaking of empty gestures, the NDP have put forward targets with no plan to reach them. Right. On the contrary, we are going to be reaching our targets to protect marine and terrestrial areas. We have worked very hard on that because we recognize that protecting our environment is not just about growing the economy, it's also about fighting climate change. We recognize the importance that wetlands and a broad range of environmental ecosystems have a significant role to play in fighting climate change as well, which is why we're continuing to move forward with a real plan to protect our environment and fight climate change.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, here's some sobering numbers. 48% of Canadians are $200 away from insolvency. 24% can't meet their monthly obligations. Wow. And to make life harder, the Prime Minister has stepped on the throats of Canadians by imposing a carbon tax on the necessities of life in Canada. The carbon tax is not an environmental plan, it's a tax plan. Right. How could he raise taxes on those who can least afford it, like seniors, but give advantages to the wealthiest by giving $12 million to his billionaire friends at Loblaws for fridges?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the members opposite continue to mislead Canadians. The reality is that the climate action incentive and our plan to put a price on pollution actually gets more money in the pockets of middle-class Canadians than without a price on pollution. This is, in fact, an environmental tax break for middle-class families. That is what we're moving forward with, a way to both protect the environment, fight climate change, and make it affordable for Canadians. The plan that the Leader of the Opposition is planning on putting forward tonight surely won't do that.
The Honourable Order. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Here's another one of the Prime Minister's so-called successes. Remember that famous tweet in 2017? It said, "To those fleeing persecution, terror, and war, Canadians will welcome you. Welcome to Canada." End of quote. Well, since then, nearly 45,000 people have entered Canada from New York and sought asylum, while real refugees continue to suffer in UN camps. Is the Prime Minister ready to admit that he made a huge mistake in January 2017?
Opinion Moniz.
Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this week the UN reported that 70 million people around the world are displaced. I'm sure that the member does not think that that is because of a tweet that I made a couple years ago. The reality is that more and more people are migrating throughout the world, and we have a rigorous system in Canada to ensure that everyone who arrives in this country, either regularly or irregularly, will be treated properly. Our system applies.
Honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
The law firm that the member for Stevenson Richmond East owned has been implicated in a scheme that allegedly laundered money in the Vancouver area for a foreign drug lord. Today, this member is at the Prime Minister's right hand. He's front and center. Compare that to another Vancouver area MP who got kicked out of his caucus simply for standing up to him and doing what was right. This begs the question, if he's such a feminist, why the obvious, on display, double standard?
Order. Right. Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are committed to a robust regime to combat money laundering and terrorist financing. With Budget 2019, we created the Action, Coordination and Enforcement Team and the Money Laundering Center of Expertise. These will help better identify and meet evolving threats. We've provided over $160 million to the RCMP, FinTrap, and CRA. We support policing, real estate audit teams. The Conservatives actually cut over $500 million from the RCMP's budget, where we will ensure that law enforcement teams have the resources and tools they need.
Order. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning ought to remember that the time to speak is when he's called upon and has the floor, and not otherwise. The honourable member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, this government has made unprecedented investments in giving more Canadians a place to call home. This week, we unveiled details about the new first-time home buyer incentive, which will help middle-class families by making their mortgage payments more affordable. Could the Prime Minister tell the House how the first-time home buyer incentive will help middle-class families in my riding of Nepean and across Canada achieve the dream of buying their first home?
Good question. Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Nepean for his question, for his hard work. With the first-time home buyer incentive, we're helping middle-class families achieve the dream of home ownership by increasing the RRSP withdrawal limit, by reducing their monthly mortgage payments, without increasing the amount they need to save for a down payment. We're putting home ownership within reach of more middle-class families. We're building on our historic commitments to giving more Canadians a safe and affordable place to call home.
For Foothills.
Right now in Cape Breton, we are seeing a story as old as time. The Liberals are taking $18 million from taxpayers to fund a private airport at the elite Cabot Links Golf Resort for their millionaire friends to park their private jets.
Unbelievable.
This Liberal decision is decimating the Allan McEachern Port Hawkesbury Airport and small businesses like Celtic Air Services. Will the Prime Minister put small businesses ahead of his millionaire Liberal golf buddies and stop any funding for a private competing airport in Inverness?
Wow. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's always interesting to hear the Conservatives pretend they stand up for the middle class, when we know that their approach has always been to give advantages and benefits to the wealthiest in the hopes that it'll trickle down to growth for everyone else. The first thing we did as a government was lower taxes for the middle class and raise them on the wealthiest 1%, and the Conservatives voted against it. Then, We brought in a Canada Child benefit that gives more help to 9 families out of 10 by stopping to send checks to the millionaire families that the Conservatives kept helping.
Some members seem to feel that it's vital to have constant noise when someone is speaking. I think they're mistaken. And I don't think Canadians appreciate it, and I kind of wish the media would actually report on who does it. Government member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's symbolic gestures don't match up with his actions. He promised change, but 4 years later, medicine is still unaffordable. Corporations are still avoiding billions in taxes. Canadians are still paying sky-high cell phone bills. People still can't afford to find a place to live. And Liberals are buying pipelines and still using Stephen Harper's climate targets. I believe better is possible. Why do Liberals keep on convincing Canadians that they have to settle for less?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
While the NDP works hard to come up with catchy slogans, we actually move forward on delivering for Canadians. We've lowered the prices of drugs by taking an approach that includes creating collaboration amongst provinces as we move forward towards pharmacare. We're also moving forward on a $40 billion national housing strategy because we know that Canadians need to have affordable homes and the security that comes with it. We've also been investing in new training and jobs and opportunities for Canadians while lifting people out of poverty. While they've been working on slogans, we've been acting.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, the economic impact of rural communities is very significant. In fact, it accounts for close to 4 million jobs and a significant part of GDP.
To have a Made in Canada, no, rather a Made in Rural plan to address this unique infrastructure needs and economic opportunities facing rural communities. Est-ce que le Premier ministre peut nous...
Can the Prime Minister tell us about the work this government is doing to support rural communities in Canada? Right Honourable Prime Minister, I want to thank the member from Montarville for his hard work. We've always been a partner to rural regions. We created an infrastructure fund that is exclusively destined for rural communities. We are currently developing a strategy for rural Canada based on the ideas of people who live there. We have connected 380,000 households with high-speed internet, and soon all households will be connected. This record demonstrates that we always hold rural Canadians to heart.
The minister put a values test on the Canada Summer Jobs Grant, targeting groups that don't agree with him. Now, more than a week ago, it was brought to the attention of the Liberals that the member from Mississauga Lakeshore awarded funding to a group with links to terrorism. Now, it's been more than a week since the minister said that she would do a so-called review of this matter. The CRA has already suspended this group's charitable status, and the government is well aware of the current links to terrorism. So my question is this. Since the minister can't seem to get the job done, will the Prime Minister step in and do the job?
Good question. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, on this side of the House, we are unequivocal. We will always stand up for a woman's right to choose. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, we've seen around the world women's rights eroded by conservative governments, by conservative leaders, by conservative politicians. The reality is Canadians deserve to hear political parties and leaders stand up unequivocally to say that we will defend women's rights, we will defend a women's rights to choose. Why can't the Conservatives just say that?
Order. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. The Prime Minister has no credibility when it comes to the environment, Mr. Speaker. 24 hours after having recognized the urgency of climate action, he gave the green light to Trans Mountain, a pipeline that will produce more greenhouse gas emissions than all Quebec industries put together. He said he'll invest $500 million in green energy, but he's also investing $14 billion in pollution. How can the Prime Minister fight climate change while investing our money in a project that pollutes more than our entire province?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, there are still politicians who believe that we have to make a choice between the environment and the economy. The reality is that the only way to move forward as a society is to protect jobs and protect the environment at the same time. That's exactly what we're doing by finding new markets for our products, and at the same time by investing historic sums in the transition to a green economy. All profits from that pipeline will be invested in the green transition because Canadians know that we need to play a leadership role on this issue.
It being 3:17 p.m., pursuant to order made Tuesday, June 18, 2019.
That's the best. I'm glad you took...
Oh.
Yep.
No, it's... Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been talks amongst the parties, and I'm very hopeful that this time, if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion: that the House, A, extend its condolences to all of the victims of violence and war in Sri Lanka. B, call on the government of Sri Lanka to promote justice for those affected by the Easter Sunday attacks, protect the rights of religious minorities, and defend all places of worship. C, reaffirm Canada's call for Sri Lanka to implement its obligations within a clearly specified time frame, as mandated under the United Nations Human Rights Council Resolutions 30 Part 1 and 40 Part 1, as well as Canada's support in advancing accountability, peace, and reconciliation among all peoples on the island. And D, call upon the United Nations to establish an international independent investigation into the allegations of genocide against Tamils committed in Sri Lanka, including the last phase of the armed conflict in 2009.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. It's the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Carried. Come in a
As it is 3:20 p.m., pursuant to order made Tuesday, June 18, 2019, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion number 34 under Ways and Means.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Monod, seconded by Mr. Champagne, moves that a Ways and Means motion to amend the Income Tax Act be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Not under, okay. Que tous ceux qui prient la motion veuillent bien dire oui.
All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay.
Monsieur Trudeau. Monsieur Trudeau.
So here's the next two at the very end of this.
All right. Thank you. This is your shortest turn ever?
I think so.
Mrs. McCrimmon. Mrs. McCrimmon. Ms. Jones. Ms. Jones. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Carr. Mr. Carr. Ms. Gould. Ms. Gould. Mr. Holland. Mr. Holland. Mr. Champagne. Mr. Champagne. Ms. Monsef. Ms. Monsef. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Ms. McKenna. Ms. McKenna. Madame Bibeau. Madame Bibeau. Mr. Cuzner. Mr. Cuzner. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Vaughan. Mr. Vaughan. Monsieur Serré. Monsieur Serré. Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest-Île-des-Sœurs. Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest-Île-des-Sœurs. Monsieur Chiffquet. Monsieur Chiffquet. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Bagnall. Monsieur Paradis. Monsieur Paradis. Mr. McGinty. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Scarpalegia. Mr. Scarpalegia. Mr. Sims. Mr. Sims. Ms. Ratansi. Mr. Ratansi. Monsieur Fergus. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Nandasangri. Mr. Nandasangri. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Fillmore. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Moff. Mr. Moff. Monsieur Lefebvre. Monsieur Lefebvre. Mr. Mendicino. Mr. Mendicino. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. Lamoureux. Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Mr. Beach. Mr. Beach. Mr. Lightbound. Mr. Lightbound. Ms. O'Connell. Ms. O'Connell. Ms. Cara. Ms. Cara. Mr. Varani. Mr. Varani. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Ms. Young. Ms. Young. Mrs. Schultz. Mrs. Schultz. Monsieur Vandal. Monsieur Vandal. Monsieur Poisson. Monsieur Poisson. Mr. De Courcy. Mr. De Courcy. Mrs. Romanado. Mrs. Romanado. Monsieur Massé-Avignon-le-Métis Matane-Matapédia. Monsieur Massé-Avignon-le-Métis Matane-Matapédia. Monsieur Hébert. Monsieur Hébert. Mr. Jesnevsky. Mr. Jesnevsky. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Pesky-Salido. Mr. Pesky-Salido. Madame Mendez. Madame Mendez. Monsieur Dubourg. Monsieur Dubourg. Mr. Leslie. Mr. Leslie. Mr. Aldaig. Mr. Aldaig. Mr. Amos. Mr. Amos. Monsieur Arsenault. Mr. Arsenault. Mr. Aria. Mr. Aria. Monsieur Ayoub. Mr. Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Badaway. Monsieur Bayless. Monsieur Bayless. Madame Lapointe. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bettina. Mr. Bettina. Monsieur Breton. Monsieur Breton. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. Mr. Bruson. Mr. Bruson. Ms. Dillon. Ms. Dillon. Monsieur Drouin. Monsieur Drouin. Ms. Zerowitz. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Assassi. Mr. Assassi. Monsieur Khoury. Monsieur Khoury. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Ailfson. Mr. Ailfson. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragascatos. Mr. Fragascatos. Mr. Fraser Westnova. Mr. Fraser Westnova. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Housefather. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings. Ms. Hutchings. Mr. Yakuno. Mr. Yakuno. Mr. Johari. Mr. Johari. Ms. Khalid. Ms. Khalid. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Longfield. Ms. Ludwig. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories. Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Nessif. Madame Nessif. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Oliver. Monsieur Willett. Mr. Willett. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson. Monsieur Picard. Mr. Picard. Monsieur Rioux. Monsieur Rioux. Monsieur Robillard. Mr. Robillard. Ms. Rudd. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rusnak. Mr. Rusnak. Ms. Sahota. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Saini. Mr. Saini. Monsieur Sanson. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Sarai. Mr. Sarai. Madame Shanahan. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sidhu. Mission Muskie Fraser Canyon. Mr. Sidhu. Mission Muskie Fraser Canyon. Ms. Sidhu Brampton South. Ms. Sidhu Brampton South. Mr. Seacand. Mr. Seacand. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Spengeman. Mr. Spengeman. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tan. Mr. Tan. Ms. Vandenbeld. Ms. Vandenbeld. Mr. Whalen. Mr. Whalen. Mrs. Zaid. Mrs. Zaid. Madame Fortier. Madame Fortier. Madame Lambropoulos. Madame Lambropoulos. Mr. Hogue. Mr. Hogue. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers. Ms. Yip. Ms. Yip. Mr. Rota. Mr. Rota. Ms. Bergen. Ms. Bergen. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. Nicholson. Ms. Finley. Ms. Finley. Ms. Gladue. Ms. Gladue. Mr. Allison. Mr. Allison. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Bazan. Mr. McColeman. Mr. McColeman. Mr. Kent. Mr. Kent. Mr. Reyes. Mr. Reyes. Ms. Raitt. Ms. Raitt. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Deltel. Mr. Deltel. Mrs. Block. Mrs. Block. Ms. Rempel. Ms. Rempel. Mr. Blaney Beshas Levy. Mr. Blaney Beshas Levy. Mrs. McLeod Campbell Thompson Caribou. Mrs. McLeod Campbell Thompson Caribou. Mr. Nuttall. Mr. Nuttall. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Bertod. Mr. Bertod. Mr. Martel. Mr. Martel. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Albus. Mr. Albus. Mr. Chong. Mr. Chong. Mr. Workington. Mr. Workington. Mr. Straw. Mr. Straw. Ms. Stubbs. Ms. Stubbs. Miss Harder. Miss Harder. Mrs. Wong. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Abultayev. Mr. Abultayev. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Lake. Mr. Lake. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Sorensen. Monsieur Godin. Monsieur Godin. Monsieur Clark. Monsieur Clark. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed. Mr. Lukiski. Mr. Lukiski. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mr. Nader. Mr. Nader. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Generou. Mr. Generou. Ms. Alislav. Ms. Alislav. Mr. Soroya. Mr. Soroya. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey. Mr. Hoback. Mr. Hoback. Mr. Falk-Provencher. Mr. Falk-Provencher. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. McGuire. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Urdega. Mr. Urdega. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Jennis. Mrs. Gallant. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Gould. Mr. Gould. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Shields. Mr. Shields. Mr. Diot. Mr. Diot. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Viersen. Mr. Viersen. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber. Mr. Motz. Mr. Motz. Mr. Benson. Mr. Benson. Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Glinsky. Mr. Glinsky. Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray on sound. Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray on sound. Mr. Trost. Mr. Trost. Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Boudria. Monsieur Boudria. Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Monsieur Thériault. Monsieur Thériault. Madame Posé. Madame Posé. Madame Gill. Madame Gill. Monsieur Barsalou-Duval. Monsieur Barsalou-Duval. Ms. May Sanders-Gulf-Islands. Ms. May Sanders-Gulf-Islands. Mr. Manley. Mr. Manley. Mrs. Philpott. Mrs. Philpott. Ms. Wilson-Raybould. Ms. Wilson-Raybould. Mrs. Caesar-Chavans. Mrs. Caesar-Chavans. Mr. Kong. Mr. Kong. Mr. Weir. Mr. Weir.
Ceux qui s'opposent à la motion pour bien.
All those opposed will please rise.
Singh. Mr. Singh. Mr. Massey Windsor West. Mr. Massey Windsor West. Mr. Julian. Mr. Julian. Mr. Bulleris. Mr. Bulleris. Ms. Benson. Ms. Benson. Mr. Angus. Mr. Angus. Ms. Ramsey. Ms. Ramsey. Ms. Ashton. Ms. Ashton. Mr. Caron. Mr. Caron. Mr. Garrison. Mr. Garrison. Madame Brosseau. Madame Brosseau. Madame Trudel. Madame Trudel. Madame Sans Souci. Madame Sans Souci. Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River. Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River. Ms. Jolibois. Ms. Jolibois. Monsieur Dussault. Monsieur Dussault. Monsieur Dubé. Monsieur Dubé. Monsieur Aubin. Monsieur Aubin. Monsieur Nantel. Monsieur Nantel. Monsieur Choquette. Monsieur Choquette. Mr. Blakey. Mr. Blakey. Mr. Cannings. Mr. Cannings. Mr. Johns. Mr. Johns. Ms. Hardcastle. Ms. Hardcastle. Mr. McGregor. Mr. McGregor. Mr. Cullen. Mr. Cullen. Mr. Rankin. Mr. Rankin. Mr. Stetsky. Mr. Stetsky. Madame Quash. Madame Quash. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Madame Laverdière. Madame Laverdière. Madame Moore. Madame Moore. Mr. Christopherson. Mr. Christopherson. Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona. Ms. Matheson. Ms. Matheson. Madame Hughes. Madame Hughes.
Yeas pour 256, 256. Nays contre 36, 36.
Declare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 28, 2019, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of second reading stage of Bill C-331 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Julian, seconded by Mr. McGregor, moved that Bill C-331, an act to amend the Federal Courts Act, International Promotion and Protection of Human Rights, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Julian.
Sixth row.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
At my left.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. May Sanders-Gulf-Islands.
Ms. May Sanders-Gulf-Islands.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Fourth row at my left.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Third row at my left.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
First row at my left.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Monsieur Bulleris.
Monsieur Bulleris.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
I didn't hear you say, sir.
Did we get, which one did we do?
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Fifth row at my right. Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mrs. Caesar-Chavans.
Mrs. Caesar-Chavans.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Fifth row at my left.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Fourth row at my left.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Generu.
Mr. Generu.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
First row at my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Podiev.
Mr. Podiev.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse Lévis.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse Lévis.
Mrs. McLeod Campbell Thompson Caribou.
McLeod Campbell.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. Peterson. Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedar Mission Mascot Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission Mascot Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Fifth row at my right.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mrs. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Jahari.
Mr. Jahari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Fourth row at my right.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossino.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Back to Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Khoury.
Monsieur Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Row at my right.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Nanda Sangri.
Mr. Nan Sangri.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. McKinnon-Getznau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Massé Avignon Métis Matan Metapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon, le Métis Matan Metapédia.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Second row at my right.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lausange, Anteuil de la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenté de la Petite Nation.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Serry.
Mr. Serry.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest-Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie de Sud-Est-Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Chiffquet.
Mr. Chiffquet.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
First row at my right.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Petitpot-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpot-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Yeas pour 49, 49. Nays contre 238, 238.
I declare the motion defeated. Premièrement, l'ordre adopté le mardi 28.
Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 28, 2019, the House shall now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion M173 under private member's business in the name of Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South. The question is as follows. Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South, seconded by Ms. Lapointe, moved that in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize that 1 in 4 Canadians is living with diabetes or pre-diabetes, and without treatment, diabetes can result in life-threatening complications, and that diabetes awareness and education can help identify early signs of diabetes and prevent onset for millions of Canadians, and that as the birthplace of insulin, Canada should be a leader. May I dispense? All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row at my right.
Monsieur Picard. Monsieur Rioux. Monsieur Robillard. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rusnak. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Saini. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Sangha. Mr. Sarai. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sidhu Mission Mascou Fraser Canyon. Mr. Seekand. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Spengeman. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tan. Ms. Vandenbeld. Mr. Whalen. Mrs. Zaid. Madame Fortier. Madame Lambropoulos. Mr. Hogue.
Cinquième rangée à ma droite.
Fifth row at my right.
Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragascatos. Mr. Fraser Westnova. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Graham. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings. Mr. Yakuno. Mr. Jahari. Ms. Khalid. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Nessif. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Willett.
Quatrième rang.
Fourth row at my right.
Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Pescasolido. Madame Mendez. Mr. Dubourg. Mr. Leslie. Mr. Aldaig. Mr. Arsenault. Mr. Aria. Mr. Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Bayliss. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bertina. Mr. Breton. Mr. Chen. Mr. Bruson. Ms. Dillon. Mr. Drouin. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Assassi. Mr. El Khoury. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Ailson.
Troisième.
Third row at my right.
Mr. McGinty. Mr. Scarpalegia. Mr. Sims. Mr. Tansey. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Nanda Sangri. Mr. Fillmore. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Moff. Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Mendicino. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Lamour. Mr. McKinnon-Getznell. Mr. Beach. Mr. Lightbound. Ms. O'Connell. Ms. Cara. Mr. Varani. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Ms. Young. Mrs. Schultz. Mr. Vandal. Mr. Poisson. Mr. De Courcy. Mrs. Rominato. Mr. Massé-Avignon-Métis, Matane Matapédia. Mr. Hébert. Mr. Jesnevsky.
Deuxième rang.
Second row at my right.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentin de la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentin de la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Duncan of Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan of Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie du Sud-Ouest des Essarts.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie du Sud-Est des Essarts.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
First row at my right.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. Wilson Rabel.
Mrs. Caesar Chavans.
Mrs. Caesar Chavans.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray on Sound.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray on Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Boudria.
Mr. Boudria.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Mr. Barsalou-Duval.
Mr. Barsalou.
Cinquième rangée à ma gauche.
Fifth row at my left.
Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. May Sanders-Gulf-Islands.
Miss May Sanders Gulf-Islands.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Moss.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Quatrième.
Fourth row at my left.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yodega.
Mr. Yodega.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Troisième.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr.
Deuxième.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthod.
Mr. Berthaud.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Premier.
First row at my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Podiev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Lévis.
Mr. McLeod, Campbell, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. McLeod, Campbell, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Carroll.
Monsieur Carroll.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. declare the motion carried.
Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade Diversification.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the pleasure to table in both official languages the annual report of the 2017-2018 Canada account as prepared by the Export Development Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Must work.
Et en vertu du règlement
Pursuant to Standing Order 32.2,
104 put forth by my colleague, the Honourable Member for Ottawa South, and adopted by this House on May 3rd, 2017, j'ai l'honneur de
I have the honor of tabling in both official languages
long-term sustainability and management of the Ottawa River watershed entitled Examen de la gouvernance.
Study of governance based on the existing data concerning potential indicators and values in the Ottawa watershed.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Standing Order 36(8). I have the honor to table in both official languages the government's responses to 10 petitions.
Well done. Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Pursuant to Standing Order 34(1), I have the honor to present to the House in both official languages a report of the Canadian section of Parlaméricas representing its participation at the bilateral visit to Brazil held in Brasilia and Sao Paulo, Brazil from April 23rd to 26th, 2019.
Député de Brome-Missisquoi.
Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Pursuant to Standing Order 34(1), I have the honor of tabling in both official languages the report of the Canadian Parliamentary Delegation respecting its participation in the 47th annual meeting in Gare and Alpes-Maritimes, France, from April 8th to 12th, 2019. Thank you.
Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor of tabling in both official languages the 17th report of the Standing Committee on Official Languages entitled Modernization of the Official Languages Act. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to the report. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Languages, the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs entitled Effects of Methaquin Use Among Canadian Veterans. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Brantford-Brant.
To this report, I'm standing to speak to the issue that it addresses, which is methloquine, and point out that as part of the report is a supplemental dissenting report requesting the government take immediate action so that the veterans who currently are suing the government over this toxic medication they were forced to take while in service will not go any further forward, and the government will not fight these veterans in court. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 26th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration entitled Improving Settlement Services Across Canada. I'd just like to take a moment to thank the clerk, Evelyn, Lucky Nuke, analysts Julie Bichard, Isabelle Lafontaine-Aymon, and Madeleine Chursoy for their excellent work at the end of the session to deliver our report on time. And I'd also like to thank retiring Member of Parliament from Dufferin, Caledon, who was the previous chair of this committee and provided excellent advice and support during this entire tenure on the committee this session. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh, sorry. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
We will be tabling a dissenting opinion. We don't feel that the report that was issued by the government members adequately addresses the strain on resettlement services that has been created by well over 40,000 people who have been allowed to illegally enter the country and claim asylum status in Canada. We know that many of these people don't have valid claims yet are able to access language training services. And we also don't feel that the report dealt with some of the recommendations coming out of the resettlement services communities to make these services more effective for people who need them to integrate into the Canadian economic and social fabric. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
The honour to present in both official languages the 17th report of the Standing Committee of National Defence entitled Improving Diversity and Inclusion in the Canadian Armed Forces. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests the government table a comprehensive report. And Mr. Speaker, it was a privilege and a pleasure to serve as the committee chair in the 42nd Parliament. I'd like to thank the members, the clerk, and the analysts for their great work. And this is another unanimous report. Well done.
The honourable member for Yukon.
This may be my last time up on these reports. Last time I mentioned the great work of the clerk and the researcher. This time I'd just like to congratulate all the committee members. I think we had a number of free spirits on our committee, but I congratulate them for always making their decisions based on what they believe was in integrity was the best thing to do. And as you can see, there's been a large volume of work. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the 99th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, entitled Advice for the Consideration of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee in the 43rd Parliament.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like other chairs, I would say that these will be the last reports that I ever get to table in Parliament, and so I want to thank the Public Accounts Committee for their good work in this Parliament as well. I would like to thank our clerk, Angela, and our analysts, Dylan and Sarah, for the work that they have done. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the following two reports of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. The 69th report entitled Processing of Asylum Claims, Report 2 of the 2019 Spring Report of the Auditor General of Canada, and the 70th report of the committee entitled Call Centres, Report 1 of the 2019 Spring Report of the Auditor General of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to these two reports.
I believe the honourable member for Yukon has a second report to table.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on November 10th, 1995 was the last time that any committee reported 100 reports, and that was Peter Milliken was the chair of CROC at the time. So, Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages on this historic moment the 100th report of the Standing Committee of Procedure and House Affairs, entitled Advice for Consideration of Committees of the House of Commons in the 43rd Parliament. This references procedures related to in-camera meetings and the Costa Bay Central Notre Dame procedure. And Mr. Speaker, the committee wanted to dedicate this report to a member of Parliament who we all had great affinity for. And I'll just read the dedication. The committee dedicates its 100th report to the memory of the late Arnold Chan, who was member for Scarborough Agincourt and deputy leader of the government of the House of Commons. As a colleague and friend, he was widely respected for his sharp legal mind, willingness to listen, and the pursuit of fairness. Mr. Chan was the driving force behind the motion to establish the rules on the use of in-camera meetings for the committee. The rules were established in close collaboration with his fellow committee members. To Arnold Chan.
The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the 29th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, entitled Raising Her Voice, Confronting the Unique Challenges Facing Women Human Rights Defenders. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. I would also like to thank the courage of the witnesses who came forward, many of them at great risk to themselves, in order to testify before the committee. And I also, as this is the last report that I'll be tabling, I want to say that it's been a tremendous honor to be chair of the Subcommittee on International Human Rights, and I want to thank all of the committee members for working together collaboratively on some of the most difficult issues of our day. And I'd also like to thank the support staff, our two clerks, the analysts, the interpreters, and the technical staff for the tremendous work that they've done for the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And now the honourable member who comes from the same place as the former Speaker, Edgar Nelson Rhodes, who served as Speaker between 1917 and 1921 from Amherst, Nova Scotia. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you were the second Speaker from Nova Scotia as well, so we're very pleased with that. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 29th report of the Standing Committee on Health, entitled Violence Facing Healthcare Workers in Canada. This was an amazing study we did on violence against people who are there to help people. Violence against healthcare workers. We made 9 important recommendations, ranging from investing in best practices to prevent violence faced by healthcare workers and working with the provinces and the territories to update the Pan-Canadian Health Human Resources Strategy. Over 5 meetings, we heard 21 witnesses who gave insightful and heartfelt testimonies about their experience in the healthcare field. So, pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report, and we wish healthcare workers all the best. And again, I want to thank our committee as well. All members from all parties have come to every committee for 3.5 years with their homework done, ready to do their job. And speak on behalf of Canadians, I want to thank our clerk and our analysts who've done a great job. I want to thank my vice chair and my vice chair, and all the members of the committee have done a great job on the Standing Committee on Health. Thanks very much.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Viersen, seconded by Ms. Gladue, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Orders of Prohibition and Orders Restricting Publication. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, it's my privilege to introduce the act called Putting Victims First. While the criminal code guides our justice system, sometimes it doesn't necessarily put victims at the heart of it. And so we'd like to, with this bill, change section 161 to extend to the ages, to protect children to the ages of 16 and 17. Currently, it only protects them up to the age of 15. We'd like to establish a method for which you can remove the publication ban on your own name if you are a victim. In particular, I think about the case of Rotea Parsons, a young girl from the East Coast who committed suicide and subsequently was part of an investigation. Later on, after that was all cleared up, her family was unable to speak about the case because there was a publication ban. This would allow her family to get the publication ban off without having to go to court. And finally, the last piece of this particular bill would put reverse onus bail on people who have trafficked other people. I think these are all three are common sense pieces of legislation, and would look forward to reintroducing this in the upcoming Parliament and see them passed forthwith. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Go back. Committee. Mr. Viersen, seconded by Ms. Gladue, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted. When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Madame Brosseau, appuyez.
Ms. Brosseau, seconded by Ms. Trinidad, asks that there be an act to amend the Income Tax Act, small brewery, winery, or distillery tax credit. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Jonquière. This bill is very important. It is a tax credit that would allow businesses to increase production, to hire more, and to generate more income. This would help these businesses and help to stimulate local economies. I hope that this bill will see the light of day soon. I know people love their micro distilleries, micro breweries. I can name a few in Berthier-Maskinongé. We have Au Pied des Nadiers, La Naudière, Avenir Bondor, Maskinongé, Vinerbe. We also have extraordinary microbreweries, Arsenal, and one in Louisville, the Louisiana Distillery, to name but a few. This would be a real encouragement for our businesses everywhere in Quebec. This bill, it is proposed that this bill be read a first time, and it is this. When will this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Monsieur Dussault, appuyé par Madame Trudel.
Mr. Dussault, seconded by the Honourable Member, moves that an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, automated external defibrillators. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the result of work I undertook with a fellow citizen, Mr. Leblanc, who unfortunately has died, but he was the one who thought about this, who first came up with this idea. He talked about having automated external defibrillators in all government buildings and all government-regulated businesses. And he wanted it to be in the Canada Labour Code so that government buildings and government-regulated buildings would have these defibrillators, and there would be employees who would be trained to use them. This could help to save hundreds of lives every year, and we would like to see this all over Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Mr. Claude Lebon. Mr. Dussault, seconded by Ms. Trudeau, moves that this bill be read and printed. When will this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Honourable Member for York Centre is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask for leave to please return to committee reports to present the reports of the Foreign Affairs Committee.
Is there agreement to return to committee reports? The member from present the report. Agreed. Agreed. The honourable member for York Centre.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, before I begin presenting these reports, I would just like to thank the committee assistants, translation staff, and of course our clerk Erica Pereira and our analyst Brian Herman and Scott McTaggart for all their hard work over the last 4 years. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 30th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development entitled Democratic Strain and Popular Discontent in Europe, Responding to the Challenges Facing Liberal Democracies. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 31st report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, entitled The Human Rights Situation in Russia. Following the testimony of Mr. Mustafa Jamiliev, the committee supports recognizing the Crimean Tatar deportation of 1994 as a genocide and designating May 18th as a day of remembrance for the Crimean Tatar deportation.
Bravo.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 32nd report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development entitled Situation in Sri Lanka. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 33rd report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development entitled The Human Rights Situation in Iran. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the members.
In the current spirit of harmony, I wonder if there's unanimous consent to return to the tabling introduction of private members' bill so we could allow the member from Milton, honorable member from Milton, pardon me, to introduce her bill. Agreed. But first I have to read this, you see, and then I'll call upon the member, yes. Of course, she's excited. Ms. Raitt, seconded by Mr. Carey, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, Disclosure of Information to Victims. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, this is the first time in 11 years that I have had the honour of being able to table a private member's bill in this place. So thank you very much for the opportunity to do so. Today, I'm introducing a private member's bill because very often victims of crime like Lisa Freeman and her family in Oshawa, Ontario, are caught off guard when they're notified that an offender is eligible for forms of parole before the 25 years indicated on the certificate of conviction. I believe that it is the responsibility of government to ensure that victims of crime are treated with the utmost respect and dignity, and this legislation will require that information regarding review and eligibility for all forms of parole be communicated in writing to the offender's victims, and the written documentation would also require an explanation of how those dates had been determined. Thank you very much.
Ms. Raitt, seconded by Mr. Carey, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture du projet de loi d'intérêt public.
First reading of Senate Public Bills. Motions.
House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or special order or usual practice of the House, on Thursday, June 20, 2019, after the taking of any recorded division deferred until the expiry of the time provided for oral questions, the House shall proceed to the consideration of private members' business for 2 hours to consider during the first hour the motion for second reading of Bill C-431, an act to amend the Canada Pension Investment Board Act, brackets investments, and during the second hour, the motion for second reading of Bill C-429, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, 1999, bracket packaging, and a bracket, after which the House shall return to consideration of government orders until the ordinary hour of daily adjournment.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, there have also been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion. That in relation to the broadcasting of committee proceedings after the opening of the 43rd Parliament and once the necessary infrastructure has been installed, the House authorizes A, televising or webcasting of up to 6 simultaneous meetings, provided that no more than 2 of the meetings are televised. B, that the electronic media be permitted to video record meetings that are not televised. in accordance with the existing guidelines, and C, that Standing Order 108 bracket 3 bracket A bracket B be amended to read, quote, the review of the report on the broadcasting of the proceedings of the House and its committees, end of quote.
Honorable Parliamentary Secretary, have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Carried. The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that there have been consultations, and that if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That, in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the sacrifices of our Canadian military families that they make on a daily basis, the contributions of these families to the fabric of our society, and show appreciation for their ongoing commitment to the safety and security of Canada by designating the third Friday in September of each year Military Family Appreciation Day.
Honourable member, have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Carried. Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. The Honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's always a pleasure for me to rise in this House on behalf of the good people of Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. I have two petitions to table. The first petition are from people from Hearst, Duberville, White River, Echo Bay, Wawa, Richards Landing, Hawk Junction, Elliott Lake, and Sault Ste. Marie. And it's in support of public, universal, and comprehensive pharmacare for all. The petitioners note, right now, 1 in 10 Canadians cannot afford their prescription medication under the current system that prioritizes drug companies' bottom line. If we replace our current system with single-payer pharmacare that benefits everyone, the country will save $4.2 billion each year. They add that Canada is behind the times, as we are the only OECD country with a universal health system that does not cover prescription drugs. Il indique que la mise en œuvre.
And it says that the implementation of universal drug plan will help to reduce the cost of drugs and health care, and people will feel more secure with respect to their health.
Of Canada to eliminate this oversight in the healthcare system and bring in a public, universal, and public comprehensive pharmacare plan. La deuxième pétition.
The second petition is for the establishment of a medal for people who served in the defense of our country during the Cold War. This would honor people who have defended Canada at the borders from 1946 to 1989.
Recognize the support of the many men and women who gave countless hours of service to their country as they trained and prepared in case of an attack on Canadian soil, which fortunately never happened. They are asking the government to support Bill 270, which would create a Defence of Canada medal. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting 3 petitions today from the constituents of Yorkton-Malville area, as today is the very last day I will be in the House to do so before the summer break and ensuing federal election. The first being 85 petitioners calling on the government to establish a national strategy on palliative care. The second holds 550 signatures of petitioners calling on the House of Commons to scrap Bill C-71, firearms legislation that does nothing to provide the resources to frontline police forces to tackle the true source of firearms violence, gangs, and organized criminal enterprises, and instead targets law-abiding gun owners. And the third contains 75 signatures of petitioners calling on the government to condemn discrimination against girls occurring through sex-selected pregnancy termination and the use of ultrasounds for this purpose. Thank you, Speaker.
Well, member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36, I have the pleasure of presenting the following petition. The petitioners call upon the House of Commons and the Government of Canada to amend the Cannabis Act to allow licensed and regulated pharmacies and pharmacists to sell and distribute cannabis for medical purposes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to stand here on behalf of the people of Nanaimo. Ladysmith, I have two petitions from my constituents. The first comes from people who go to the body shop at Woodgrove Mall, and it wants to bring attention to animal testing on cosmetic products and let us know that the European Union has banned cosmetic testing since 2013, along with a number of other countries, and their cosmetic industry continues to grow. Therefore, they're calling upon the House of Commons to support Bill S-214 and ban the sale and/or manufacture of animal-tested cosmetics and their ingredients in Canada moving forward. The second petition is regarding the DND rifle range in the Nanaimo area. This is a range that was established in the 1920s, and the city has grown substantially since then. This is an area that's surrounded on three sides by parks that has residential areas nearby, and I have petitions with thousands of signatures on it. The undersigned residents of British Columbia and Canada call upon the House of Commons to clarify the safe operation of the DND rifle range, which has recently been closed for recreational purposes. Establish a schedule for public access to the lands in the buffer zone of the range, and order a feasibility study to look at relocating the range to a more suitable, less populated area, and engage in a community consultation with recreational users, the Regional District of Nanaimo, the City of Nanaimo, and the Nanaimo First Nation about the future use of this land. Thank you.
Wow, we have many members who wish to present petitions today. I'd ask members, therefore, to try to be very brief in presenting their petitions, although at the end I will see if there is agreement to perhaps allow a little extra time, but it would be very helpful if members would be quick about this. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This will be the last time I ever present a petition in the House, and I want to thank you for your service as a chair. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present on behalf of my colleague and my seatmate and friend, the member from Langley Aldergrove, a number of petitions. In the first, the petitioner calls upon Parliament to enshrine in the Criminal Code the protection of conscience for physicians and healthcare institutions from coercion or intimidation to provide or refer for assisted suicide or euthanasia. Madam Speaker, the second petition is signed by over 1,000 or approximately 1,000 people who are asking the Government of Canada to make a number of changes to the current drinking and driving laws in Canada. The third petition is a group of petitioners who are calling on the House of Commons to specifically identify hospice palliative care as a defined medicinal service covered under the Canada Health. And when we heard our member from Langley give his speech, Madam Speaker, he spoke much about the palliative care. Lastly, I present a petition that's asking all members of Parliament to condemn discrimination against girls occurring through sex-selective pregnancy termination. Madam Speaker, if I may just take 1 minute to let our friend and colleague know that our thoughts and prayers are with him and his family. Good luck, Mark.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
I'm tabling a number of petitions from my riding of Courtenay Alberni. First is for a petition for pharmacare for all. The second is a petition to withdraw Bill C-27 to protect defined benefits plans. The third is an automatic guarantee income supplement petition to honor that program. The next one is a national cycling strategy, calling for a national cycling strategy. The other is support of M151, my motion to combat plastic pollution in aquatic environments. The next is to create a Zero Waste Canada, and another one to invest in girls and women in the world's poorest countries. And lastly, for a framework for action to promote eye and health and vision care across Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Présentation des pétitions, l'honorable.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have here a petition to establish a national strategy to fight plastic pollution in waterways. This is a very worrying kind of pollution, especially with respect to marine life. I feel that we have to be concerned that more and more fish are consuming plastic, and this is entering our food chain. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
I'd like to highlight the work of students at the Met School and other schools in Winnipeg who, as a school project, raised the issue of water for Indigenous peoples. Their fashion project, Strut for Soul, was a great success. The federal government has finally built Freedom Road with its grand opening last week, connecting the community with better access. The students also created a petition calling upon the federal government to ensure a water treatment plant is built and available in Shoal Lake 40. These are fine young Canadians who are doing fine work for all Indigenous peoples and all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Petitions, the honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to present a petition signed by hundreds of my constituents who are concerned about the deteriorating situation in Libya and call upon the Government of Canada to condemn the unjustifiable and continued offensive military operation by General Haftar on Tripoli and ask the Government of Canada to play an active role in condemning the well-documented war crimes and human rights violations committed by the General Haftar's Libyan National Army and to assume a needed effective leading position to assist in bringing the perpetrators to justice, also to assist the UN efforts by providing necessary humanitarian aid to the internationally recognized Government of National Accord, the Red Crescent, charities and the NGOs to help the war victims and the thousands of displaced people. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Petitions here on two subjects. Got 8 petitions, including an electronic petition with almost 4,000 signatures on it that call on the government to ensure that conscience rights of medical personnel are protected by passing Bill C-418. And the other petition references that on April 7th, 2017, the Ariana Goberdan and her unborn child Asara were murdered in a brutal act of domestic violence. At the time of the murder, she was 9 months pregnant with her soon-to-be-born daughter, and that Asara and other preborn children in similar circumstances deserve to be recognized as victims of a crime and should be entitled to justice and legal recourse. And so, therefore, they call upon the House of Commons to pass legislation that recognizes that when an assailant in a commission of a crime attacks a pregnant woman and injures or kills her preborn child, the assailant may be charged with an offense on behalf of that child.
The honourable member of Calgary Nose Hill.
Madam Speaker, especially in light of the announcement yesterday by the Prime Minister on the Trans Mountain Pipeline, which re-announced a project, had absolutely no start date or any sort of plans to actually build the thing. I'm presenting a petition on behalf of my constituents who would like to see Bill C-69, the No More Pipelines bill, repealed, as well as the government review the equalization formula, given the punitive policies that this government and positions that this government has taken against Canada's energy sector. I support this petition.
The honourable member knows that she's not to indicate whether or not she supports the petition. She's just to table the petition and talk about the petition itself as written. The honourable, not quite as written, but a summary of how it's written. The honourable member for North Island, Powder River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm here today to petition several petitions from my riding. The first one is around cellular phone service in my riding, where we have many areas that don't have access to cellular service. The people who have signed these 2 petitions with hundreds and hundreds of signatures are from Gold River, Alert Bay, Port McNeill, Port Alice, Courtenay, Hyde Creek, Quetzino, Victoria, Wasp, Port Hardy, and Sointula. And what they're asking for is for the Minister of Rural Economic Development to acknowledge that this is an important public safety concern, and it is very stressful for families and members who are driving to have to travel up to 30 minutes to reach cell phone service area or landline to contact 911, and so this is a major concern and a concern of public safety. The next one, I have another 2 on saving our seeds. The petitioners are from Powell River, Lund, Comox, Van Anda, Black Creek, Gillies Bay, Gibson, Royston, and Courtenay, and they're asking to have support in looking at the inherent rights of farmers to freely save, reuse, and select exchange, condition, store, and sell seeds. This is very important to those local farmers, and I think that's an important part that needs to be acknowledged. I have another 2 petitions that are asking for an increase to the old age security and guaranteed income supplement benefits for seniors. As we know, across this country, many seniors are struggling. We have signatures from Campbell River, Comox, Merville, Courtenay, Cumberland, Victoria, and Vancouver who are asking this government to intervene and fully commit to a mandate of improving the lives of seniors across this country by increasing the benefit amounts to address the increased cost of living for the senior citizens in Canada. And my last petition from Campbell River and Quadra Island is a national farmer care petition where they're asking the government to recognize that the cost of prescription medications and necessary medical supplies in Canada is excessive and varies greatly from province to territory. To each territory, we need to make sure that the costs are affordable, and these people are asking for a pan-Canadian single-payer and universal farmer care program that ensures that all Canadians can access medically prescribed and necessary medications regardless of their ability to pay. Thank you.
So I think the honourable member was going as reading my mind, but I'll allow her to do her point of order first. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you'll find, because there's many members who want to have brief comments on their petitions, that we could add up to 10 minutes to petitions today.
That's exactly, well, it was what I was going to ask, whether there was unanimous consent to extend the tabling of petitions by 10 minutes. Is there unanimous consent? Agreed? Okay. The presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions, the Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie.
Thank you. We have some 2,300 people who have signed this petition talking about putting an end to discrimination in the Indians Act, that people have whose rights are violated should be compensated according to the UN, and to take all steps to abolish the patriarchal and racist components of the Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to present a petition on behalf of the good people of Fundy Royal, as well as hundreds of other Atlantic Canadians. I should note a number of members of Parliament across party lines, as well as from all regions of the country, have been filing similar petitions with respect to the rights of farmers in the use, reuse, exchange, and selling of seeds. The petitioners call upon Parliament of Canada to enshrine in legislation the inalienable rights of farmers and other Canadians to save, reuse, select, and exchange and sell seeds. Thank you very much.
Member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the pleasure of presenting a petition from Canadians of Pakistani origin relating to those who are refugees, Pakistani nationals who are of the Christian faith who are refugees in Thailand. This is seeking Canada's intervention in assisting them to resettle in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm tabling a petition on behalf of a constituent who has collected over 800 signatures from Canadians in all provinces and territories. The petitioners are calling on the government to review the records under the control of the Privy Council Office and to transfer all historical records to the Library and Archives Canada. Researchers and historians rely on this information to write Canada's history, and indeed historical records that do not threaten national security should be open and accessible by default. Thank you.
Member for Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby present 103 petitions on 2 different subjects, and especially on behalf of the member from Langley Aldergrove, who is now needing a lot of care. And I take this opportunity to send our best wishes and prayers and thoughts. So the first petition is we, the undersigned, request the House of Commons in Parliament to specifically identify hospital palliative care as a defined medical service covered under Canada Health Act. And the second petition theme is to request that in the 41st Parliament, the House of Commons unanimously pass a motion calling on the government to create a national strategy on palliative care to ensure every Canadian has access to high-quality palliative care at the end of life. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a petition from several people from Sherbrooke who are putting forth this petition, saying that every minute 31 people are forced to flee their homes. They urge the House to do more to do with forced migration and to provide humanitarian assistance and to support groups promoting democracy and human rights, and to focus on diplomatic solutions and peaceful solutions to armed conflict. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Berthier Masquinongé.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquet-Angers. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We would like to draw the attention on the following points. Infrastructure is in a very poor condition because of recent flooding. Civil security has not even had an opportunity to travel there. Emergency preparedness to verify the situation. They urge the federal government to provide federal assistance, infrastructure assistance. I'd like to thank Marilyn Gervais, who is behind this petition. I'd like to thank her for her work and her involvement, and a thank to the services who were involved, including the firefighters who helped with the flooding. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher des Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am tabling a petition today for the protection of the banks of the St. Lawrence. It falls on the heels of a petition that was put forth electronically. 1,500 people have signed the petition. In the past, when citizens came to the Hill, the Minister of Transport had refused to meet with them, and we hope that if he doesn't meet them, they will respond favorably to this petition. It's a very important, this issue is an important one, and we need to see some humanity shown here.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise to table a petition signed by 502 citizens and residents of Canada calling upon the government to take further measures to deter fraud marriages. Some of the measures include stopping renewal of work and residency permits of the accused in fraud marriages until criminal cases are brought to justice in India. Others include speeding up action by CBSA in cases where accused are criminally charged in India for fraud marriages, amongst various others. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Guelph.
Speaker, I'm honored to rise today to table a motion or a petition that was signed at the Guelph Farmers Market. A lot of advocacy goes on every Saturday between 6 and noon at the Farmers Market. This petition, Madam Speaker, is delivering community power, the post office, and a path to post-carbon economy. Lots of ideas around greening the post office and providing more services for seniors. This is signed by 48 Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honored to rise to present a petition originated by a grade 6 student at Royal Oak Middle School, Matthias Spaldholz, who's thought a lot about what we need to do to fight the climate crisis and calls on the Government of Canada to put in an electric vehicle fast charging network on all major highways to support transition away from the internal combustion engine and fight climate change. The second petition, Madam Speaker, from residents throughout Saanich Gulf Islands calls on the government to take action required to avoid runaway global warming, to set ambitious targets to avoid going above 1.5 degrees global average temperature increase, and a number of other measures that will achieve climate stability, including through arresting growth in oil sands expansion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a petition signed by a number of residents from Cambridge, Ontario, pointing out the dangers of consumption and treatment service sites and safe injection sites. They point out that a notable escalation in overdose, drug trade, invisible prostitution, damage to property, and other activities. These sites are also in conflict with the Children's Charter of Rights, particularly Article 33, to protect children from the illicit use of narcotic drugs and so on. They also contribute to significant and dangerous conditions causing environmental contamination, increasing public health hazards. So the petitioners are calling the Government of Canada to decline any and all applications for exemptions to operate safe consumption sites or overdose prevention sites, permanent, temporary, or mobile, under the Section 56(1) of the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act within the City of Cambridge, Ontario. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Our member of Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to be tabling 7 petitions in the House today. The first petition is in support of Bill S-240, a bill currently before the Senate dealing with the heinous practice of organ harvesting and trafficking. It seeks to end Canadian complicity in that practice. The second petition particularly highlights the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in China and calls for the Canadian Parliament to actively be engaged in defending the rights of Falun Gong practitioners and other minorities in China. The third petition highlights the fact that our concept of healthcare should include disease prevention and health promotion, not merely the management of disease. It highlights the importance of self-care options as part of healthcare, and it calls on the Standing Committee on Health to undertake a comprehensive study of the impact of uninsured self-care products and wellness services and of the barriers which exist for those wishing to access them. The fourth petition highlights the persecution of and challenges faced by the Sikh and Hindu minority in Afghanistan. It calls on the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship to use the powers granted to him to create a special program to help persecuted minorities in Afghanistan, and calls on the Minister of Foreign Affairs to be actively engaged with her Afghan counterparts on this issue. The sixth petition highlights challenges and violence faced by the Coptic minority in Egypt, and calls on the Government of Canada to prioritize principles of universal human rights and religious freedom in their foreign policy, and particularly to act in support of Copts. And the final petition that I'm going to present in this Parliament highlights the persecution and challenges faced by Pakistani Christians, and in particular Pakistani Christian asylum seekers who find themselves in Thailand. It urges the Government of Canada to take up this matter urgently with the Government of Thailand and urge for the protection and humane treatment of Pakistani asylum seekers. And these asylum seekers must be provided the opportunity to apply for refugee status with the UNHCR and for resettlement without being arrested, detained, or deported. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to present an e-petition today on Cameroon, and the citizens that have signed this, over 500 signatures, they're talking about the fact that that there are increasing restrictions on human rights in Cameroon, the government's violent policy of having the army and police open fire on civilians, and several years of deadly repression of the English-speaking populations that are repeatedly condemned by organizations such as Amnesty. So this petition is calling on the Government of Canada to condemn all human rights violations against civilian populations in Cameroon and prevent any human catastrophe that may be perpetrated by the Cameroonian government. The second petition that I'm presenting today is about funding feminist women's organizations. Again, calling attention to the fact that women's organizations are the most underfunded in Canada's nonprofit sector, saying that, the funding is insecure, competitive, and is taking time away from women that are helping other women. So, Madam Speaker, they're calling on the Government of Canada to dedicate the political and financial support, resources, and funding to meet Canada's long-standing international and constitutional commitments on women's equality. Thank you.
I see there's one more member rising for a petition. Do I have unanimous consent of the House to listen to that petition, to table that petition? The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thanks to all members for their courtesy. It's been an interesting petition time today. I am tabling a petition signed by dozens of residents of the Lower Mainland of British Columbia who add their names to hundreds of others who have already tabled their names in the House of Commons. These petitioners are concerned about the mini budget that was presented by the Finance Minister last November, giving $14 billion in Christmas gifts to the corporate sector, and they're calling upon the Government of Canada to allocate money now for affordable housing to address the housing crisis aggravated by the current heat wave linked to climate change, instead of giving billions of dollars to the corporate sector through tax breaks, and immediately accelerate funding for affordable housing and announce an emergency housing plan right across the country to ensure that all Canadians have a safe and affordable place to call home. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does the honourable member also have, questions on the order paper? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Question 2478, 2479, 2481, 2482, and question 2484. And then furthermore, Madam Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 2477, 2480, and questions 2485 to 2504 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. So ordered. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, again, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed? And so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-100, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, the United States of America, and the United Mexican States, and the amendment standing in the name of Ms. Hardcastle.
The Honourable Member for Central debate. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me say, as I probably rise for the last time in this Parliament, how honored I am to represent the good people of Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, how much I've learned from my colleagues here, but also how invigorated I am by the greatness of this country and my commitment to work hard for those people that I represent. Now, as I join debate today, I feel compelled, Madam Speaker, to make a few observations. To be clear, Canada did not ask to be put in this position. However, as we know, the U.S. election resulted in a new administration and with a mandate, among other things, to renegotiate NAFTA. So that's where this all started. And I think we can all agree that this particular renegotiated agreement resulted in an outcome that is less than ideal. But of course, it always could have been much worse. Many concessions were made, and we still have unresolved issues, such as the lack of a deal for Canadian softwood lumber, something that is critically important to my riding. Ultimately, it's not a secret that the official opposition will be supporting this deal, but unlike the third party, we do believe it is better than no deal. However, that does not mean there are not some lessons to be learned here. Because what to me is deeply troubling is that this Prime Minister went into these negotiations with his usual theme, and that is to demand things that are all about building his brand and appealing to his base of supporters. In other words, this Prime Minister thought he saw an opportunity where he could score some political points and feed the brand. This is not unlike what he also tried to do when he approached China. In both cases, Madam Speaker, he failed miserably. And why would he not fail miserably? Would we as Canadians accept another leader trying to push their own values onto us? We simply wouldn't accept that. What nation would? And yet this is precisely what this Prime Minister attempted to do. Now, some may call this arrogance. Whatever you call it, it was easily foreseeable that it was a path to failure. But this Prime Minister did not care and went about his virtual signaling anyways. And so we ended up where? On the sidelines. Canada, a world leader, on the sidelines. And yet, there we were, on those sidelines, with our biggest trading partner, while Mexico was in the driver's seat, getting the deal done. And here's the thing, Madam Speaker. Mexico did get it done. And let's look at the approach. Mexico did not use trade negotiations as some sort of domestic political opportunity to score points. Mexico did not use this as an opportunity for virtue signaling. Mexico did not have a lead minister giving a speech within the United States of America that took veiled potshots at the U.S. administration. Mexico discussed issues related to trade, and they did so professionally. And it's easy to see why that approach works so well for them. And our approach, led by this Prime Minister, was a complete failure. It did not have to be that way, Madam Speaker. And I can tell you that on this side of the House, we would have taken a much different approach. Now, I'm actually quite confident that there are members on the government side of the House who I've worked with at various committees who I suspect would have also taken a much different approach. And I believe it's important to reflect on these things so that we can learn from them. Canada should never again be in a situation where we are sitting on the sidelines with our greatest trading partner while Mexico is driving the bus. And I hope that's one thing we can all agree on. Perhaps that's why we're now hearing the name of Mark Carney, because there are other Liberals who feel the same way. So now we have a new deal. Whether it's called the new NAFTA, NAFTA 0.5, USMCA, or CUSMA, whatever you like, Madam Speaker, there is something we should all think about. Recently, Jack Mintz wrote a very good piece on investment fleeing Canada. Now, if you read the article, you know it debunked some Liberal talking points that had been very carefully cherry-picked. As an example, yes, investment in Canada was up in 2018. However, that sounds good until you consider it was up that it was up over 2017, and 2017, Madam Speaker, was an absolute disaster of a year. And even 2018 is still below where things were at in 2015. Yes, Madam Speaker, that 2015. And yes, investment in the USA is down, but that is outside investment. There is a large increase of U.S. domestic capital now staying in the United States, and that means it's not coming to Canada. And why should we care about that? Well, let's look at our automotive sector. Yes, there still is some investment here in Canada, but there is considerably more occurring in the United States and in Mexico. Mexico in particular has been a hotspot for automotive investment. Let's think about that. Mexico has no carbon tax. They have no new and enhanced CPP where premiums are increased, payroll taxes are increased every month. Much of their industrial power is cheap, and I will say it's dirty. Now, the CUSMA deal does more to address some of those issues than the former NAFTA deal that it replaces. But we also have to recognize that foreign investment into Canada is not the rose garden the Liberals are trying to suggest that it is. This is a deal between three countries. If we become the most expensive, most regulated, and most inefficient country to do business in, well, we lose collectively as a country. The Prime Minister can continue to be virtuous. He can continue to ask people just to pay a little bit more. He can continue to lecture others for not sharing his values. But at the end of the day, none of those things are going to attract the investment we need to make the most of this deal. And here's the thing while we're on the subject of trade, Madam Speaker. Last week, there was a question period in this place where the Prime Minister vilified the former Prime Minister, Mr. Harper, close to a dozen times. As the Liberals' good friend Warren Kinsella recently pointed out, this Prime Minister is looking for an enemy to demonize. Now, I mention that because the former Conservative government of Mr. Harper concluded more free trade agreements than any Prime Minister in the modern era. And it is not as if the Liberals would be unaware of this, or this Prime Minister, because they sat in this place during the last Parliament and they voted in support of all those new trade agreements. And yet this Prime Minister turns around and vilifies the former Prime Minister, who has a demonstrably more successful record on trade agreements. But perhaps that is preferable than talking about the lack of progress on Canadian softwood. Now, I looked up how many times this Prime Minister has even mentioned the word softwood in open Parliament. Now, the answer is 18 times since 2016. And the vast majority of those times were only because he was answering questions on softwood lumber asked by the opposition. How many times has he referenced Stephen Harper? 190 times. Now, let me say that again, Madam Speaker. 190 times, and probably more than 200 after today's question period. With this Prime Minister's priorities so focused on vilifying Mr. Harper instead of focusing on softwood lumber, is it any wonder that he's made zero progress on this file? Why do I point this out, Madam Speaker? I point this out because lumber mills are closing all across British Columbia at an alarming rate. My riding has lost lumber mills, and I know firsthand what that does to a small rural community. It is devastating. and yet complete silence from this Prime Minister about softwood lumber unless he's asked for it by the opposition in this place. Why? Well, maybe it's because he's too busy vilifying Mr. Harper. And that, in my view, Madam Speaker, is not acceptable. And for BC forest workers, they deserve better. They deserve to know that they have a Prime Minister in Ottawa working to reach a softwood lumber deal. Now, I sometimes wonder if Mexico had a vibrant softwood lumber sector, if we would now have a deal done by extension as well. Because it's clear that Mexico has a more effective track record in these negotiations than the brand-first approach of this Prime Minister. So to summarize, we did not ask to be in this situation, clearly. However, I believe the approach taken by the Prime Minister to try and use this as a political opportunity was deeply flawed and made a bad situation worse. Again, I say look no further than the approach taken by Mexico and the success that they had while we sat on the sidelines as evidence of that. And again, Madam Speaker, and I've raised this to ministers of the Crown on this, they told us that the meetings between the United States and Mexico were simply bilateral issues that had nothing to do with Canada. Madam Speaker, they came out with a trilateral agreement that Canada had a take or leave it moment, Madam Speaker. And despite the many concessions that this Prime Minister has made on this file, we can still make the most of it. But only if we recognize that we need to be more competitive. We have a regulatory environment where things can get done in Canada. Many people have raised, particularly the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, alarm bells, not just about the lack of investment, but also the ability to get things done. The Leader of the Opposition today, Madam Speaker, clearly asked the Prime Minister several times, give us the date. You promised that the Trans Mountain Pipeline, one of the most important projects on the deck, one of the only ones I will also say on the deck, that will help build the national interest, Madam Speaker, and the Prime Minister can't give a date. Originally, they said it would be operating this calendar year. Now, again, I would submit one need to look no further than the Trans Mountain Pipeline as evidence as to where the challenges are. 4 years and still not a shovel in the ground. And the fact that this Liberal government had to buy the project to save the embarrassment of Kinder Morgan not being able to build it in a timely manner is all part of the problem. The fact that today that even Liberal government has serious challenges trying to navigate their own process to get it done is telling. Does anyone seriously believe that Bill C-69 and Bill C-48 will make it easier to invest in Canada? Anyone? The fact that this Prime Minister says that tankers can operate totally safe in one part of British Columbia and in other parts of Canada, but are so dangerous in another part of British Columbia that they must be banned. Now, does anyone seriously think that makes sense? And in fact, the senators in the other place, Madam Speaker, a number of them have commented on how the lack of scientific evidence on Bill C-48. In fact, the committee that studied it in depth recommended that the bill do not proceed. Now, Madam Speaker, the approach of this government does not reconcile. These are the type of mixed messages that are just not helpful. And so I remain hopeful that we can become more competitive, and as we move forward to ultimately try and fully capitalize on this agreement, despite the many concessions. Now, I'd like to close on a more positive note. And I will just add a few positive observations. As we have established many times and in many areas, Canada and Canadians can compete and succeed against the very best in the world. As legislators, it's our job to ensure that they have a level playing field and unrestricted market access to do so. I will vote in favor of this agreement as ultimately it will provide these opportunities. And Madam Speaker, I must say one more time, until we have full, unfettered, free trade within Canada's borders, we are, as a country, not owing up to the promise of confederation. And that falls on us, Madam Speaker. it falls upon the provinces that have not allowed Canada to become not just a political union, but an economic one. Now, this will be my last speech of the 42nd Parliament. I'd like to share a few words on a personal note, that we all share the collective honor of being an elected member of this place, and as our families all share the sacrifice for the many times that we can't be there for them. Now, it's my hope, Madam Speaker, that our families, particularly our young ones, will understand that our desire collectively in this place to build a better country starts and ends with them. And I would like to say to all families of parliamentarians, thank you for your understanding and for your support. I'd also like to share a word with other members of this place, and it's so unfortunate that much of the work that we do here is often summarized by many Canadians as what's summarized or transpires in question period. Now, much of the most important work that we do collectively together happens at committee. And on that note, I would like to sincerely thank the many members of this place who I've worked on various committees with. Everyone I've worked with shares the same commitment to help ensure that this federal government provides the best level of governance possible. Now, we may disagree on programs, projects, and approaches, but I've found that we share a commitment to ensure we try to make the best of those programs to work for Canadians. And a final point I'd like to make that I believe should not be lost on all of us. The former Conservative government introduced a program to provide direct-to-parent supports for their kids. And at the time, the Liberal opposition mocked it, ridiculed, said the program suggested that parents would simply blow the money that they received on that money on beer and popcorn. Now, when this Liberal government formed their majority in 2015, they didn't kill that program. They saw the merits of that program and what was working. Now, they turned around and made improvements to that program, so now it's even working more effectively, and I wish to commend them yet again for that. That is an example of two very different governments coming up with a program, finding ways to improve the program, and ensuring that it helps support Canadian families. And that, Madam Speaker, like trade, as after all, we are a nation of traders. For these things, Madam Speaker, that makes us collectively prosper, that allows us to build stronger ties and relationships, that makes our security and that sense of certainty that it takes for someone to start a business, for a country to get behind a new program, we need to have that. And I think these are great examples, Madam Speaker, of the work that we do when we're here on behalf of Canadians. So thank you, Madam Speaker, for the time you spend in the chair. I'm sure there are many different ways you personally would rather spend your time than listening to myself, but I do appreciate the work you do, and I'm sure my constituents do as well, and I do look forward to the challenges in the upcoming months, and in the questions and comments I'll hear from my fellow colleagues. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member across the way and a fellow member on the Indu Committee. We've had a lot of great discussions in Indu, and a lot of them came through our connections with the Chamber of Commerce, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. As you know, Madam Speaker, may know, I was the president of the Guelph Chamber of Commerce. I was on the board of the Ontario Chamber of Commerce and worked very closely with Perrin Beatty and his group at the Canadian Chamber, who were supportive all the way through our negotiations on the new NAFTA. In particular, saying we had to hold our ground when it came to the 232 provisions on steel and aluminum. And then when we were successful, the Canadian Chamber put out a press release saying that they supported the federal government's efforts to have the U.S. unjustified tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum products lifted. It took all of Canada to stand together, Madam Speaker. Now, it sounds like the member was suggesting that we should be more like Mexico, and is that reflective of the labor practices of Mexico, the safety practices, or how should we be more like Mexico, Madam Speaker?
Before I allow the member to answer, I do want to go to order for a second. It's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands, the environment, the Honourable Member for Kootenay Columbia Childcare, and the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni the Environment. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the question from the member from Guelph. First of all, in my speech, I pointed out that this is obviously a three-way agreement, and that trade is influenced by many different things. The ease of transport, the tax regime, and tariffs, obviously, because that's what a free trade deal is supposed to deal with. But as I mentioned in the speech, Madam Speaker, is that Mexico has seen a rise in development of its automotive sector because many of the costs that are associated with doing business in Canada, the enhanced CPP, which employers have to pay higher premiums, the fact that Canada has a carbon tax, which increases the price of everything, particularly on energy, uses that require a tremendous amount of energy, like the automotive sector. So, Madam Speaker, I would just say this. We must remain competitive if Canada, a nation of traders, is meant to compete. You cannot take your products and services to other countries, and if you're priced out of the market because of your input costs, that's just something we cannot allow us to fall back on, Madam Speaker. And I really do hope that the member will be someone to advocate for when the time comes where we have a new government that will deal with the red tape and the excessive taxation that this government has put on this country.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Member of Parliament for all his years of service. I'd like to, through you, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank him very much. I'd also like to reaffirm that I know, just as all my colleagues in the NDP, I understand the trade importance of this agreement. But is this the best agreement possible with the United States and Mexico? And it isn't the best agreement possible. We have to admit it. There are people in the United States who want to reopen the agreement, renegotiate a better agreement. So why should we push to voting straight away on this bill when we could very well improve it by waiting for a little while?
Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just want to reiterate my thanks to the member for her kind words and to say the same. We all should have the respect that we all work so very hard for our constituents, and thank her for her service. Madam Speaker, one thing I've learned as an elected official, both at the City Council level and now as a Member of Parliament, is that business asks for the one thing from government, and that's certainty. And while the negotiations kept going on and on, Madam Speaker, I heard right across the country when I would do business roundtables where people felt they could not make those once-in-a-lifetime or once-in-a-generation investments in their businesses on the north in the Canadian side, Madam Speaker. And the reason why they made those investment choices to go south often were because we didn't have that trade certainty. So, Madam Speaker, I'm fully cognizant that this deal is a subpar deal, and where the government's approach had led us to this position. I will support this only because I know businesses that I speak to and the people that they employ are asking for that basic certainty. But, Madam Speaker, we need to make sure that our entrepreneurs and our producers and ultimately our employees have a level playing field. And right now, I'm very concerned about the competitiveness aspects of our country while we maintain trade ties with Mexico and the United States. Competitiveness is going to become more and more important and something that we should never take our eyes off of.
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech and his gracious final remarks. I have a question for him because, Madam Speaker, we believe that in order for trade deals to be successful, it needs to be inclusive. It needs to bring on side the majority of the population so they benefit from it, not just the large multinational corporation. So my question to him is, which of these provisions does he find virtue signaling? Is the labor chapter in the NAFTA deal virtue signaling, is the chapter that promotes gender equality. Is that a virtue signaling? Is the chapter that enforces environmental standards, is that virtue signaling? Or how about the committee that includes SMEs in these trade implementation? Is that virtue signaling?
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, I would just go back to my speech. Again, by putting forward values that may be important to the Prime Minister, that may be important to Canadians. He tried the same approach, Madam Speaker, with China. China rejected that. And I would just ask the other way around. If the leader of China came to Canada and said, we want a free trade deal, but here's what we want to see, and put values in it that are contrary to Canadian values, I think Canadians would rightly say that we are not in support. And so, Madam Speaker, if you look at Mexico, they were laser focused on where they could win. And Madam Speaker, when we ask the government where they got any wins, they say we kept Chapter 19. Madam Speaker, any deal that you can't say where your wins are, but you could say, look, we kept one component, that's not much of a win. And again, concessions after concessions after concessions, not to mention the steel and aluminum tariffs that handicapped or kneecapped, I should say, many of our industry. Madam Speaker, that was the wrong approach. And again, in my speech, I gave an alternative view. We should not have allowed Mexico to isolate Canada in those bilateral talks that ended up being trilateral ones. That was a key error, regardless of what this government says. I would, and I know that there are Liberals on that side that would agree with that assessment.
It's the honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the members' comments on this bill. I have a question just about how he feels about investor-state dispute settlements being removed from the agreement, and also about Article 22, which limits state-owned corporations. And in light of that, how he feels about the Canada-China FIPA, which was an investment treaty, not a trade agreement, but that was pushed through by the Harper government without any debate in this House, where Chinese state-owned corporations can use investor-state to seek compensation for the loss of potential profit when our laws and policies get in the way of their profitability. And so I'm just curious about how he feels about investor-state agreements in trade agreements, about state-owned corporations, and how he feels about the Canada-China FIPA in light of those things.
Honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola has just a little over 1 minute to respond.
Oh, okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll focus because the members seem to really show the most offense to the Canada-China FIPA, so I'm going to address that straight away. First of all, the members should review the Constitution. It's the executive, in this case, the Prime Minister and Cabinet, that actually have the authority to enter into agreements with other countries. But it was actually the Harper government that made changes that allowed for those agreements to be tabled for 21 days here so that parliamentarians can review them. Now, if he and his leader want to win, enough seats that they can form an official party, they can make that the question of their opposition day. But I will say this, Madam Speaker, when we push Canadian companies to go out and sell their products and services abroad, and they choose to enter a place like China, or maybe they do not feel that they are going to get treated the same way in a rule of law country like Canada, like the United States, like many in the European Union, Madam Speaker, where they know that there's due process, there's similar values in that due process, they would then say, how am I to protect myself in case I have a confiscation without being compensated for it, Madam Speaker? And so having that process in place in places like China allows some protections, and I'd be happy to speak with the member further about his views.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I am pleased to rise to speak on the new NAFTA. But before I start, I'd like to point out that I'll be splitting my time with my colleague from Nanaimo, Ladysmith. Now, Madam Speaker, let me take this time to highlight, first and foremost, our government's record on trade, on international trade. Madam Speaker, consecutive governments have talked about trade diversification and trade expansion, but most governments have failed. And I will acknowledge that the previous government under Mr. Harper had started some negotiations, But unfortunately, they were not able to close the deals, Madam Speaker. So when it came to the free trade agreement with CETA, while they did start the negotiation, but they couldn't close the deal. And when it came to CPTPP, they negotiated the previously agreement known as TPP, but it failed. It failed, and it took our government's leadership and our Prime Minister's leadership to renegotiate it, to include progressive elements, inclusive elements in the free trade agreement, to revive it and improve it and ratify it. So, Madam Speaker, Canada is a trading nation. 1 out of 6 Canadian jobs are related to trade. And our government have recognized the value of trade. But we also know that it's really important to make sure that when we sign trade agreements, that they are inclusive, that they keep in mind our middle class, that they keep in mind SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, that we keep in mind gender equality, because those issues are not virtue signaling, Madam Speaker. Those issues are economic issues. Those issues benefit all of Canadians, and it lifts many people out of poverty, Madam Speaker, and invites them into our labor and our working force to ensure that everybody's benefiting from those free trade agreements. And Madam Speaker, so I want to talk about how we were able to close the deal on CETA and sign it and ratify it here in the House of Commons. We were able to renegotiate and improve the previously agreement known as TPP, CPTPP, sign it and ratify it here in the House of Commons, Madam Speaker. We were, in fact, one of the first countries to ratify CPTPP, and we also were able to renegotiate NAFTA, Madam Speaker, and now we're in the midst of the ratification process. So that, if you add all that up, Madam Speaker, that's 1.5 billion new customers to Canadian businesses and Canadian workers. Canada today is the only member of the G7 nations that has a free trade agreement with all other G7 nations. And those is not just any free trade agreements, Madam Speaker. Those are fair, inclusive trade agreements that keeps in mind the interests and benefits of all Canadians, particularly our middle class, Madam Speaker. So I also want to highlight our investment in expanding trade, Madam Speaker. Our government has put the largest investment in trade infrastructure and trade support system in Canada's history. We have invested over $1.2 billion in expanding our trade corridors, Madam Speaker, including ports and roads and rail. We've invested in our trade commissioner services, Madam Speaker, which is our best asset. It is our Canadian businesses and Canadians workers' best asset. Those are Canada's global sales force. They're present in 160 countries around the world, promoting Canadian businesses, promoting Canadian interests, and we're proud to invest in them to expand their presence around the world, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, we are creating programs that support small and medium-sized businesses who are looking to expand, who are looking to trade, because we know small and medium-sized enterprises that trade pay better, and they are more resilient, and they're more profitable. And it's in our best interest, if we want to continue to create more jobs, Madam Speaker, that we support small and medium-sized enterprises who export. Today, it's only 14% of our SMEs trade. We want to increase that. So, Madam Speaker, we created programs like CanExport that helps small and medium-sized enterprises who are thinking about trade but worried about the upfront cost that it may include. So we're providing support to those SMEs all across our great country to take advantage of those new markets that are available to them. And Madam Speaker, it doesn't end here. Did you know that in 2018, foreign direct investment into Canada grew by 60%? Do you know why, Madam Speaker, Canada is receiving an unprecedented level of foreign investment? Is because the rest of the world is noticing. The rest of the world is noticing that Canada has access to an incredible array of markets. The U.S. market does not have the same access to foreign markets as we do. So International businesses are noticing. International investors are noticing. And that is why 60%, we've seen a 60% increase in foreign trade investment. Oh, in fact, if you exclude U.S. foreign trade direct investment from countries other than the U.S. have increased by 300%, Madam Speaker. Those investments bring job to our middle class. Those investments bring wealth to our businesses. This is good news for our country, good news for Canadians, Madam Speaker. And let me take a moment to talk about NAFTA. We had to renegotiate NAFTA when the current President of the United States had campaigned on tearing up NAFTA. He campaigned on tearing up NAFTA, and he had said to his citizens that NAFTA needs to be torn up. So we started a negotiation in good faith with the new administration at the time, and we wanted to keep an open mind because, frankly, Madam Speaker, NAFTA needed an overhaul. It's been over 20 years old, and it needed overhaul. So it was a tough negotiation process, Madam Speaker, and I want to take a moment to acknowledge how Canadians and Canadian businesses of all stripes, of all political stripes, have rallied around our government as we are in the midst of a tough negotiation with our partners, Madam Speaker. However, while many in the Conservative benches and other Conservative voices were asking us to capitulate, and I have a quote, Madam Speaker, here. I know the Conservative Party loves to brag about Stephen Harper's record. Here's the direct quote from Mr. Harper in a memo that he wrote in 2017. The quote says, Mr. Harper says, "It does not matter whether current American proposals are worse than what we have now." He wanted us to capitulate, Madam Speaker, and he was actually encouraging people to put pressure on the Canadian government to capitulate. And my colleagues in the Conservative benches were asking questions in question periods. It's clear on record where they were demanding of our government to capitulate to U.S. demands. But I'm glad and I'm proud that our Prime Minister, that our Minister of Foreign Affairs, that our team did not capitulate and that we stuck in there. We stood firm for Canadian values. We stood firm for what made sense for Canadian businesses. And Madam Speaker, we ended up with a good deal. We ended up with a great deal. And yes, we had a challenge as well with steel and aluminum tariffs, those unjust and illegal steel and aluminum tariffs. But Madam Speaker, we hung in there. We pushed and we advocated. And at the time, my colleagues in the Conservative benches again asked us to drop those tariffs. They called them dumb, Madam Speaker. But our retaliatory tariffs worked, and we were able to negotiate with our partners in the United States an elimination of those tariffs. So, Madam Speaker, let me close. I only have 1 minute left, and I know I still have a lot more to say. But, you know, my friends say we were virtue signaling. I would like to know from them, what part of this new NAFTA is virtue signaling? Is the new labor chapter virtue signaling? Is the new chapter on environment virtue signaling? Is the new chapter on gender equity, Madam Speaker, virtue signaling? We know that those inclusive chapters will benefit all of Canadians and will raise their wages and make sure we have more productive jobs for the middle class. So I am disappointed, Madam Speaker, in the Conservatives. I'm still relieved that they're voting for it, which frankly doesn't make sense to me, but still, I'm relieved they're voting for it, and I ask them to join us in agreeing with us that those provisions and this deal is good for Canadian and good for Canadian middle class, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's comments, but I need to straighten the record out here. He talks about TPP, for example. He says if they came in and stayed TPP. Reality is it was signed, and if we would have passed TPP, we wouldn't have had to renegotiate NAFTA. Right. But what happened in this government? They stalled, they dragged their feet, they kept hesitating, kept making it impossible for the U.S. to move forward. If they would have actually embraced it, signed it, or it was signed and embraced it and ratified it, the U.S. would have ratified it, we would not be talking about NAFTA today. That's reality. Reality with this government is they've upset so many of our trading partners around the world. China, Saudi Arabia, Philippines. Tell me which country this Prime Minister hasn't traveled to where he hasn't upset them. So the reality is, Madam Speaker, as we look at this agreement, it's not perfect, but it does provide stability, and business communities want stability. But I ask this member, we have structural steel that are going to face tariffs here in August. We have softwood lumber that has tariffs right now. What are they going to do to solve those problems once they ratify this deal?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his question, and I have a lot of respect for him. But I find it interesting that he's doubling down on the old TPP. I find it interesting that he's taken the side of the Saudi Arabian government or the Chinese government. I find it interesting that he's saying that we shouldn't be upholding our own laws, that we should not be upholding our own values. I'm really.
The honourable member for Prince Albert had an opportunity to ask the question. If he has other questions or comments, then he should wait for the opportunity to be recognized again. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So I hope my honourable colleague supports us, especially when we're around the world defending Canadian interests, Canadian values. He should support us in that effort. And yes, we have disagreements here domestically, but I wish he didn't take the Saudi side. I wish he didn't take the Chinese government side. But Madam Speaker, I want to tell you, our government has proven that we will continue to defend Canadians' interests. We will continue to defend the interests of middle class. All of our trade negotiations results proven that, and we have 1 million jobs to speak of that. We have the lowest poverty rate in Canada's history to speak of those results. So I'm very proud of our government's record, Madam Speaker.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The NDP has been calling on the government for some time now to bring forth a Pharma Care plan, Canada-wide plan, to cover all care. What the government wants to have us sign quickly here includes patents that will make it more difficult and more costly to create a Pharma Care plan. Does the member opposite not think that an agreement with Canada and Mexico will, in fact, prevent us from implementing a medical insurance plan?
No, Madam Speaker. I disagree with my honourable colleague, and I don't agree with her. In fact, you know, we've seen this before. 30 years ago, 25 years ago, the NDP was dead set against the original NAFTA. And they said the sky's going to fall and that we're going to lose so many jobs. It's been proven that free trade is good for Canadians. So today, once again, they're trying to scare Canadians and claim again the sky is going to fall and that drugs are going to be so expensive. It's not true, Madam Speaker. So the short answer to her question, no.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to ask the same question my colleague asked. He was quite right. I'm going to read from an article, Bill Curry, from November 19th, 2015. Madam Speaker, this was like 13, 14 months before Mr. Trump was even sworn in. They were in Manila. Mr. Obama was saying, and I'm quoting, "We are both soon to be signatories of the TPP agreement." In other words, as my colleague said, we wouldn't have had these problems if the Liberals actually moved ahead on it. Mr. Obama was the most progressive president around. And now, by doing this, there seems to be no leverage for the outstanding issues, like my colleague said, on steel, softwood lumber, and the Buy American clause. Could he please let us know how he's going to resolve those issues now that he's given away this leverage?
Our Parliamentary Secretary, brief answer, please.
Once again, Madam Speaker, I find it strange. I mean, regardless of what they think of TPP, and I disagree with him, but the U.S. pulled out of TPP. So all that claim that if we had ratified TPP, it would have solved so many problems, the U.S. has pulled out of TPP. So, Madam Speaker, I can point to our record. To answer his question, I can point to our record. Our Prime Minister, our Ministers of Trade, our Minister of Foreign Affairs has proven we will stand firm to defend Canadian interests and Canadian jobs.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for the Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to stand here today and engage in the debate on NAFTA. Many of my constituents in Nanaimo, Ladysmith will know that I'm very passionate about trade issues and concerned about international trade and investment agreements. I was really interested, well, actually, first of all, I want to say that the Green Party of Canada supports trade. We think it's a vital part of our economy. But what we want to see in trade agreements is respect for the environmental regulations, labor standards, health and safety standards, and consumer protections, and that these things should be increased in trade agreements, the way that the European Union does with countries that enter the European Union must increase their standards and regulations to meet the highest standards in the Union. And we think that those kind of approaches to international trade are important. About 15 years ago, I was really focused on a lot of local issues and working on films about local water. And somebody asked me if I knew anything about the Security and Prosperity Partnership, the SPP. And I didn't. And so I went off to Ottawa here to go to the People's Summit and learn about the SPP. And I went down to Montebello to document the protests that were happening there. And I happened to videotape 3 police officers who were dressed as radicals with masks on and looking like radical protesters who were attacking their own riot squad. And they were unmasked in the process, and all of their boots matched with the riot squad. And it raised questions for me about why the police would be involved in this kind of incitement, like I have footage of them banging rocks into shields, etc., why they would be involved in this kind of incitement at a peaceful protest, and they were later proven to be police officers. So I got interested in the Security and Prosperity Partnership, and I started to dig in. And what I found was that in this process, it was a deep integration of Canada, the United States, and Mexico as part of Fortress North America after 9/11. But it also included integration of our regulatory standards. And when I looked at who was negotiating on behalf of Canada for these regulatory standards, there was 20 corporations for each of the 3 countries, Mexico, the United States, and Canada. And there were some great Canadian corporations who were representing Canada in this negotiation process. Companies like Home Depot Canada, Walmart Canada, Chevron Canada, Ford Canada, some great Canadian names. And I started to study trade agreements a little bit more and found that really there was no involvement in civil society in these agreements. These were corporate agreements. And so I really appreciate in this new version of NAFTA that the government has involved labor organizations and environmental organizations as part of the negotiating process. And I see that as progress. This is what we need to be doing in our negotiations on international trade and investment, that they can't just be secretive processes where the corporations and the bureaucrats are involved only. We need people who represent consumers, workers, environmentalists, and so that we have a fair process, that we can look at all aspects of trade and make sure that our regulations and standards are protected. So one of the other things that I learned working on this film was about investor-state dispute settlements. And this is a process. Chapter 11 in NAFTA was the first time that a developed country had signed on to this. This was something that the Europeans had used with their former colonial states to kind of keep corporate control over mineral extraction, etc. But this was the first time it was used in a developing, with a developed country. And Chapter 11, when I was looking at it, there was cases like Ethel Corporation, who got $5 million for when Canada blocked the use of MMT, an additive that it was a neurotoxin in gasoline. And they said it was an unfair trade practice to ban that. There's things in these investment chapters like indirect expropriation. We all know what expropriation is, but indirect expropriation. I just have 2 minutes left? Okay. So national treatment, most favored nation status. These are all things that are used by corporations to challenge our laws and policies. And so I was really happy to see that investor state was taken out of the new NAFTA. If you look at cases like Bilcon, where a foreign corporation is challenging our environmental assessment process and getting $7 million for doing nothing, it's not a process that makes sense. And we see this used as a big stick by mining companies to get developed countries to accept mining and extraction projects. We do need to do something about softwood lumber. That's a really important issue in my community. I'm also concerned about the extension of patents for pharmaceuticals from 8 years to 10 years and how, for biologics, and how that will affect the cost of drugs. And we see many people, seniors in particular, who are having to make decisions about what they spend their money on, rent, food, or pharmaceuticals. Article 22, the state-owned chapter, has a carve-out for the Trans Mountain expansion project. So that's a concern for me as well. And I see my time is up, so thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Lady Smith will have 4 minutes coming to him when we come back to the debate later on this evening. So, and he'll have, of course, 5 minutes for questions as well, questions and comments. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, consideration of motion M229 regarding the parole system, standing in the name of Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt, seconded by Mr. Carey, moves that in the opinion of the House, A, rights of victims deserve proper consideration in the criminal justice system. B, the parole system must avoid unnecessary re-victimization. And C, the government should amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act prior to the next election so as to provide victims with an explanation of how dates are determined for offenders' eligibility for temporary absences, releases, and parole. Debate. The honourable member for Milton.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of how important it is to advance the rights of victims in a timely manner, I will be very brief in my intervention today, given the fact that we are, of course, in the last hours of this House sitting in this session. Earlier today, I introduced a bill that would make it a requirement that victims be provided with an explanation of how dates are determined for their offenders' eligibility for temporary absences, for release, or for parole. This is a simple change that would ensure victims are given information up front rather than finding out through some other channel that their offender was returned to society. And I should be clear, sorry, Mr. Speaker, I said I introduced a bill. I introduced a bill, and today we're debating a motion. This simple change could save a lot of heartache and unnecessary re-victimization for the victims of crime. And as such, I would suggest that if the government wants to demonstrate that they care about victims, they can adopt this bill as their own, and the official opposition is prepared to support it at all stages before this House rises to ensure that victims are provided with the information that they need. I've waited 11 years to be able to stand here and introduce my very first private member's bill and my first motion on the floor of the House of Commons. This is an issue of victims' rights which is very near and dear to my heart, and I'm grateful for the opportunity and for the support of my colleague, the Member of Parliament from Oshawa, in bringing this moment to today's floor. So thank you very much.
Yeah. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Speaker, excuse me. Is the mic on?
There's no light
on. Right? 2, 3, 4? Okay, thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, but I want to take this opportunity to thank my colleague from Milton. Lisa Freeman is a constituent of mine who has worked years in advancing this motion about the parole system. To give it a little bit of background, Lisa's father was brutally murdered. At the age of 21, she had to go identify her father. This murderer was actually sentenced to 25 years without parole. And Lisa, like many victims, she found out that he was going to be let go early, out of the blue. There was no transparency. And this motion, this bill, is actually a very simple thing that the government could do that would give more transparency to the system. It would treat victims with dignity and give them timely and accurate information. Mr. Speaker, I can't overemphasize how the system is really rigged for the rights of the criminals versus the rights of the victims. And to give an example of how bad this was, this murderer was actually transferred to a correctional facility within 10 miles of where Lisa's sister lived, and she only found out about it 24 hours after the fact when this guy was transferred. So, Mr. Speaker, my question for my colleague is quite simple. This is a very simple change, and it really would give more transparency. This government is run on transparency. Is there any reason she could see that a motion like this, an initiative like this, couldn't get unanimous consent in this House? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, I really do appreciate all the work that the honourable member from Oshawa has done on this file and for bringing Lisa Freeman's story to our attention and to my attention here in the House. I do believe fundamentally that this is something that the government and the rest of the House can pass very quickly as we are standing here today. And the reason being, it's very, very simple amendment to be made, adding one single line, asking for an explanation as to why there was going to be a parole given in the way it was given. I believe that transparency in these matters for victims is incredibly important for them to understand how the system works. In this case, they were part of the system for at least 20 years. And for having the ability to understand exactly at the very end of their journey through the system what happened, I think it's a question and I think it's an ask for the government and an ask from this particular family and many other families around Canada. That makes sense, that can easily be done, and I would ask that the government consider it so that we may be able to give some comfort to families like Lisa Freeman's and other families that are experiencing the same confusion and lack of transparency with respect to dealing with the correction system as it currently does.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North, maybe a 45-second question, and we'll have a 45-second
Yes,
answer.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I really appreciate the issue of victims and trying to, over the last number of years, come up with thoughts and ideas in terms of how it is that we can prevent victims into the future. And I realize it might not necessarily be right on topic, but if my friend could just provide some thoughts in terms of how it is that she would see that we could actually take some actions that would, some tangible actions that she thinks individuals could really relate to prevent some of these victims from taking place in the first place.
Honourable member for Milton, 45 seconds or less, please.
Thank you. And I do think the question from the honourable member, and I do think it's a broader and a larger discussion that we'll probably have in the next Parliament, should we be so lucky to be returned to this place by our constituents. But that being said, one concrete thing we can do to prevent re-victimization is by having the government adopt this bill and making sure that it passes into law and makes it to the other place. And the reason being is that you're a victim in the moment, in the instant of the horrendous crime that happens. But you're re-victimized and you continue to be a victim for the rest of your life as the process unfolds through incarceration, corrections, and then further into parole. This one tiny little aspect of at least understanding the reasons why parole is being granted at this early stage would be extremely helpful for this family in particular, and I'm convinced for the rest of Canadians as well. So I hope that the government continues to consider it. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to take part in this debate, and I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Milton for tabling this motion.
Given it comes just short weeks after Victims and Survivors of Crime Week. Mr. Speaker, members may know the objectives of that week. The first is to raise awareness across Canada about the issues facing victims and survivors. They and their families must be treated with courtesy, compassion, and respect at all stages of the criminal justice process. Victims, survivors, and their families also have an important role in helping to ensure that justice is done. That during the parole process, for example, reliable and relevant facts about the offender's conduct and the impacts of the offense are provided so that the appropriate decision about parole can be made. The second goal of this special week is to let victims and their families know about the services, programs, and laws in place to help and support them. The motion before us states, and I quote, "The government should amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act prior to the next election so as to provide victims with an explanation of how dates are determined for offenders' eligibility for temporary absences, releases, and parole." Mr. Speaker, I will point out that information about offender eligibility dates is provided to victims already, but I will say that it's always worth examining whether there's room for improvement. Cela dit.
That said, the government already provides timely and helpful information to victims in many ways.
In fact, last week the government announced an important new step, a new victim outreach strategy to ensure that more victims are aware of the information available to them and the role they can play in the corrections and conditional release process. There was a great deal of collaboration in creating this strategy. Correctional Services of Canada worked with federal partners, including the Parole Board of Canada, Public Safety Canada's National Office for Victims, and Justice Canada in consultation with victims and survivors. The result is a suite of communication tools to inform the public and victims of the resources and services available to them. The tools include infographics, videos, and a social media campaign. Mr. Speaker, another way that victims can receive information is through the Victims Portal. The portal is a secure online service available to registered victims to receive information about the offender who harmed them. They can submit information electronically, including their victim statements. These communication tools help victims stay informed, engaged, and empowered to make informed decisions. Le portefeuille de sécurité.
The public safety portfolio also continues to work to ensure that victims of federal offenders have an effective voice in the federal criminal justice system.
For example, there are now 8,000 victims registered with Correctional Services Canada and the Parole Board of Canada. They are entitled to receive over 50 types of notifications, and last year they received 160,000 pieces of information. Along with more avenues to obtain information and give their input, victims have access to resources such as dedicated victim service officers who provide victims with information about correctional services and the offender who harmed them. Victim service officers explain to victims how correctional planning works and how decisions are made. They provide victims with information on the offender's progress towards meeting their correctional plan. They advise when parole hearings are scheduled. Mr. Speaker, it's fair to say the rest of the motion aims to ensure that victims are treated even more fairly and respectfully by our criminal justice system. For decades, Canada's criminal justice system has been getting better at attending to the needs of victims and survivors. Whether it's a matter of providing information, delivering support, or simply showing empathy and respect. When Correctional Services of Canada prepares an offender's case for a parole hearing, for example, it takes into account the concerns that victims have raised in their victim statements. Last year, victims presented over 300 statements at parole hearings. We're also taking steps to make the parole hearing process less traumatic for victims and survivors. You may recall that as part of the implementation plan for the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights, the National Office for Victims hosted consultations on the victim's right to information, participation, and protection in the corrections and conditional release system. One of the early issues discussed at these roundtables was the parole hearing process as legislated in the Corrections and Criminal Release Act. Under its terms, victims unable to attend a parole hearing can have access to an audio recording of the hearing. At roundtables held by the National Office for Victims, we heard that attending a parole hearing can be traumatic, such that afterwards many victims do not have a clear sense of what exactly was discussed. So why not make the audio recordings available to those who have attended the parole hearings as well as those who could not attend? Why not enable them to listen again at a time and a place of their choosing? That's one of the proposed amendments we have included in Bill C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act to strengthen victims' roles in the criminal justice system. This is just one way we can increase the number of avenues through which victims can obtain information and participate in the processes of the criminal justice system. There is always more that can be done, but we continue to take steps in the right direction.
One of the most important things we can do is to prevent people from becoming victims in the first place.
The National Crime Prevention Strategy provides leadership on ways to prevent and reduce crime among at-risk populations and vulnerable communities. The strategy's goal is to intervene to mitigate the underlying factors that might put individuals at risk of offending in the first place. The Government of Canada is making up to $94 million available over 5 years to develop inclusive, diverse, and culturally adapted crime prevention projects right across Canada. The National Crime Prevention Strategy is another example of this government's efforts to reduce crime and, by the same token, reduce the number of victims. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, the government resolves to continue working together with all partners to support victims in any and every way it can.
Once again, I'd like to thank the honourable member for introducing this motion, and I look forward to continued debate on this very important topic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You'll just have to let me catch my breath because I just ran in from another meeting. But, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to thank the sponsor of this motion, the member for Milton. Something that I've noticed since I've been working on public safety is how much of an impact these issues can have on people's lives. I'll talk a bit more about that later, but first of all, I just want to say that I do support the member's motion. In the previous Parliament, we supported a bill that had been tabled at the time. There was we had a lot of issues with the previous government when it came to law and order issues and how we would enforce public safety and protect our communities, and also how we could encourage rehabilitation, because that's important too if you want to meet public safety objectives. In that context, we supported the Victims' Charter of Rights because we believe that you do have to think about the impact that crimes can have on victims throughout their lives. And in that context, there are shortcomings in the current system, or rather the way that the laws are currently enforced and the resources that are made available to the parole board. An example that comes to mind is the legal obligation to inform victims when there is a change to a detainee's status, particularly in the case of some of the most violent crimes. There have been a number of highly publicized cases in recent years that really showed how poorly the law is sometimes being applied. So sometimes victims were not informed. Sometimes they weren't informed in a respectable or timely fashion. And so, Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons that I support this motion is that I think the government, if it doesn't intend to change the law, and I don't think it does, must ensure that these organizations have the resources they need to inform victims in a way that really meets their official obligations. Certainly today, in the 24-hour news cycle, in the digital era, there are some really terrible crimes that are committed all across the country. Now, I did listen to the Parliamentary Secretary's speech, or at least the very end of it, and I do think that what she talked about was important, because from what I can see from victims groups, it seems like they don't want other families, other people to have to go through what they went through. They don't want them to have to experience the same trauma. So I think it's important to respect victims and to understand that that also takes the form of prevention. Now, of course, unfortunately, there's a lot of work still to do. We know that there are a lot of factors that can lead to a crime being committed, so we need to tackle things like mental health, affordable housing, reducing poverty, because there are people who may be experiencing difficult situations or may have mental health issues, and that can lead them to take a very dark path and commit crimes that have a terrible impact on other Canadian citizens. So this is a scourge in our society, and I think we can all agree that we need to deal with that. We also need to look at the issue of rehabilitation. Rehabilitation is key if we want to meet our public safety objectives. It is important. Why? Well, because this is something that is not really popular. There are a lot of tensions within our criminal justice system, and those tensions reflect the need to understand that victims need to be respected, they need to be given adequate resources to set their life in order again, and to get back on the right path, and also to feel as though justice has been done. On the other hand, you also have rehabilitation, and sometimes that's less popular. Now, as a critic for this issue, I've seen a number of cases where, the parents of victims are living through really unimaginable anger and disappointment, and that's completely normal. Nobody would say that they're in the wrong for feeling that way. But rehabilitation is not intended to diminish the significance of the crime, but rather to ensure that we have a safe society. A good example of this, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of criminal record suspensions. Of course, in these cases, we're not talking about the truly horrific crimes, because truly horrific crimes often lead to people being imprisoned for the rest of their lives. And often they're crimes where you would never get a pardon in the first place. But I do want to mention some of the statistics because I think they are important, despite the fact that we're talking about different types of crimes here. So 95% of people who had a criminal record suspension never reoffended. 3/4 of Canadians believe that record suspensions that allow someone to reintegrate into society are positive. So, like I said, these statistics don't always apply to the types of crimes mentioned in my colleague's motion, but I did want to introduce this into the debate today because I think that we do need to look at how important rehabilitation can be. Regardless of the severity of a crime, if the system allows an individual to reintegrate into society, then we want that to be done in a way that will minimize the risk of reoffending. And of course, you have to think about the other offenders in prison as well. Sometimes people say that prisons are schools of crime, but that's the type of result that we want to avoid. Now, since I don't have a lot of time, Mr. Speaker, I just want to come back to my original point. I'm going to repeat that I will be supporting the motion and that we're looking for a number of things here. First of all, we think we need adequate resources to ensure that the current law is applied properly so that victims are informed. Now, if there is some update, because I think there are some shortcomings in terms of the type of information provided, that would be good. And I think that the government needs to study the question in order to reconcile privacy issues and victims' rights. The motion also talks about the time outside of prison that detainees may have, but often that's for medical reasons. Now, that it may be appropriate to inform the victim why that was granted and explain the process to the victims, because I think a victim who is better informed is a victim who can better help put their grief behind them and avoid being re-victimized. So we can look at the bill that was adopted in the previous Parliament and see if it can be updated and applied properly. I think that would be entirely appropriate. My colleague, the member for Elmwood-Transcona, on a different bill this week, made an important point, and I think it's relevant to this motion. He said that often the bills that we pass in Parliament include a review period. So the bill will be reviewed after 3 or 5 years. Sometimes people think that's not important, but I think that it's an important duty that we have as parliamentarians, particularly when it comes to victims' rights. So once again, I want to thank the member for Milton. I support her motion, and I urge the government to take this opportunity to ensure that we're doing absolutely everything we can so that victims have their place in the process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Du débat, resuming debate, the honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start this evening by thanking Lisa Freeman of Oshawa for the creation of this bill. I've known Lisa now for many years, and her public advocacy that has led to this bill being introduced today cannot be overstated. Now, Mr. Speaker, before I delve into Lisa's story and contributions to this bill, I want to make it clear that I will not be mentioning the name of the man who took the life of her father in 1991. It is our job not to give notoriety to people willing to take the innocent life of another. As I was saying, Lisa's father, Roland Slingerland, was brutally attacked and murdered in 1991. Lisa was but a mere 21 years old at the time, and she was tasked with identifying her father after the attack. As a result, the murderer was convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment without possibility for parole for 25 years, the standard practice for violent crimes such as this one. However, 20 years into that sentence, the man responsible for tearing Lisa's life apart became eligible for early parole for reasons that were never made clear to Lisa or her family. Mr. Speaker, she was not told what her father's murderer had done to earn the possibility of early parole. She was not told why the parole board was considering releasing the murderer that had taken away the life of an innocent man, her innocent man. She was not told why her government would provide leniency to a criminal more than deserving of his punishment. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, Lisa Freeman was never even given a single piece of justification for why her country's justice system was willing to turn its back on the people it is designed to protect. In the Criminal Code's current state, there is no legislation that requires that the parole board provide any reasoning to victims and victims' families for why the criminal that committed a crime against them is eligible for early parole. Many pieces of legislation protect the rights of victims. As this House knows, Mr. Speaker, there's quite literally a Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights for the sole purpose of ensuring that the protection of victims' rights remains a top priority for the justice system. However, the laws that we currently have on the books simply do not provide the rights of victims to know. The right to know why those who have harmed them are eligible to be released. When a court of law convicts an individual, the justice system isn't just punishing or rehabilitating a person. They are providing justice on behalf of the victim too. However, Mr. Speaker, when a convicted felon not meant to be even eligible for parole for another 5 years is provided with the opportunity to walk freely in public, it is not fair to the victim's family to be kept in the dark as to why or how. Another example of victims in Canada not having the right to be informed is the fact that Mr. Slingerland's killer was transferred to a prison in British Columbia that was only 10 kilometers from the home of Lisa's sister. Lisa wasn't even made aware of this transfer until 24 hours after it occurred. This is just another example, Mr. Speaker, of Lisa being in the same situation that many others find themselves in every day, uninformed. Since then, the killer has been transferred to a minimum security prison on Vancouver Island. This facility has even been nicknamed Club Fed because of its lax restrictions on inmates. Mr. Speaker, this sheer institutional misjustice influenced Lisa to become an outspoken advocate for victims' rights, specifically regarding the rights of victims to know why those who have been inflicted pain upon them and the public as a whole are eligible to be released. She has not only been an outspoken advocate in my community on victims' rights, but has even gone so far as penning her own book to speak about her experiences throughout the entire parole board process titled, She Won't Be Silenced. It is people like Lisa Freeman that make Canada the greatest country in the world. In the face of utter shock at the early parole announcement, she took a stand to ensure that other people, just like her, would never have to face the same treatment, the same neglect, and the darkness that she was forced to endure as a result of the parole board's sudden and mysterious announcement. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take time to read aloud a statement made by Lisa regarding this private member's bill. Lisa said, and I quote, "Families such as mine are plunged, unasked, into unfathomable situations and then further demoralized and re-traumatized by the actions of a government, i.e. the Parole Board of Canada, Correctional Services Canada, institutions that say they are supportive of victims of crime, which is at best an illusion. After dealing since 2011, when I questioned why my father's killer was granted multiple day passes for a full 4 years before his parole eligibility date, I quickly tired of the scripted lip service and virtue signaling of Correctional Services Canada that purportedly assists victims, but in reality does the opposite. Under the guise of rehabilitation, victims of crime often have to stand back and watch while violent offenders exercise their rights, which, as most victims of crime find, are nothing more than a mockery of justice and basic common sense. It was a quick realization on my part that any rights of the offender was able to access was in fact taken away from my rights, which has been proven time and time again. It is the responsibility of the government to ensure that victims of crime are treated with dignity and respect and to provide timely and accurate information in a transparent manner. With this legislation, it will avoid providing a sense of false comfort Families like mine, and indeed families coast to coast who find themselves trying to navigate the system at what is already a very trying time, deserve more, and for the very least, they deserve accurate information. Mr. Speaker, it is because Lisa Freeman that I stand here in the House today to speak to this private member's bill proposing amendments to the criminal code that would ensure that all victims and their families are aware of how parole dates and eligibility are determined, because the current laws on the books fall short in doing so. While getting tough on crime, in my opinion, is key to creating a safer Canada, victims of crime, especially violent ones, such as the murder of Lisa's father, must not be forgotten. In every criminal case, the two opposing sides are the Crown and the defense. However, it is right and just that the victims not be forgotten. They are the ones that truly suffer at the hand of criminals. In cases such as Lisa's, not only do victims suffer at the hands of the criminals, but they suffer at the hands of the government when they are kept in the dark. Mr. Speaker, the Parole Board grants 79% of day parole requests that they come across. For victims of crimes committed by people eligible for early parole, it's only logical and compassionate that they are made aware as to how those who have harmed them have a very high probability of being released into the public before the end of their sentence. This is truly a nonpartisan issue. Providing a reasonable explanation is not only logical, but it is feasible as well. At this time, when the Parole Board determines a convicted criminal's date for parole eligibility, they send a document to the victim that was harmed by the criminal's crime. All that is required under this bill, Mr. Speaker, is the Parole Board clarify why the specified date for parole eligibility is chosen. The potential financial and procedural considerations are very limited, verging on non-existent. This legislation would require that information regarding review and eligibility for all forms of parole be communicated in writing to the offender's victims. As such, victims and families do not have to feel uninformed about those who have harmed them. The written documentation would also require an explanation of how the dates for parole eligibility are determined. It's a simple matter of transparency. Victims deserve accurate and timely information regarding the parole process. For every day that we do not pass legislation on transparency for parole decisions, another victim and another family has come to the realization that their government has neglected them. This bill will avoid providing a sense of false comfort to victims by misleading them regarding parole eligibility. Its purpose is to make parole board procedures more transparent and more accommodating to the rights of victims and their families. This legislation has been applauded by advocates as giving a stronger voice for victims of crime. They will no longer be drowned out by the focus on the convicted. Mr. Speaker, this legislation offers victims the ability to fully understand how and why the justice system is making decisions in their cases, and it's the responsibility of government to ensure that victims of crime are treated with the utmost respect and dignity. To this point, the government has failed to protect the most vulnerable, and it's about time this House takes a step forward to fix that. In closing, Mr. Speaker, above all, Canadians who have suffered as a result of an offender's action don't deserve to be re-victimized by the parole system. The current parole system is guilty of failing to be transparent, and it's the duty of lawmakers in this House to repair the broken system. Here, here. Mr. Speaker, that is why I stand today. I call on my fellow colleagues in this House to support this. I'd like to thank my colleague, the member from Milton, in spearheading this initiative to provide transparency for the most vulnerable in our judicial system. She has been an honor to work with, and this private member's bill is evidence of her hard work for her constituents and for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to rise today and add my voice to the debate on motion M229. Before I do, and this may be my last opportunity to give a speech during this Parliament, is to say thank you to my wife, Charlene, and my son and daughter, Ethan and Hannah. Hannah will be turning 1 next week, and Ethan will be turning 3 next month. They came after my election. They don't know any different, but they make a great deal of sacrifices like so many other kids to parents who work here on a daily basis. And so it's important to say thank you and to remember them and those who we leave back in our ridings to do this important work. So I wanted to say thank you to them. Also to my constituents for this incredible honor of almost 4 years to represent the people of St. Catharines here in this place. Let me begin by first thanking the honourable member for Milton for bringing this motion forward. If there's one thing in all of this, in this House, that all of us can agree on, it's the importance of supporting victims and survivors of crime. And I'd like to take a moment to recognize the dedication and tireless efforts of all of those who work so hard to provide that support. We are all fortunate in this country to have a system in place that is there for the people in their greatest time of need. That system spans different orders of government across different sectors. It offers programs and services that support victims of crime so that they can play an important role in the criminal justice system. It works to meet the needs and ensure that they don't suffer in silence. It encompasses professionals and volunteers who work with victims and survivors, helping them get back their lives on track and make sure they're not re-victimized along the way. I'd like to take a moment to recognize the important work of Victim Services Niagara back in my home region for the incredible work they do on a daily basis, or the Christian French Child Advocacy Centre. So many of these organizations across the country working so hard and so passionately for victims of crime. As part of that system, the federal government has an important role. That includes support for victims of federal offenders, meaning those serving a sentence of 2 years or more. The Correctional Service of Canada, or CSC, strives to ensure that victims of federal offenders have an effective voice in the federal correctional and justice systems. Part of that involves providing them with information. Last year, in fact, victims received 160,000 pieces of information from CSC and the Parole Board of Canada. That information is not automatically provided. Victims must register with CSC and the Parole Board in order to obtain that information about the offender who harmed them. But the government has launched a victims portal to make that process easier. The portal provides a simple and secure way for victims to register and access information. It also allows them to submit information electronically for consideration in case management decisions. That includes victim statements, which can be submitted at any time during the offender's sentence. In addition to the portal, victims are able to reach victim services officers by email or by phone. These officers can provide victims with information about CSC and the offender who harmed them. That includes information about correctional planning, decision-making processes, and the progress the offender is making towards meeting the objectives of their correctional plan. Victims are entitled to receive more than 50 types of notification. For example, victims can be notified of the start date and length of the sentence that the offender is serving. With respect to the motion before us, I will also point out, Mr. Speaker, that victims are already notified of the offender's eligibility and review dates for temporary absences or parole. Having said that, there could be room for improvement. And debates like this one certainly help us to shed some light on the issue of ways to support victims. This debate is also taking place not long after the government took steps to implement, important steps forward in terms of how it communicates and engages with victims of federal offenders. On May 27th, in conjunction with the 14th annual Victims of Crime Week, the government announced a new victims outreach strategy. The strategy has two main goals. Number one, to improve public awareness about the information and notifications that the CSC provides to registered victims. And number two, to bring greater clarity to certain aspects of the corrections and conditional release system, including victims' understanding of sentence management and the offender reintegration process. Specifically, the strategy will see Correctional Service of Canada promoting the benefits of registration. CSC will also promote the information available to victims through the Victims Portal and the benefit of submitting a victim statement outlining the impact of the offense on them. CSC is working with federal partners in consultation with victims and survivors to develop new tools to let people know about the resources that are available. These tools include infographics, videos, and a social media campaign. That's just one recent step that the government has taken to support victims. It also has proposed a new measure under Bill C-83, which is being considered by Parliament to increase the participation of victims in the criminal justice system. If that bill passes and receives royal assent, victims who attend a Parole Board of Canada hearing will be allowed to listen to an audio recording of the parole hearing. Right now, that opportunity is only available to victims who did not attend the parole hearing. It makes perfect sense to extend audio recordings to all registered victims, not because it would allow victims who did attend the hearing and found the experience difficult and traumatic to have a clear sense of how things transpired. All of these measures are complemented by the government's National Office for Victims. The office provides a central national resource for information and support to victims of federal offenders. It can answer questions about the criminal justice correction and conditional release systems, giving victims a more effective voice. Last year, the office distributed more than 6,000 publications to victims of crime, victim service providers, and the general public. And the office helped to point victims in the right direction, receiving calls, responding to emails, and responding to email queries, and referring Canadians for direct services. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to note the support the government is providing to victims and survivors of the despicable crime of human trafficking. In Budget 2018 includes federal funding of $14.5 million over 5 years and $2.9 million per year after that to establish a national human traffic hotline. Being from Niagara, Mr. Speaker, this is incredibly important. Being on a border community where so much of that crime occurs, so much trafficking occurs through that border crossing, Mr. Speaker, it's important for our community to have those types of resources to combat this horrible crime. I'm pleased to report that the hotline was launched on May 29th. The hotline offers help and hope to victims and survivors 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and it's confidential. Victims and survivors will be able to use it both to seek information and receive the help they need to find safety and protection. This includes connecting them to local law enforcement, to emergency shelters, trauma counselors, transportation, and other services and supports. The hotline will also move forward information to law enforcement agencies so that they can take action against the perpetrators. Mr. Speaker, this is only a sampling of federal measures that are in place or on track to support victims of crime. There's always more we can do to make things work even better for them. I'm proud to stand behind a government that takes this issue seriously and that has already taken steps to improve the support system for victims and is committed to working with partners on further improvements to better serve the needs of victims and survivors of crime. In addition, Mr. Speaker, again, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of those involved in victim services. It is an incredibly difficult job to help people through the trauma that they experience. We talk a lot about first responders and the important work that they do, but victim support workers provide a significant component of that next step that too often is forgotten about, but the work is important to help get people on the right track, to help them move forward. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank them. Again, I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Milton for introducing the motion and spearheading this important debate. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's important that we recognize that victims of crimes do play a very important and crucial role in the whole process, Mr. Speaker. You know, we had a very sad story not that long ago in Winnipeg North. Had an impact. When I say Winnipeg North, I'm not talking necessarily the riding of Winnipeg North. It was in the inner city north end of Winnipeg, where we had a very young man that was at home with his grandmother, and someone had broken into the home, and the young man ended up to be stabbed and ultimately died, Mr. Speaker. This really touched a lot of emotions in the city of Winnipeg. It had a fairly profound impact with the amount of attention that it gathered as people rallied around the family. The individual deceased young man was supposed to be graduating this month from Tekvok High School. And, you know, there were a series of public meetings that followed. The victim here was of Filipino heritage. And I say that primarily because the community, in particular the Filipino heritage community, really came to support the mother and father, both of which I've known for many years. And I relaying this message to the House today because throughout the process, time after time, you meet with individuals that followed the story. And what people really wanted were answers to a series of different questions, from everything from why did it happen, what were the circumstances, what about the perpetrator, the individual that caused the harm, and it's really difficult for us to try to provide the answers that they're really looking for. And I'm thinking of the family members. You know, for me, it was difficult as I attended the meetings, and you know, I think of Imelda in particular, a dear family friend, and the emotions that are involved. And it really heightens the importance that, sadly, we have a lot of crimes that take place in our communities in which these victims, and it's not just the deceased, it's the family members and friends of these victims that need to have some form of understanding in terms of what has taken place and a sense of justice. I sat on a Justice Committee for Youth for many years. In fact, I was the chair of the Keewatin Youth Justice Committee for a number of years. And we talked a great deal about the importance to ensuring that there's a consequence to inappropriate behavior, or for young people that are breaking the law, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things that I felt pretty good about was the fact that as a committee, more and more we were looking at ways in which we could see restorative justice put into place. Restorative justice where you get victims actually meeting with these criminals or the individuals that have caused the problem, and you try to come up with a disposition in which it provides some sense of justice to the victim. Now, obviously, there's a huge difference when you steal something or there's a relatively minor offense compared to a victim where someone actually dies, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, that's night and day. But the point is that when we think of victims, I have, through the years, going back to the chair of the Justice Committee, the Keewatin Justice Committee, to the days in which I was the critic for justice in the province of Manitoba, have always believed that there needs to be a consequence to individuals that break our laws. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we need to be aware that those victims also need to be taken into consideration. You know, we had legislation where we reformed our military laws in the last couple of years. And I remember speaking on that, where I highlighted that one of the aspects of the legislation that I appreciated is that we were incorporating within that legislation rights for victims. Now, I can't remember all of the details of it, Mr. Speaker, not offhand, but the principle of recognizing and appreciating the need to have victims as a part of the process is something in which we, as government, or in particular the minister, has taken very seriously. You know, there's a couple of points that I wanted to highlight. You know, one of was the fact that as a government that we did launch a communication and outreach strategy to provide victims with greater awareness of what services are available and how they can actually access them, Mr. Speaker, which I think is of great importance. We are in consultation with victims and the Federal Ombudsman for victims of crime, recognizing that we can and should do better. I want to cite another piece of legislation that we had actually passed, Mr. Speaker, where imagine you were a victim of a sexual assault, and you decide that you're going to be going to listen to the hearing for the person to ultimately be released, parole hearing. And you can only imagine the state of mind that that victim would be in while they listen to this parole meeting. Well, under the legislation that we actually passed in the last, again, maybe last year, we allowed for the victim to actually receive an audio recording that she or he would ultimately be able to listen to from the proceedings. Now, I would suggest to you that whether it's the enshrinement of victims' rights when we did the military reform, or this example that I just finished using, are tangible examples where we have a government that is in fact moving. Now, I think that all of us on all sides of this House would recognize at times that there is always room for us to improve and do better. I don't think that there's any one of us that cannot appreciate the importance of ensuring that victims do have an important role and need to be recognized through this process, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things that whenever I've had the opportunity to address an issue such as this, and I brought it up to the member earlier, Mr. Speaker, was the question of the best way for us, I believe, to continue to move forward is to also look at ways in which we can prevent victims in the first place, Mr. Speaker. And that's one of the things in which I really do believe as a government that we have been very successful through a multitude of different grants and budgetary measures to legislative measures that I think will in fact make a difference. If I go just to Winnipeg North, the area that I represent, just as an example, where we now have in some of the more challenging areas along Selkirk Avenue, you know, a 7-day, 24-hour drop-in center where we actually get individuals, Mr. Speaker, that I believe by getting engaged and being involved at that drop-in center or being involved with the Bear Clan, that you're seeing less crime ultimately that is taking place in our communities, Mr. Speaker. That is something else that I'm very much interested in, and I look forward to continuing to have the dialogue in terms of what it is that we can do in government to deal with ensuring that victims are being taken into consideration in all legislative and budgetary issues that government presents to the House, because it's important. It really does matter, Mr. Speaker. And as in the past, I always appreciate the opportunity to share a few thoughts on important issues that Canadians have to face.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to stand in the House today to speak on this very important issue. And I do have to say, a pleasure to today have my Métis jacket on in celebration of Indigenous Month, as well as just around the corner from Aboriginal Day coming up this Friday. Mr. Speaker, as was very well articulated by the member to my right, the Winnipeg North, the member from Winnipeg North, how important it is that victims have an important role in the criminal justice system, and that we are listening to their concerns on a regular basis to ensure that, once again, that they become and have a further role in the criminal justice system. Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to ensuring that victims of crime are supported, informed, and respected, especially with taking into consideration what they go through. And of course, that doesn't end. It sometimes continues, and of course, needing supports as well. From those supports, well-informed, as well as a government that takes into consideration the respect that they fully deserve is very important. The Correctional Services of Canada, as well as the Parole Board of Canada and the National Office for Victims, work together, Mr. Speaker, to provide victims the information that they are entitled to. We have, Mr. Speaker, launched communication and outreach strategies to provide victims with greater awareness of what services are in fact available and how to access them, and how important that is, Mr. Speaker. We often, as government, do find ourselves with our constituents informing them and making sure that they are well advised with respect to the many services that the federal government has for them, a menu of services, and this being no different, Mr. Speaker. We will continue engaging with victims and the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Crime to continue, Mr. Speaker, strengthening victim services and, of course, the supports that they well deserve as well as expect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Niagara Centre will have 7 minutes and 58 seconds coming to him should this bill come back. The time provided for the consideration of this item of private member's business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day. The Honourable Government House Leader has a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. In relation to the consideration of the Senate amendments for Bill C-75, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and other acts, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, I move, seconded by the Minister of Justice, that the debate be not further adjourned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Have something for them?
Yep.
Moved by Ms. Chager, seconded by Mr. Lametti, moves that in relation to the consideration of the Senate Amendment Bill C-75, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and other acts, and to make consequential amendments to the other acts, that debate be now not further adjourned. Conformément à l'article 67.
Pursuant to standing order, there will now be a 30-minute question period.
Wish to ask questions to rise in their place so the chair has some idea of the number of members who wish to participate in the question period. Very good. Questions? The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very alarmed that the Liberal government, here we go again, trying to smoothen out through an omnibus bill, Bill C-75, just watering down criminal penalties for serious crimes. And what really irks me, just irks me terribly, is impaired driving causing bodily harm. I mean, statistics in Canada today state impaired driving are going up. Leading cause of deaths in Canada are due to impaired driving, whether it's alcohol or drugs. And here they are trying to include a softening of the sentences for that through Bill C-75. And I wonder through you, Mr. Speaker, if they could ask me what are they really trying to do here? Our stats are going up. You're going to reduce the penalties. How's that going to help make Canada safer for the people driving on the roads?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question. Let me say at the outset, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to miss him. He's now my neighbour, and I've always enjoyed working with him, particularly during our time on the Industry Committee. Mr. Speaker, let me say through you that that is not our intention at all in this piece of legislation. While there is a hybridization of certain offences in this legislation, serious crimes where the facts are serious will always be taken seriously, both in terms of the sentence sought and in terms of the procedure used if it goes by way of indictable offense. But there is often, under the same crime, Mr. Speaker, the same alleged offense, sometimes facts that point to a less serious situation. And here we give the prosecutor, the prosecution service across Canada, the option to proceed by way of summary offense, which is therefore more quick and efficient, and giving more resources dedicating therefore more resources, or making available more resources within the judicial system for the treatment of serious crimes, and they will always be treated seriously, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Speaker, and here we are on one of the last sitting days of this Parliament, and it's passing strange. The Liberals appear to be going for a very strange record. I know in the last Parliament I did a photo of myself standing next to a pile of bills on which the Conservatives had introduced time allocation. It was nearly half a metre tall. I think if we stacked up the bills that this government has used time allocation on, it would be a similar size. And even though they haven't quite reached the 100 record for time allocations that the Conservatives established, they've used some kind of time allocation or closure on a greater percentage of their bills than the Harper government ever did. And so in particular, lately, we've had closure motions like this one, which one of those restricted the debate to a government speaker only with no questions. One of them occurred after 4 minutes of debate, I think it was, and this one occurs after less than 2 hours of debate. So I wonder if the Minister of Justice can tell us whether they're actually going for a new record, because I always like it when the Conservatives and Liberals compete to be the worst.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I always appreciate comments from the honourable member. I believe that in the current Parliament we're at 10 times closure has been used. I coached soccer, Mr. Speaker, as you may know, for a number of years, and number 10 was always a lucky number in soccer, and many of the best players in the world wear 10. So as a soccer fan, I guess that is a good thing. In all seriousness, Mr. Speaker, this bill was introduced in March of 2018. It's been debated in the House for a total of 22 hours and 10 minutes. It has been with the Senate since December. The Senate has proposed 14 amendments. We've accepted 13. There's been a lot of back and forth, a lot of study from both committees. I can go through the number of speeches and the time spent on those speeches, witnesses in front of either the Justice Committee in this House or the Justice Committee in the other place, and it is simply time. It's an important bill. We've had time to look at it. There's been a lot of House time dedicated to it, and it's time to move on.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate the opportunity to question the minister. I appreciate him being in the House. As you know, I tabled a bill recently in regards to human trafficking, and I know we all think this is a very serious offense, and I'd like the minister's honest opinion here. He mentioned the hybridization of offenses, in other words, taking things that were indictable offenses, turning them into summary convictions. So, for example, in some cases of human trafficking, taking it from that high level to 2 years less a day or a $5,000 fine. The reason I want him to answer this, Mr. Speaker, is because in Oshawa and Durham region, the crimes of human trafficking has actually doubled. And I know the intention that the minister has, but there is a reality that 2 years less a day or a $5,000 fine, when a person traffics one individual, that, Mr. Speaker, can make that person $300,000 a year. And the challenge is Canada is becoming an area where this crime is being perpetrated because it's so lenient. The system here, 2 years minus a day or a $5,000 fine, that's just the price of doing business for these guys. And imagine that's one person, but many of these guys are trafficking 10, 20 young girls in our community. So I would like to ask the minister if he does think that a serious crime like human trafficking really 2 years minus a day or a $5,000 fine. Is that going to stop somebody from victimizing our young people, especially young women, for sex trafficking, things like that? Could he please comment? Because I don't think it's realistic, and advocates for this think this is ridiculous.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank the honourable member for his question. The first thing I would point out, Mr. Speaker, is that we rolled what used to be Bill C-38 into this bill, which deals with human trafficking, and again presents improvements to the system of prosecuting and human trafficking in the justice system. The answer to his question, again, is the same as the previous, which is in the serious kinds of facts that he describes, the prosecutor, I think it would be quite unfathomable for a prosecutor to proceed by way of summary offense. It would proceed by way of indictable offense, and that's the way they would go. I would point out that across Canada, provinces are widely in favor. We work closely with our provincial and territorial counterparts in putting this legislation together, and they are widely supportive of this bill, and particularly on the side of the Crown, if you will, Mr. Speaker. And I think this is evidence that this is the way it's going.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member, l'Honourable Député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a bit disappointed to see the Minister of Justice today moving closure. This is yet another minister rising in the House to limit the number of hours in this debate and using a procedure that is supposed to be exceptional. And yet it's become routine under the Liberals. And when the Liberals were on this side of the House, they used to criticize the usage of closure. And yet now they're joking about the fact that there have been 10 closure motions. It's really taking Canadians for fools. Canadians today watching can see a government imposing closure for the 10th time, and we're supposed to take this as though it was just a joke, as though this was normal procedure. But this is really an exceptional procedure. So how can my colleague, the Minister of Justice, who is supposed to defend justice in Canada, how can he defend the use of this technique in this democratic chamber, given that it's supposed to be really an exceptional circumstance? Certainly, the debate today doesn't call for the use of closure. The Honourable Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, my colleague's question disappoints me because I just said we dedicated over 22 hours of debate in this place to this issue. We've had 78 speeches in this House. We've heard from 107 witnesses, over 10 Justice Committee meetings. 50 memos have been tabled. And so this is a bill that started in this House in March 2018. It was in the Senate on December 3rd, 2018, and now it's June 19th of the next year. We've worked with the Senate to improve the legislation, but I do think it's truly appropriate to use this method to conclude debate today. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm far from being a lawyer, but long delays in the courts are very concerning to me and to my constituents as well. I can see that there are quite significant reforms in Bill C-75, and I'd like to know, through you, Mr. Speaker, if the minister believes that we have had enough consultation, because I find that this bill is very significant, and I would like to see it done properly. The Honourable Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question. The answer, briefly, is yes. We consulted a lot. We did a lot of work on various aspects of the bill. And this should be part of our response to the issue of delays in the justice system. We have hybrid offenses to give a bit more discretion to our criminal prosecution department, and to separate less severe offenses from more severe offenses. We will also, through this bill, be able to help Indigenous peoples in this country. Indigenous peoples who often are overrepresented in the criminal justice system. We have improved administrative procedures, and this should help avoid having a revolving door for Indigenous people in the criminal justice system. And we also have reformed preliminary hearings. Questions and comments?
For Battle River, Crowfoot.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, we are in the last day of Parliament, or the last few days of Parliament. And it just seems like every day we are getting up and the government is saying we're going to invoke closure, we're going to bring forward time allocation, and we're just going to shut this debate down. And contrary to what the minister has just said, the process that we go through here is that our committees look at these justice bills and we debate them here, we send them to the Senate. Maybe sometimes they will send us one back with some amendments. And indeed, the Senate has sent this back with a number of amendments, at least 13 or 14 amendments from what we hear tonight. And we aren't given the ability to debate on those amendments. And our constituents expect that we're going to be doing our due diligence. We've debated the bill prior, but since the Senate has brought it back, and he's even said it's come back, and now they're going to invoke closure. Mr. Speaker, this isn't just about closure and time allocation. It's about another promise of an omnibus bill. We have 300-page, C-75 is a 300-page bill that is an omnibus bill. It throws everything in here, and now we're asked to shut off debate and get ready to vote on it. Now, the other thing, the question that came from the Liberal side, I think, hit the nail on the head, because she said, you know, one of the things that we're concerned about is long delays in courts. And this bill, really what it's doing, it's not just the hybridization of many offenses, but it's there again showing the Liberals' failure in appointing judges throughout this country, having the ability for these cases to be heard in the court system. And so they bring this forward, and he talks about the revolving door. It's to basically push things through quickly. How many of these very serious offenses? I mean, originally there was offense. This is the way the Liberals drew this up. Originally, offenses such as leaving Canada to join a terrorist group. That was part of this bill. And it was basically just allowing them to water down serious offenses, advocating genocide, using date rape drug, human trafficking. Yes, some of those may not be in there now, but that's the Liberal philosophy of their criminal justice reforms. And I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, but we're skeptical of the kind of measures that this government bring forward. And we're very skeptical of the closure that he's invoking.
Well, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the honourable member for the question. With all due respect, I disagree not only with the facts as he's presented them, but also with his starting assumptions. With respect, first of all, to appointing judges, we've set up a rigorous and transparent system to appoint judges. I believe at last count we're over 350 Superior Court judges appointed across Canada. There aren't so many vacancies left, Mr. Speaker. I've appointed 50 to 60 since I have been appointed Minister of Justice, Mr. Speaker. With respect to the examples that the honourable member cited, those are precisely examples of how the committee, the Justice Committee worked and worked well, and changes were brought to a bill by the committee that were accepted by the government. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, this bill has been in front of us for over a year. It's not a question of anything being rushed through. We've been quite deliberate. We've accepted amendments both at the Justice Committee level. We have heard and accepted amendments from the Senate, Mr. Speaker. There's been a good to and fro in a number of different situations, and I frankly, I have no problem whatsoever in invoking closure on this bill, given where we are in this session and given the amount of input that all sides have had on this particular bill.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise as a father from Longueuil-Saint-Hubert who is facing a serious crisis. There are young women being caught up in issues that will cause serious problems to them. And what I know about this is that when I listen to people talking here, I think, you know, what my Conservative colleague said kind of didn't mean a lot to me. But what I do know is that, oh, you know, when the Liberals say, oh, we've been already talking about it for so many hours, so many days. Well, if they're cutting off debate, it's because they're not respecting the norm for the number of hours and days that we're supposed to have on a given subject. So if you tell me that this is normal and correct, and you think that we should be talking less about all of these bills, I mean, is that what you're saying? Or I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I should be directing this through you, but are they telling us that the parliamentary process is too long in general? Because this is a subject that doesn't seem to me like something we should be shortcutting. So, again, my question, Mr. Speaker, is do they think that the parliamentary process is too long? Seems that in China it's shorter. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question. What I'm saying is that in the case of this bill, Mr. Speaker, in this bill alone, we have had a number of opportunities as parliamentarians to reflect on the bill. As I said, 22 hours and 10 minutes of debate. At second reading, it was 7 hours, 15 minutes. We had 24 speeches at second reading. And the NDP had 9, Mr. Speaker. So everyone had a lot of opportunities to participate in the development of the bill. So in this case, I am very comfortable with the idea that we had enough time to debate it. At a certain point, you need to make a decision. And when it comes to human trafficking, as my colleague raised, you know, as I just explained, we incorporated Bill C-38 into the bill because human trafficking is such a serious issue. And furthermore, we're giving the discretion to the prosecutor to determine the procedure. And there's always the option of going through an indictment process. So this is very serious. The penalties, the sentences are very serious. So I can assure my colleague that it is not the case that we are taking these issues less seriously.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's clear to me, and I've listened to this debate before from the Conservatives, misleading Canadians about the fact that this is going to reduce sentences. I've heard this time after time after time. But what it really means, Mr. Speaker, is they don't trust independent police or independent prosecutors that bring this case forward to the justice system. This bill ensures that they have discretion, ensures that they can put people behind bars. Do they honestly believe that people who have dedicated their lives to criminal justice and fighting for victims would do this, would use this bill to reduce sentences. What this does is clean up the mess left by the Harper government.
Yes. Wow.
The Jordan decision, which was argued before we got elected, released after 10 years of making a mess of the justice system, clogging it up. The only thing we hear from the Conservatives is Doug Ford's plan to cut, to make things even worse. They have nothing, Mr. Speaker. Can the Honourable Minister please tell this House why it's important to get this bill through?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question as well as his work on the Justice Committee, to which he brought his experience as a practicing lawyer. Mr. Speaker, this bill is critically important as part of our response to the Jordan decision, as part of our response to make the criminal justice system much more effective, much more efficient, while maintaining its fairness, Mr. Speaker, to both victims and as well as to making sure that the rights of the accused are also protected in the system. It is critically important, Mr. Speaker, that we pass this piece of legislation. It contains a number of reforms that attempt to reduce delays in the system, that attempt, as the honourable member has said, to give discretion to our prosecution service in general, which we think very highly of, Mr. Speaker. We know at the federal level it was in part created by the previous government, by the Justice Minister at the time, and a member from Niagara Falls. And I think it is important that we move ahead with these kinds of reforms, along with the number of judges that we've created, a number of judges that we've named, and the process that we've created to name those judges. We are pushing this system ahead. Mr. Speaker, we've consulted widely, we've consulted practitioners, we've consulted experts, and we've consulted parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker, most importantly, and that's why we're moving to do what we're doing this evening.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You noticed what the minister didn't say is they never consulted the victims in this country of crime. They've never consulted the victims. And we see it clearly in this bill, the second last day of Parliament, C-75 comes to us. They don't show that they take into the safety and security of Canadians seriously. We've seen this here. They're attempting to water down serious offenses in this bill. Impaired driving causing bodily harm. My province of Saskatchewan has the worst record in the Dominion on drunk driving charges. I've talked to many victims, Mr. Speaker. They're upset with this bill because they haven't had a chance to address it. And many of them, to this day, have lost loved ones. And when they look at this flawed bill, it's all about criminal rights and nothing about the victims in this country. And I'd like the minister to answer that. What are you doing for the victims of this bill in this country? Because they are upset with this.
Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. I reject the premises of his bill. It's an attempt, Mr. Speaker, I believe, to mislead. With respect to drunk driving, Mr. Speaker, in addition to the measures that are contained in this bill, we've also passed C-45 and C-46, Mr. Speaker, C-46, Mr. Speaker, which strengthens our ability to react to driving while impaired. And again, it is the result of consultation across the country, consultation with police forces. Mr. Speaker, I reject categorically the idea that we do not take victims into account. This legislation takes victims into account. We've met with victims groups seriously throughout the process, Mr. Speaker, and I have since I become minister. And Mr. Speaker, let me say that years ago when I clerked at the Supreme Court of Canada and helped Mr. Justice Peter Corey prepare for the Askoff decision at the time, which was the Jordan of that generation, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that was abundantly clear was that delays in the system did no good for victims. And so by improving delays in the system, we're also helping victims, Mr. Speaker. We're helping families adapt to the tragedies that have befallen them, and we're helping them to have closure and move on. So I reject categorically the idea, any hint from the other side, any insinuation from the other side that we don't take victims seriously. That's simply false.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank you, you, Mr. Speaker, for the Minister being here today to answer questions, because we do have a lot of concerns, Mr. Speaker. We're seeing the government, again, breaking another promise. They said they wouldn't move towards closure if they were in government. They condemned it when they were sitting on this side of the House. Here we go again, another omnibus bill. They said they wouldn't put forward omnibus bills. And the broken promises continue, Mr. Speaker, whether it be electoral reform, we look at environmental protection. They're ramming through legislation without proper debate. And in terms of this piece of legislation, we've got concerns around it, Mr. Speaker, that we haven't heard enough from witnesses, that they haven't produced this legislation in an evidence-based way. In fact, we're concerned that this legislation might even lead to more backlogs, Mr. Speaker. So we have concerns that we'd like to have debated here in the House, and we haven't had the opportunity to bring that. But again, here we go again, another broken promise in terms of this government, in terms of electoral reform and democracy. And so I'd like to hear from the Minister speak about some of the concerns we're having and why, again, they're breaking another promise.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question. One of the first members that I met when I got here, Mr. Speaker, 4 years ago, and now this may be one of the last exchanges that we have, so it's quite fitting. Mr. Speaker, there have been a number of witnesses who have presented over 107 witnesses to the Justice Committee over the course of 10 meetings, 43 hours of committee time, 58 briefs submitted, as well as, Mr. Speaker, over 8 meetings of the Justice Committee in the other place and 40 witnesses during that study. There have been, in addition to the usual letters and that sort of thing that come up through this kind of process, which has been going on for more than a year, Mr. Speaker, we've dedicated a lot of House time, a lot of committee time. The other chamber has dedicated a lot of time to the study of this bill. There have been amendments proposed at the committee stage by all sides, some of which got accepted, some of which didn't. The same is true at the Senate stage. There's been a lot of back and forth and a lot of participation. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I can assure the honourable member that I am quite comfortable with the amount of parliamentary input, if you will, into this bill, and I'm comfortable in saying that it is simply time to adopt it and move on and allow these changes to be implemented in the system, because they will do people good, be they victims or be they the accused.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Oshawa. Hopefully we'll 45-second question and 45-second answer.
I'll try to be as quick as possible. Mr. Speaker, I introduced a private member's bill that would change the criminal code and again, it's towards human trafficking. Right now, it's extremely difficult to get a conviction in Canada because you have to prove fear. So what this bill does, it aligns our definition and with the Palermo Protocol. In other words, will allow easier convictions for human traffickers and also allow for training of judges on human trafficking, because right now it's extremely difficult to get a conviction. I was wondering if the Justice Minister is in the House today, if he could let all Canadians know if he would be supporting my private member's bill, or at least the initiatives that the bill intends to provide for Canadians, especially victims of human trafficking.
The Honourable Minister of Justice in 45 seconds or less, please.
Mr. Speaker, this bill addresses human trafficking, and tries to make it easier to prosecute human trafficking offences. It's my understanding that our government will also take measures towards a better approach towards human trafficking in upcoming weeks, Mr. Speaker. And so I'm pretty confident that we've addressed a part of that question in this bill. Thank you.
It
is my duty to interrupt proceedings and to put to the vote.
Lametti moved that consideration of the Senate amendments to Bill C-75, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and other acts, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, the debate not be further adjourned.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Ms. Chager, seconded by Mr. Lametti, moved that in relation to the consideration, shall I dispense? All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan. Madame Joly. Mr. Goodale. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor. Ms. Murray. Ms. Qualtrough. Mr. Lametti. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Hussain. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Blair. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Ing. Mrs. Jordan. Ms. Mahaichuk. Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester. Mr. Easter. Ms. Scrow. Mr. Eiking. Mrs. Lockhart. Mr. Losange-Antey, La Petite Nation. Mr. Cormier. Ms. Jones. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Carr. Ms. Gould. Mr. Holland. Mr. Champagne. Ms. Monsef. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Ms. McKenna. Madame Bibeau. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Vaughan. Monsieur Serré. Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie du Sud-Ouest et des Sarres. Monsieur Schiffke. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Scarpalegia. Mr. Sims. Mr. Tansey. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Hernandez-Sangri. Mr. Fillmore. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Ms. DeMoff. Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Mendocino. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Lamour. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Mr. Beach. Mr. Lightbound. Ms. O'Connell. Ms. Cara. Mr. Varani. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Ms. Young. Mrs. Schultz. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Mrs. Patal Matapedia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Mrs. Patal Matapedia.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Pesky-Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Aldaig.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelson.
Mr. Aelson.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Jahari.
Mr. Jahari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Nessif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Willett.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedar Mission Masquee Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission Masquee Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Sorbera.
Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennings.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nautel.
Monsieur Natel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. John.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Manley. Yeas pour 149, 59, nays contre 67, 67.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming consideration of a motion respecting Senate amendments to Bill C-75, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and other acts, and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
take their conversations into the lobbies. And I ask members to assist me by saying, resuming debate, the honourable member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, today in the House we're discussing Bill C-75. Now, this bill is supposed to strengthen the justice system. It is meant to better protect Canadians, it's meant to reduce delay, and it's meant to modernize the criminal justice system. In part, it does this by facilitating the administration of justice down to the provinces. But the reality is that this bill is yet another example of the current government's dirty habit of saying one thing but doing another. It's known as liberal hypocrisy, or sometimes people refer to it as liberal logic. And at the end of the day, this will in fact severely damage Canadian society and our justice system as a whole. Despite the rhetoric from across the way and despite their current heckles, Mr. Speaker,
high road for you is smoking dope.
The Liberals decided that they would not properly consult with stakeholders.
That wasn't bad.
They rammed this bill through without giving it careful consideration, without paying attention to the call for further discussion, and certainly without adequate debate in this place. And as a result, Canadians are stuck with a piece of legislation that has a number of flaws that are very significant in nature. One of those flaws, if you permit me to highlight it, has to do with hybridization. Now, putting aside the issue of reducing the penalty of very serious crimes for just a moment, which I'll come back to, hybridization also results in many crimes being moved from federal court into provincial court. Now, the Canadian Bar Association had this to say with regards to it. They said this would likely mean, the hybridization, they said that it would likely mean that more cases would be heard in the provincial court and that this could result in further delays in those courts. In other words, Mr. Speaker, what happens is already we have a backlog within our justice system. And what the Canadian Bar Association is saying is that Bill 75 would actually result in an even further backlog, which is problematic, Mr. Speaker, because these individuals do need to go to trial, these cases do need to proceed, and so holding them up even further is actually an injustice to the victim. Furthermore, it should be noted that it is the government's chief responsibility to care for the safety and the well-being of its citizens, to defend the vulnerable, to create laws that put the rights of victims first, which is why it is extremely alarming to see that our current Prime Minister is actually pandering more to criminals than he is standing up for victims. Bill C-75 reduces penalties for some very heinous crimes, including participating in a terrorist group, trafficking women and girls, committing violence against a clergy member, murdering a child within 1 year of birth, abducting a child, forced marriage, trafficking women and girls, advocating for genocide, or participating in organized crime. Mr. Speaker, the members opposite don't like it when I say those things. It's an inconvenient truth for them, and so their heckling gets louder and louder. But the truth can't be concealed. These things, these crimes, these heinous, unthinkable acts would in fact have a reduced sentence under Bill C-75. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives believe in the safety of Canadians being put first. They believe that it should be the #1 priority of any government. We will continue to speak up on behalf of victims, and we will continue to advocate for them to come first in our justice system. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is very important for me to stand here today and to speak to this piece of legislation, because the rights of victims and the rights of communities must come first. We have a Prime Minister who is much more concerned about pursuing his own agenda than he is about acting in the best interest of Canadians. And it's not just with Bill C-75, it's with other pieces of legislation and other decisions being made by this government as well. Bill C-71, which is the firearms legislation, was rammed through by this government earlier this spring. Now, this was an attack on law-abiding firearms owners. Bill C-71 was rammed through without the government taking concern for the advice of law enforcement agents. It was rammed through without them actually consulting with legislative experts. It was rammed through without the Liberals actually taking the time to consult with and listen to Canadians. And so when those in power turn a deaf ear to the people that they represent, arrogance incapacitates any ability for them to exercise logical thought or common sense. And Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what has happened under this current government. Now, the irony in all of this is that while the Liberals are letting criminals off the hook for committing atrocious crimes like forced marriage, trafficking, terrorist activity, committing genocide, they insist on demonizing those who hunt or use their rifle for sport shooting. Mr. Speaker, it's absolute ludicrous. In what world does this make sense? From the start, the government did not want to debate Bill C-71. They didn't want to consult because that would mean that they would need to listen. And then they would be held accountable to acting on the things that they heard. Instead, the Liberals decided to push Bill C-71, the firearms legislation, through this House. Meanwhile, they've told Canadians that it's for their safety, that it's for their protection, but it does nothing of the sort. It fails to address gang violence, it fails to address the issue of illegal firearm acquisition and use, and it fails to address rural crime and violence. Bill C-71 simply goes after those who are already following the law while awarding or rewarding criminals with shorter sentences or allowing them to walk away altogether. It is very clear that what this current government likes to do more than anything is deceive Canadians. It's less about the safety and the well-being and the security of our country, and it's more about appearing as if they are doing something good. Mr. Speaker, if we were really to take Canadians seriously, if this government was really to take its position of honor that has been bestowed upon it, if it was to take that position seriously, then it would genuinely want to strengthen our justice system and genuinely want to strengthen our borders and genuinely want to invest in frontline responders and make sure that illegal firearms are taken off the street and that people are kept safe in this country. But, Mr. Speaker, this current government is not interested in actually governing well. This current government, under the current Prime Minister, is more interested in its appearance, its image. He told veterans that they cost too much. Meanwhile, he handed $10 million over to a convicted terrorist, Omar Khadr. It is shameful. I'm glad you recognize it. He insists consistently on putting criminals before victims. And Mr. Speaker, this is wrong. Because again, Canadians elect a government to look after their safety and their security, their well-being, to ensure that this country is running on all cylinders, that they have a vibrant future that they can dream for and work toward and step into, that they can be excited about for their children and their grandchildren. Mr. Speaker, the bill that we are discussing today, Bill C-75, having to do with the criminal justice system, it actually puts this country at risk. It puts victims in serious danger. It rewards criminals. The role of every government is to keep citizens safe. It's to facilitate an environment of economic prosperity where people are free to use their time, their talent, and their energy to build wealth and achieve the financial outcomes they desire. This means protecting our borders. It means investing in necessary infrastructure. It means decreasing taxes. It means exercising fiscal restraint and scrapping unnecessary regulations. It means respecting the rights and the freedoms of Canadians and celebrating the contributions of those who work hard rather than turning them into criminals. I'm talking about the retired widow who lives next door to me. I'm talking about the local business owner who serves coffee when I go there. I'm talking about the medical practitioners who look after our health, the students who dream for a vibrant future, and the veterans who have faithfully served this country. These are the faces that government should be looking into when they make decisions to rule this country. During his time as Prime Minister, John Diefenbaker told party members, and I quote, "I was criticized for being too much concerned with the average Canadians. I can't help that. I am one." And so it is today, Mr. Speaker. Just as the Right Honourable Diefenbaker did all those years ago, my colleagues and I on this side of the House are committed to standing up for everyday Canadians, those who work hard and want a vibrant future, not just for themselves, but for their children and their grandchildren. Mr. Speaker, when we mess around with the justice system with a bill like C-75, and when we reward criminals who commit some of the most heinous crimes imaginable, when we allow them to go free, or we diminish their sentence to as small as a fine, Mr. Speaker, we depreciate the value of our country. We fail to look after the well-being of Canadian citizens. And Mr. Speaker, in this place, there are 338 of us who were elected to do far better than that. And I would expect much more from the current Prime Minister and much more from the members who govern with him. Mr. Speaker, there is no greater honour than to serve in this place, to be elected by the people of Canada and to have the opportunity to function as a voice on their behalf. I would call upon this House to steward that honour and to vote this bill down.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am a mother and a grandmother, and I truly am honored to be in this place. And I feel I have a duty and a responsibility to represent my constituents, but all Canadians. And I come here with honesty and integrity. And I listen to the member across the way who talks about people heckling in a place where you could hear the pin drop. It is dishonest and it's misleading. And I asked the member opposite if she is proud of the remarks she just made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I would invite that member to have her hearing checked because there was clear heckling in this place.
Of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In terms of clarifications, the member opposite, I respect her commentary here tonight, but there's some significant inaccuracies that she put forth in her comments. She represented to this House that crimes and offences such as related to terrorism or advocating genocide are being hybridized in this bill. That is clearly not the case. I urge her to actually look at the bill as it was structured, as it was amended at the Standing Committee. There are many things with which I take issue with, which she raised here in terms of our government's commitment to addressing crime and our government's commitment to addressing victims. I will put it to her this, that, and I know her role on the Committee for the Status of Women, that this bill addresses intimate partner violence. This bill includes enacting a reverse onus at bail for repeat offenders. It broadens the definition of intimate partner violence to include dating partners and former partners, and increases the maximum sentence in cases involving intimate partner violence. In light of her own very advocacy for women in this Parliament, would she agree that those amendments serve the victims for which she seems to speak?
Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I respect the honourable member's question, and certainly any act that advocates on behalf of victims is noble. Any act that would put the well-being of women and children first and foremost is absolutely to be commended. But, Mr. Speaker, there are things that there are portions of this bill, there are allowances made within this bill that will, in fact, allow people off with very, very small fines or penalties after committing extremely heinous crimes. I would also like to add that if the member opposite and his colleagues are interested in the well-being of victims, then it probably would have been a good idea to consult with them in the creation of this bill, and that was not adequately done.
Député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I was also surprised to hear my colleague talking about heckling when her party is probably the party that heckles the most in this House. Every day during question period, they are the people making the most noise. And so to hear her saying that there's too much noise in the House while she's trying to speak, that kind of surprises me. So I'd like to know, does the Conservative Party have a new policy of not heckling while debates are happening in this House, including question period, Mr. Speaker? So it's a very specific question. I know it's not necessarily linked to the bill, but I just wanted to address this issue of heckling in the House, and I wanted to know if the Conservatives have a new policy of not heckling during QP.
Honourable member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have always had a policy of standing up for victims and placing them as our first priority. We've always had a policy of advocating for Canadians who live everyday lives. We've always had a policy of making sure that our justice system is strengthened and that the most vulnerable among us are advocated for. And Mr. Speaker, we'll continue that legacy when we form government in October.
The honourable member from Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to point out, Mr. Speaker, through you to the honourable member, that we looked at this bill for dozens of hours at the Justice Committee, and I think I was looking at a different bill than she was referring to. I'd like to point out two inaccuracies in our comments. One, Mr. Speaker, terrorism and genocide offences were not hybridized under this bill. Number two, and more importantly, offences were not given lesser penalties under this bill. Under what hybridization is, and there's many offences, Mr. Speaker, that are already hybridized in Canada before this bill, but what hybridization does is it allows you to choose between an indictable and a summary type of an offence. Under indictable offences, which they were before, the maximum sentence was 5 years, 7 years, or 10 years, but the minimum sentence could have been a fine. So there is no different minimum sentence than there is now when there is also the possibility of looking at the facts of the case and judging it and prosecuting it as a summary offense. So I'd like to ask, Mr. Speaker, through you to the member, was she aware before she gave her remarks that terrorism and genocide offences were not hybridized under this bill?
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I actually appreciate the comments from the member opposite. Certainly when this bill was first brought forward, terrorism and genocide were included within that hybridization. However, due to pressure that was applied by the Conservative members in this House, as well as members of the Canadian public, the Liberals did in fact walk those two back, and so I will give them credit for that.
Member for Courtenay, for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, through you, I want to ask our honourable colleague, Cody Lejabakov is the Canada's youngest serial killer who heinously killed 4 young women in my riding. Just recently, Cody was he just started his serving his time, but just recently he was transferred from to medium security. Mr. Speaker, and through you, I want to ask our honourable colleague if she feels that this government and their lack of priority for victims' rights, Cody Lejabakov should be behind bars.
Sorry, but I have to go on, member for Lethbridge, 30 seconds.
What's wrong with you tonight? What's wrong?
He named the perpetrator. It's in the news.
Yeah, he did. That's never happened in a news story before. I'll say
Both order. I ask the member for Caribou Prince George and others, member for St. Catharines, order. Order. That's enough.
Take it outside.
I'm looking at who's talking right now. The member for Caribou Prince George, got to stop. Order. We don't need those gestures, the member for St. Catharines. The honourable member for Lethbridge, I'm going to ask her to give her response in 30 seconds. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I think the bottom line is this. Those who find themselves elected and in this place find themselves in a very honored position, and they have every responsibility to stand up for the rights of victims, first and foremost, and Bill C-75 fails to do that.
As it is 8 p.m., pursuant to an order adopted earlier today, order please. Pursuant to an order adopted earlier today, we are going to interrupt deliberations to vote all necessary questions to dispose of amendments made by the Senate to Bill C-75 that the House is seized with. The question is as follows.
Mr. Order. Order. What I'm hearing is over here. Order. 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 I've spoken to both members, and I expect them to be both silent and keep their hands down for a while. Mr. Lametti, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moved that a message be sent to the Senate to acquaint their honors. Okay, I'm going to ask the honorable member for Caribou Prince George maybe to go outside for a while and take a little break, okay, until he can come down, until he can be in here without reacting, without reacting to what he's hearing. And I will finish reading the motion. Mr. Lametti, seconded by, there are no points of order during a motion being read. Order. Member will sit down. Mr. Lametti, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moved that a message be sent to the Senate to acquaint their honors that, in relation to Bill C-75, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and other acts, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, the House agrees with Amendments 1, 2, shall I dispense? Yes. No. Amendments 1, 2, 5, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12B, 13, and 14 made by the Senate. Proposes that Amendment 3 be amended to read as follows. 3, Clause 239, pages 90 and 91. A, on page 90, replace lines 2 and 3 with the following. Indictable offense that is punishable by 14 years or more of imprisonment, other than an offense listed in Section 469 of the Justice. B, on page 90, replace lines 18 and 19 with the following. Able by 14 years or more of imprisonment, an offense listed in Section 469 that is not punishable by 14 years or more of imprisonment, or and. C, on page 90, replace line 44 with the following. Section 469 that is punishable by 14 years or more of imprisonment. D, on page 91, replace lines 20 and 21 with the following. Offense listed in Section 469 that is punishable by 14 years or more of imprisonment, the Justice shall endorse on the M format. Proposes that Amendment 4 be amended to read as follows. 4, Clause 240, pages 92 and 93. A, on page 92, replace line 11 with the following. 14 years or more of imprisonment other than an offense mentioned. B, on page 92, replace lines 25 to 27 with the following. Offense that is punishable by 14 years or more of imprisonment, an offense listed in Section 469 that is not punishable by 14 years or more of imprisonment, or an offense mentioned in section. C, on page 92, replace line 41 with the following. Section 469 that is punishable by 14 years or more of imprisonment. D, on page 93, replace line 20 with the following. Is punishable by 14 years or more of imprisonment, the Justice or. Proposes that, as a consequence of Senate Amendments 3 and 4, the following amendment be added. 1, Clause 238, page 89, replace line 33 with the following. Offense that is punishable by 14 years or more of imprisonment is B. Shall I dispense? Yes. This is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Calling the members. The question is as follows. Mr. Lametti, FEA.
Mr. Lametti, seconded by Mr. Goodell, moved that a message, "May I dispense?"
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager. Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Lausanne-Janté, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne-Janté, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Algabra.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Carr.
Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest-Île-des-Sœurs.
Miller-Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest-Île-des-Sœurs.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Moff.
Moff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Massé-Avignon, Métis Matan Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé-Avignon, Métis Matan Matapédia.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Pesky-Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelson.
Mr. Aelson.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Jahari.
Mr. Jahari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Cloud Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Nessif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sarai.
Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedar Mission Muskie Fraser Canyon.
Cedar Mission Muskie Fraser Canyon.
Cedar Brampton South.
Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spingaman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Ms. May Sanchcoff Islands.
Ms. May Sanchcoff Islands.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Manley.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Caesar Vance.
Caesar Chaban.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. McLeod, Camels Thompson Caribou.
Ms. McLeod, Camels Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abu Tayyip.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Sorensen.
Sorensen.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Okiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Bulleris.
Mr. Bulleris.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. Hardcastle.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement. Yeas pour 161, 161, nays contre 58, 58.
Je déclare.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour,
Orders of the day, government orders, bills. Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-100, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, the United States of America, and the United Mexican States, and on the amendment of Ms. Hardcastle.
Encourage members to take their conversations into the lobbies, which they're doing, helpfully. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith has 4 minutes remaining. Perhaps I could just ask the members beside him to take their conversation into the hallway, into the lobby perhaps, because the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith is about to be speaking. All right. I thank colleagues for their cooperation. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to stand again to speak on NAFTA, the new NAFTA, and I appreciate the Liberal Party giving me some time to speak about this. When I left off, I was talking about investor-state dispute settlements and my appreciation for having that part of NAFTA removed. I know it's going to take three years for it to be completely removed, and we're going to see that some corporations will still be able to use that provision against Canadian laws and policies that get in the way of their profits. But I think that it's time that we got rid of investor state in all of our trade agreements. It is undemocratic. It undermines our sovereignty. And as we've seen in many cases, like the Bilcon versus Canada case, we get 3 arbitration lawyers sitting in a room deciding they're self-interested in that they like to keep the system going, deciding on our environmental assessment process. And we saw in the Bilcon versus Canada case that after years of environmental assessment, that the community came out, experts came out, and they talked about this quarry that was proposed on Digby Neck and what the problem with that quarry was. And you know, in the area of endangered North Atlantic right whales, their calving grounds in an area where there's tourism for whale watching, in an area where there's lobster fishing, and the community didn't want this quarry. But when the environmental assessment review panel ruled against Bilcon, they were able to take it to a NAFTA panel and walked away. They wanted $470 million, but they walked away with $7 million. And that's outrageous. I think that using these kind of processes to challenge our laws and policies is antithetical to democracy. And we're seeing that investor state provisions are used in developing countries to force through extraction projects and or get developing countries to pay through the nose. And an example of this is Crystalex, a Canadian mining development company who challenged Venezuela using investor state after Venezuela decided on behalf of its indigenous population that this mine was not in the interests of the indigenous population. It was a threat to the environment. Tenor Capital bucked up. They paid for the arbitration lawyers. They invested $30 million. Crystalex ended up getting $1.2 billion in a settlement in this investor state dispute, and Tenor Capital walked away with 1,000% return, $300 million. It is obscene. I could give you example after example of these kind of situations. So I'm glad that that is out of NAFTA. I'm also glad to see the proportionality clause gone, which is a clause that said that we had to continue to export the same amount of energy to the United States on average as we had in the last 3 years. But as I was saying earlier, there are a few things that disappoint me about the new NAFTA. One is the extension on biological patents for pharmaceutical drugs, and this is important for products like insulin, people who have Crohn's, that we're already seeing people who struggle with the cost of pharmaceutical drugs, and what we need is to see drug costs coming down and to have a national pharmacare program rather than more money for big pharma. So that, the Article 22, the carve out for the Trans Mountain expansion, which kind of looks to me like we're going to continue to see this as a state-owned corporation, which is concerning, and having bovine growth hormone in American milk and dairy products that we import. So thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to this bill.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I'm very proud of the fact that we've had a government in the last 3.5 years that has recognized the true value of trade and the trade agreement between Canada and Mexico. Further, I believe, supports the fact that Canada is a trading nation, and having these trade agreements helps facilitate and secure markets. That helps Canada's middle class and those aspiring to become a part of it, because it helps drive our economy. We are very much in looking for new trade with new nations, and of course our best friends to the south. My question to the member opposite: does he believe that the Green Party would be in a position at some point in time where they would actually support a trade agreement, or are they more inclined to take the same approach to trade as the New Democrats inside the House?
Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, as I mentioned at the top of the speech, we actually support trade. What we look for in trade agreements is fair trade, and we want to make sure that labor rights are respected, and that standards are improved for labor, health and safety, consumer standards, for environmental standards. And we like the model that the European Union has. So when a country joins the European Union, their standards need to be raised to the level of the highest standards of countries in the European Union. And I think that that's the model that we should be looking to. I really appreciate in this round of NAFTA that there has been labor organizations and other civil society organizations involved in the actual negotiations, because that's important.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
I want to thank my colleague and friend from Nanaimo Ladysmith for his speech. He's outlined a lot of concerns in this piece of legislation, in this trade agreement. Certainly that it sides more with big corporations and pharmaceutical companies than it does people and workers' rights. What we haven't heard from the Green Party, and what we'd like to know, is are they going, and we need to be clear here, a question through you, Mr. Speaker, are they supporting this piece of legislation? Are they voting in support of C-100, yes or no?
Good question. Good.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
I'm not actually sure that I'm going to support this bill. I think that the honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands thinks that this might be as good as it gets. I understand that the New Democrats think that the Democrats in the United States might actually be able to improve this deal, but I know that there is some progressive movement within that party, but they have been very neoliberal in the past, and I'm not sure that the leadership in the Democratic Party in the United States has changed enough that we are actually going to see progress from the Democrats on this issue. So the member from Saanich Gulf Islands has less trust of the Democrats. I'm not sure that she thinks we're going to get a better deal than what we have. I think that we could be getting a better deal. I'm not whipped in my vote, so we'll see how it all comes down when we actually pass our vote. Thank you.
Honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. I just like to, I mean, he spoke earlier about that, yeah, there could be trade deals that he might be in favor of, and he referred to the European Union. Well, of course, Canada has a free trade agreement with the European Union, and we also established a free trade agreement and improved the TPP by making it the comprehensive progressive agreement and brought in labor and environmental issues into that trade deal. And in the most recent new NAFTA deal, there are environmental and progressive trade practices there to protect the environment and labor. So maybe you could give us some specifics in areas, for example, with CETA, that he didn't see there that he thought could have been there, and what would make it a trade deal that he would support.
Good.
For Nanaimo Ladysmith, a brief answer.
Well, I think the problem with CETA is there is some change in the way that investor state is done, but with the tribunal process, but it is still not good enough. And I've been listening to trade experts like Gus Van Harten from Osgood Hall, and he says it's basically the same kind of thing, the same sort of investor state dispute settlement is just done with a more permanent court. And what we need to do is be improving the judicial system and dealing with these issues within domestic boundaries. We're talking about domestic law. Let's deal with disputes within domestic boundaries. And if we're dealing with countries that don't have good judicial systems, let's make that part of the trade conditions.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise in this House today. I support Bill C-100.
Legislation for the Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement. Mr. Speaker, not that long ago, our workers and our businesses were in a state of economic insecurity. The U.S. President had demanded a renegotiation of NAFTA, which has guided our shared North American economy for 25 years. In response to that challenge, our government rose to the task. We met it head on, and it brings me great pleasure to say that we have been successful. We are now in a place where we have secured our access to the U.S. market and have secured stability for Canadians. We have projected the economic relationship that Canada, Mexico, and the United States have built together. It is hard to overestimate the importance of this economic relationship to Canadians. In 2017, trade between our countries exceeded $1 trillion, more than the threefold increase since 1994 when NAFTA was born. The North American Free Trade Zone is the biggest economic region in the world, encompassing a $22 trillion regional market of more than 480 million consumers. Additionally, with CETA and the CPTPP, we have now secured markets combined total of 1.5 billion consumers. Not only have our renegotiations secured our access to this market, but the new NAFTA will reinforce these strong economic ties and support economic opportunities. Our achievements have brought back predictability and stability to the economic relationships between Canada, U.S., and Mexico. This modern trilateral agreement turns the page and focuses on what makes our economic relationship so successful: stability, economic integration, and rules that work for our businesses and our workers. From the start of the negotiations, Canada had three primary objectives. The first was to preserve important NAFTA provisions and market access to U.S. and Mexico. The second was to modernize and improve the agreement where possible. And the third was to reinforce the security and stability of our market access into U.S. and Mexico for Canadian businesses. Mr. Speaker, we have achieved those objectives. First and foremost, the new agreement preserves Canada's market access into the United States and Mexico, securing our most important trading partnership. Canada's preferential access to these markets is vital to the continuing prosperity of Canadian workers whose livelihood relies on trade. As two of Canada's largest trading partners, it was a priority for our government to ensure that modernizing NAFTA would not only allow for any disruption of North American integrated supply chain. We understand how vital this is to Canadian companies and to exporters. As an annual average from 2015 to 2017, Canada exported more than $355 billion worth of goods to the United States, Canada's top export market. For the same time period, Canada exported an annual average of $12.4 billion worth of goods to Mexico, Canada's fifth largest export market. The CUSMA ensures continued preferential access to these key export destinations. The new NAFTA preserves our market access. This means that duty-free access for all non-agricultural goods from NAFTA will be maintained. For agricultural goods, Canadian exports will also continue to benefit from duty-free access for nearly 89% of U.S. agricultural tariffs line and 91% of Mexican tariff lines. This is a big deal for Canadian exporters and a big deal for Canadian farmers. Maintaining these tariff outcomes provide Canadians with an advantage over those countries without preferential trade agreements with the United States and Mexico. It also ensures predictability and continued secure market access for Canadian exporters to our largest trading partner. Other key elements of NAFTA are also preserved, including Chapter 19 and a state-to-state dispute settlement and cultural exemption and temporary entry for business persons. The new agreement also creates new opportunities for Canadians. It opens new market access opportunities in the U.S. markets and improves existing market access. It has new customs and trade facilitation measures that will reduce red tape and make it easier for companies to move goods across our border, including by eliminating paper process and providing a single portal for trade to submit most important documents electronically. This, Mr. Speaker, will make it fast and efficient in keeping up with a fast-paced industry in the 21st century. The agreement includes a new standalone chapter on rules of origin and origin procedures for textiles and apparel goods that will support Canada's textile and apparel sector. The new NAFTA enhances regulatory transparency and predictability, which will provide added assurance for exporters and their goods will make it to market and not be delayed by unjustified or unclear measures at the border. The new NAFTA also ensures Canada's agricultural and processed food exports can rely on sanitary measures that are risk-based and that increase predictability of market access so that products make it to market in a reasonable amount of time. In addition, the Section 232 side letter on auto and auto parts provides added security and stability for Canadians. Automotive parts and companies who export to the U.S. market and will reaffirm Canada's attractiveness as an investment destination for automotive and parts manufacturers. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak a little bit about the auto sector now. I want to flip to that. In this new NAFTA agreement, we made key changes, and one was the automakers The parts for automakers used to be at 62.5% of North American parts. The new NAFTA agreement now raises that to 75% by 2023. This will increase North American parts made, and it will ensure that we increase and stabilize the auto sector. Also, Mr. Speaker, another added to this new NAFTA deal on auto is that wages are at least $16 an hour, which will help keep jobs in Canada instead of what we've seen that jobs went to Mexico. So this increase in wages and stability in wages will ensure that we keep jobs here. And Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about Toyota in my riding. Toyota Canada will now produce the Lexus NX crossover, and it will be selling the RX Sport Utility in 2022. Up until now, these two vehicles have only been made in Japan, so this will be the first time that these two new vehicles, these two lines will be made the first time here in Canada. So we're securing jobs here in Canada, particularly in and around my region of Kitchener South Hespeler. Also, Mr. Speaker, I want to also mention that the federal government last year invested $110 million to support 8,000 jobs in southwestern Ontario, and that will help create an additional 450 new jobs in the auto sector. This is a progressive agreement that meets the needs of the 21st century, including bringing obligations on labor and environmental directly into the agreement and subjecting them to dispute settlement. Mr. Speaker, the new NAFTA preserves key elements of the North American trading relationship, allowing our continued regional prosperity and stability. It reinforces the strong economic ties between Canada, Mexico, and the United States, while also recognizing the importance of progressive and inclusive trade, including key outcomes in areas such as labor and environment. This modernizing agreement is good for Canadian workers, good for Canadian businesses. And Mr. Speaker, we have faced up to the largest challenge in U.S.-Canada relations in decades, and we have achieved achievements and outcomes that benefit us all. Mr. Speaker, this is a great achievement for Canada. This is a great trade agreement. It modernizes it in the 21st century, and I'm happy to support this, Mr. Speaker.
Very good. Bravo, Marwan. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my friend for his speech. Mr. Speaker, we've got some concerns around this trade agreement, especially when it comes to biologic medicines that are the most expensive and profitable class of medicines that are out there. For example, popular biologics to treat rheumatic arthritis and Crohn's disease can cost between $20,000 and $30,000 annually, Mr. Speaker. The cost for certain biologics designed to treat rare diseases can be substantially higher. Biosimilars can significantly lower these costs, increasing access and stretching health dollars further. So even insulin costs are going up, Mr. Speaker. So why does this government want Canadians suffering from these types of illnesses to have to pay more for their medications? Because that's what's going to happen, Mr. Speaker, if they ratify this trade agreement as it is.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. But, Mr. Speaker, there's been many negotiations, and we've had a strong team that negotiated, and they've illustrated that prescription drugs would not be increased, and this actually has a positive benefit because we have more access to markets now, and the statement that the honourable member have just made is inaccurate. Those prescriptions would not increase under this new NAFTA.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his interventions. It is, of course, a very important trade deal, one which I generally support, but I do have concerns, as other members of the House do as well, about particular items. As one who was responsible for a time for changes to protect better protect copyright laws while balancing that with access to consumers, I am always concerned when the Americans bring up copyright, and they are always trying to pursue with Canada and with Canadian law, watering down some of our protections for consumers. For instance, the notice and takedown provisions that the United States tries to push on Canada when it comes to posting on the internet and the fair dealing provisions that we have in Canada versus the fair use provisions that are found in the United States. And I'm wondering whether the honourable member has a point of view on those issues as well.
The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, when we negotiated, we wanted to ensure that we protected jobs and we protected Canadian culture and jobs especially. And that's something that within this agreement, that's what we did. We fought really hard it took many months to ensure that we got a great deal for Canadians. And Canadians should be proud. And there's many individuals that have quoted, for example, the Perrin Betty, President and CEO of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, said this: "The Chamber congratulates Minister Freeland and Canada's negotiating team for delivering an agreement that remains trilateral and that will continue to deliver prosperity for Canada and for doing so under extraordinary and challenging conditions." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague and my neighbour, the honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler, for his very comprehensive review of the advantages of this deal. One of the things that we're very proud of is representing a region that is very advanced in many things, whether it be education, whether it be insurance. But one of the other things that we're very advanced in is advanced manufacturing. And one of the pride and joys of our community is all the sub-suppliers and all the subcontractors that actually supply the Toyota plant, which is in the honourable member's riding. So he mentioned the side letters, he mentioned the impact of auto, and the tremendous advantages this deal will provide to the auto industry in Canada. But I also know that it will provide a lot of advantages to our region for people who live there, who work there, and who play there. So I would like to ask my honourable friend if he could highlight some of the advantages that this deal will not only play for our region, but also for the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member from Kitchener Centre. That's true. Our region is known for the high-tech sector. We're known for education, insurance, but also for advanced manufacturing. And we used a lot of the high-tech technologies to advance some of the technology in our vehicles. And that's why Toyota is investing in technology. They invested $110 million, or the federal government invested in Toyota with $110 million. And this is going to build more of the RAV4s. They can't sell enough of these cars. We've been selling them like crazy, and every time I met with Toyota, they kept saying that we can't keep pace with this, and it's a very popular model. And we're exporting this not only all around in Canada, but also in markets in the United States, and that's why this deal is great for auto, it's great for Canada, and I'm supporting this. Thank you.
Bravo. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whoops, my apologies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's indeed a great pleasure to rise in the House today in support of Bill C-100, the implementing legislation for the Canada-United States-Mexico agreement. Last fall, we concluded negotiations on the new NAFTA with the U.S. and Mexico. Throughout the intense negotiations, we remained steadfast and focused on what really matters to Canadians: jobs, growth, and of course, expanding the middle class. Nous avons refusé.
We refused to back down, and we achieved a good deal for Canadians. Since the onset of our negotiations in August of 2017, Canada started a pragmatic and constructive dialogue with its NAFTA partners to reach a good agreement for Canada. The agreement creates important results for companies, workers, and Canada's communities in areas such as labor, the environment, automotive sector, trade settlement, culture, energy, etc., etc.
Continued access to our largest export market for Canadian workers and Canadian businesses. And we succeeded in preserving key elements of NAFTA, including Chapter 19, which is really at the heart and soul of the agreement, the all-important dispute settlement mechanism, and the cultural exception, something that we had fought very hard for in the negotiations in the 1980s. We addressed important bread and butter issues by cutting red tape to make it easier for Canadian businesses to export to the U.S. market. The Nouvelle Alliance,
The new NAFTA is an agreement that represents more than $2 billion in trade every day between our borders.
In 2017, just to provide one example to the House, trilateral trade exceeded $1 trillion, more than a threefold increase since 1994 when NAFTA was first born. The North American Free Trade Zone is the biggest economic region in the world, encompassing a U.S. $22 trillion regional market of over 480 million consumers. With only 7% of the world's population, the U.S., Canada, and Mexico together now account for more than a quarter of the world's GDP. The new NAFTA represents an opportunity for Canada to build upon the highly integrated economies in North America. Implementing and ratifying the new NAFTA will help maintain Canada's global competitive position. Our three countries are amongst each other's largest trading partners and sources of foreign investment. And I think it's important at this juncture to acknowledge all the work that went in to these negotiations. And of course, I'm referring to the Prime Minister, who was highly engaged on this, the Minister of Global Affairs, other ministers who were very much embedded in the process, and of course, the many, many members of Parliament who consistently went down to the United States to explain the significance of this agreement to Canadians. Preferential access also means that a level playing field for Canadian products and will provide Canadian companies with a leg up on others that do not yet have the same level of access to the U.S. and Mexican markets. This will translate into increased profits and market opportunities for Canadian businesses of all sizes, in all sectors, and in every part of our beautiful country. Mr. Speaker, our relationship with the U.S. and Mexico is about more than just simply trade. Our relationship is also about friendship, shared values, prosperity, and of course, security. We don't just trade with each other, we make things together. And we cooperate to ensure the mutual safety and security of the continent. And it's important to emphasize that throughout the negotiations, this government worked hard to advocate for the interests of Canadian families. Our efforts extended to all levels of government and society, from continuing constructive dialogues between Prime Minister Trudeau and the U.S. and Mexican presidents to conversations. Order. Order.
Order. Order. This second instance, not for this particular member, but a couple of occasions just in recent minutes that we've had members just, I'm sure, not doing it on purpose, but just watch that members don't cite actual given names or family names of other honourable members. Just switch it to their title or their riding name works as well. So the honourable member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize for that. It was an oversight. But of course, what I meant to highlight and emphasize was that numerous people were highly engaged in this process. As I mentioned earlier, there were many members of this House who took their responsibilities very seriously. But of course, we also reached out to business leaders, to labor leaders, and everyone who could assist along the way. In all these interactions, I think it would be fair to say, we've been unwavering in sharing our message in the U.S. And our message was very, very simple. We were informing them that it was in their self-interest to keep strong relations with Canada. Good middle-class jobs in every U.S. state depends directly on trade and investment with Canada. Apart from being a friend and a neighbor, Canada is also the most like-minded ally the United States can find in the world. Similarly, Canada and Mexico continue to weave ties for the future through our shared values and commitment to a secure, prosperous, inclusive, and democratic world. This year, I should highlight, marks the 75th anniversary of diplomatic relations between Canada and Mexico, and we very much look forward to building on this milestone to create an even stronger partnership. Mr. Speaker, in negotiating the modernized agreement, we underscored that a good deal is one that reflects the Canadian national interest and in which Canadian values are defended. That was at the core of our negotiating priorities and approach, and we were consistent throughout. The new
NAFTA is a win-win-win agreement for Canada, the United States, and Mexico.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires? The Honourable Member for Jonquière.
Mr. Speaker, I listened to my colleague's speech, and at the end, he shocked me. In my riding of Jonquière, I have a lot of dairy producers, and we saw in the last budget the government announced a compensation program, but there was no date for this and no amount of money that will go directly to our dairy farmers. And well, the government likes to boast that this is a win-win-win agreement, but I have some news for this government, Mr. Speaker. These dairy farmers work hard every day to provide us fresh food, and we've promised them something they have a right to, and they have been harmed once again. And this is the third time we've taken a chunk out of our supply management system. What does this government plan to do to compensate them and respect our dairy farmers? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, allow me first to thank the Honourable Member for raising an issue that is obviously of concern to our government as well. As I indicated throughout my remarks, we were keen on maintaining dialogue with various sectors of our economy. That communication has been ongoing, and I can tell you that we have received every assurance that dialogue will be ongoing with dairy producers, and that they have been very pleased with the progress we're making to ensure that we stand up for their interests and we make the necessary changes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the Honourable Member would be about Article 22 of and the side annex, which gives a carve-out to the Trans Mountain Expansion Project. When we're dealing with climate change, do we not think that it would be a good idea for perhaps other state-owned enterprises to be available to us for dealing with a climate emergency? But also, I'd like to know about this carve-out for the Trans Mountain Expansion Project. Does the government plan, what is the plan? We've seen that it's not really economically feasible, and we've written, I've read reports by Robin Allen and others that say that this pipeline is not economically feasible. What is the plan if they cannot sell it to the private sector within the 10-year period as outlined in Article 22?
The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Allow me also to thank the member for again raising a very good concern. Of course, as with any other trade agreement, it's important to make sure that we're focused on the details as negotiations go on. The member will recall, for example, that when the original NAFTA was negotiated, Canadian negotiators made sure that there were all sorts of reservations for various things. In that particular instance, the big issue that Canadians expected us to stand up and preserve was culture. In this particular case, it was quite obvious to our American friends and to the Mexicans that the environment is something we take very seriously as a country. But of course, as with all negotiations, there were some carve-outs. That is something that epitomizes the process of negotiations. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, first I want to thank my friend and colleague for his speech. We've done some work on some tough files together, and I appreciate his efforts from my constituents. Mr. Speaker, we keep hearing about the Liberal government being so committed to the creation of a national pharmacare program, yet maybe this member can explain why they would sign this trade deal, which includes patent extensions that would make it harder and more expensive to create a pharmacare plan.
The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and allow me to reciprocate and say I've very much enjoyed working with my honourable colleague. As the member is well aware, these issues are very serious issues. They're legal matters. They're issues that require that each of the negotiating parties be familiar with various provisions. I think that it would be fair to say that lawyers in the department are very much aware of some of the limitations that might exist, but that will certainly not get in the way of this government's commitment to pharmacare in the future. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise tonight. And in the final days of Parliament, I'd be remiss if I didn't say thank you to my colleagues in the NDP for our tireless fight for fair trade for Canadians that represents farmers and workers and keeps the cost of pharmaceuticals low and really addresses the issues that Canadians care about and that matter to them in terms of trade. I also, of course, would like to thank my family for the time that I've been able to devote here. My husband, Jermaine, my sons, Maxwell and Malik. Thank you for your support and love and for the wild ride that we've been on this last 4 years and looking forward to going further. I'd also like to just say a quick thank you to my team. They're just so incredible, and I'd like to thank Nadine and Lindsay, Katrina, Jocelyn and Megan, and the many volunteers who I've had throughout the years. So, Mr. Speaker, we're back on C-100, and I'm pleased to be able to rise once again on this at this particular stage. Thanks to my colleague, the member for Windsor-Tecumseh, who brought forward a reasoned amendment, which I think is something that the government should consider. And this, of course, is to decline to give second reading to Bill C-100. And before I get into the reasons why, which she laid out quite well in her reasoned amendment last night, there's been a lot of discussion, Mr. Speaker, on what's happening in the U.S., on the moves that are happening with the Democrats over there. We know that they've written 4 letters from the Trade Committee, the Subcommittee on Trade, to Ambassador Lighthizer. They're in the middle of negotiations right now, and it's quite shocking to know that the Prime Minister and the Minister for Foreign Affairs will be going to Washington to try for Donald Trump to pressure the Democrats to drop these progressive elements that they're trying to achieve. I don't think that's something that Canadians widely support, Mr. Speaker, and I'll tell you that it's certainly not something that Speaker Pelosi has said that she's willing to do, and she says that the Democrat-controlled House will not take up legislation to ratify the deal until it's tweaked to address her concerns, which include issues with enforcement tools, labor reforms in Mexico, environmental protections, and provisions on pharmaceuticals. Mr. Speaker, aren't these things that we should all in Canada be pursuing? Isn't this something that the Liberal government should be getting behind and supporting instead of ramming this through, closing down debate in the dying days of our Parliament with an uncertain future throughout the summer on C-100? I understand that we're heading into an election and that it's in the best interest of Liberals to try to get this done, to put something on the shelf to show Canadians that they have achieved something on the trade file. And I just say something, I reserve my comment as to the value of what this is or how this deal is being viewed. But I want to get back to the member for Windsor-Tecumseh and the reason amendment that she put forward. The first item that she states as a reason why is that this new deal, the NAFTA, the CUSMA, the USMCA, whichever you choose to call it, it fails to improve labor provisions that are necessary to protect good jobs. And Mr. Speaker, this is entirely true. And I'll tell you that yesterday at the Trade Committee we had 12 witnesses. We had a witness from Unifor, from Labor, who expressed the concerns around the labor provisions because, unfortunately, what was initially trying to be achieved was not fully achieved here. We know, of course, the Democrats are working hard to improve it. But I want to talk a little bit in more specifics about this and the uncertainty that still exists. The first thing I want to talk about is working women. In the agreement that was signed last fall, there was a negotiation that included provisions for improving the conditions of working women that included workplace harassment, pay equity, and equality issues. But, Mr. Speaker, in the scrub phase of this New Deal, they disappeared. This is completely gone from the agreement now. So the Liberals have yet to answer why. They've yet to acknowledge that these important gender gains have completely disappeared. And rather, that they have yet to go back and say what happened to them. We need these to be put back into C-100. So I'd be curious to hear why the Liberals aren't pushing for these gender changes that have now somehow disappeared. Now, when we talk about labor, there's a lot of discussion about the $16 wage that's been talked about, the US dollar per hour. The unfortunate part of this provision, and I hope that Canadians understand this, it's not a minimum $16 per hour. It is an average $16 per hour, and actually the determination of that has yet to be defined. So if you think about an auto assembly plant or a manufacturing plant, you're looking at everyone from the CEO, all of the shareholders, all of the stakeholders, all the way down. So if you take the average wage of everyone working in there, Mr. Speaker, $16 an hour is not going to be what people are being paid in right-to-work states down in the U.S. or in Mexico. It's simply what the average has to be amongst that whole company. So again, while this appears to be something progressive on the surface, I want Canadians to understand there's no guarantee here that people will actually be paid that amount of money. And so that is definitely a concern to us. Now, when we talk about Mexico, we know that in the Mexican Senate, the Mexican government, they've moved towards some labor reforms. The problem is that we're taking a gamble on the backs of working people in hoping that these things will correct the imbalance and have the jobs continue to drain down to Mexico. And I will say there are many Canadian companies who have footprints in Mexico, Mr. Speaker, who are not paying a fair wage to people in plants. And these are North American multinational companies that, of course, when they're looking at where to put a new manufacturing facility, and they know that in Mexico they're being paid a very low wage, there are no labor standards, there are no legitimate unions, there are no environmental provisions, and then they look at the Canadian standard. This is the reason why, Mr. Speaker, we haven't had a new greenfield site in Canada over the life of NAFTA. And we will continue to have this problem, and it is a great gamble that's being taken once again on the backs of working people who, we've lost 400,000 manufacturing jobs over the life of NAFTA. We lost our entire textile industry. We lost 50% of our vintners, our wineries that are in a lot of our ridings here in the House, Mr. Speaker. So there are a great many questions to find out whether or not the provisions in this deal will actually work and will actually help the Mexican working people, the U.S. working people, and the Canadian. So it's a great gamble and risk that we're taking here. And I don't believe that I've heard a strong argument from the other side other than to say this is kind of the best that we could do. I think that Canadian workers deserve better than that, Mr. Speaker. And when we see the U.S., I mean, most people when they think of the U.S. and Canada and labor standards, they certainly don't think of the U.S. as being more progressive than us. But that's exactly what's happening there right now, because they're actually trying to stand up for working people in the U.S., and it's a shame that we don't see the same thing happening here in Canada. The other thing that I want to talk about, which my colleagues have touched upon, and I have in my previous speech, that this deal allows for the extension of drug patents that will significantly increase the cost of medication for Canadians. Now, Mr. Speaker, we know that Dr. Hoskins came out with his report saying that we should move towards a single-payer universal pharmacare plan in Canada, something New Democrats have been saying and putting forward as a plan to Canadians for quite some time. And I think it's disappointing to see the Liberals dangle that carrot once again in front of voters and say, don't worry, we're going to do it. We've been hearing that for 20 years. But here's a deal that's going to make drugs like insulin, drugs that are used for Crohn's, drugs that are used for rheumatoid arthritis, more expensive. That's so counterintuitive to where we need to be going, because we know that Canadians already can't afford the medication that they're taking. So the fact that Big Pharma is getting their way once again in a trade agreement, and this is a complete TPP hangover. This was part of the original TPP that then thankfully disappeared when the U.S. left, but it's right back on the table again. You know, my colleagues have rightly pointed out the impact on supply management. We heard from the egg farmers at committee yesterday, and I just have to pause to point out that it's shameful that we only had 12 witnesses before the committee on a study on the new NAFTA, the CUSMA, when we had over 400 on the TPP. And we did a whole cross-country tour on the TPP where we not only included everyone in their local communities, but we had open mic periods. Now we have the complete opposite. And while the Liberals, keep saying this is our most important relationship, this is why we have to do this, I believe that that's the reason why it deserves proper attention and proper oversight, and that's certainly not what's happening here, Mr. Speaker. And so, I'm very pleased to rise to say that New Democrats will always fight for fair trade that's in the best interest of people, communities, and workers, and we will put the poorest and most marginalized Canadians in the best position when we do so. When we continue to sign trade agreements that will have negative impacts and violate people's human rights, don't address gender inequality, and don't work to make the wealth inequality in our country shrink, we're doing a disservice. We need to do better. New Democrats are committed to fair trade at every turn.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Lac St. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes I wonder if the NDP would like no trade agreement without regard for the consequences. The honourable member who gave a very eloquent speech described the USMCA as something on trade, forgetting that it was an arduous negotiation that was carried out wonderfully by the Minister of Global Affairs, by the Minister of Foreign Affairs and this government. But I'd like to go back to the talk about the extension of pharmaceutical patents. I would accept the honourable member's point if we were talking about traditional drugs, where generics are ready to pounce the moment a patent is lifted. But we're talking here about biologics and biosimilars, which are the generic versions of biologics. And all experts agree that the barriers to entry into the biosimilars market are extremely high because we're dealing with extremely complex drugs, so that the whole issue, the whole notion that patent extension may be having an impact really is moot, because the barriers to entry will prevent biosimilars from quickly entering the market when there's no patent protection. So I think it's not really a proper parallel to make, and I think that it's alarming Canadians for no reason. I'd like the member's comment on that.
Member for Essex.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think perhaps the member doesn't have an issue with what I'm saying. I think he should talk to the PBO because the member over here from Vancouver Kingsway initiated a study on the new CUSMA with the PBO, and the report came back, and the PBO estimated that the increased drug costs would be $169 million in the first year alone. So I would encourage the member to look at that report from the PBO, who certainly, I thank the PBO for the work that they have done throughout this Parliament. Certainly they have shone a light on things that the Liberal government does not want Canadians to know or understand. And so I would encourage him to go and read that. I would encourage Canadians to do the same. And I would say that, the pharmaceutical manufacturing capacity in Canada is operated by the generic pharmaceutical industry, and we're talking about 11,000 Canadians who work in that industry. But, Mr. Speaker, the true question is, if we could remove that regressive provision, because what the member is saying is don't worry, it's not going to impact us, but if we could remove that, like they're attempting to do in the U.S., would the Liberals not support that? That's the true question.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Member across the way. When I hear her speak and I think of her riding and the amount of time I've spent in the automotive industry working on automation applications on Tier 2s, Tier 3s, and also going on to Tier 1s. But I wanted to correct one thing for the record, Mr. Speaker. In terms of the labor value content, it states that 40% of a passenger vehicle and 45% of a pickup or cargo vehicle must be made by hourly workers who earn a wage of US $16 an hour or more. And there are other provisions in terms of R&D credits and credits for high labor value areas. I've seen the automotive industry go up and down over the years, Mr. Speaker, and usually it was exchange that put us out of work, or it was changes in technology. But right now we have really good conditions for the automotive industry. The lowest marginal effective tax rate in the G7, 13.8%, 100% write-down of investment on buildings where we're trying to green buildings, and our exchange rate is very stable where it is. So things should look pretty good for Windsor. Could she maybe comment on any kind of positive things that she sees developing in the automotive industry in Windsor?
Honourable Member for Essex.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would have to say that the concern that auto workers have and the concern that the auto industry has is that the 2.5% tariff rate that exists on auto and auto parts is not prohibitive enough for companies to actually want to reach this level. And so when we have watched 400,000 manufacturing jobs bleed out of our country, we can't attract investment into auto because we're competing with such an unfair playing field. Mr. Speaker, the things that have been established here are easy enough for companies to get over and to pay the 2.5%. So what the member really is asking is for Southwestern Ontario auto workers, manufacturing workers across our country to take a chance that what has been established here will work in practice. And it's a best guess whether or not the provisions here will actually end up being meaningful. And I have to say that these provisions are not even fully fleshed out yet. We don't even have the details of what exactly these will look at. And that's also a piece that's very concerning because there's ministerial powers that have been written in to the new CUSMA where the Liberals would like to say, don't worry, if something happens, the minister of the day will be able to override or cabinet will be able to override. Why should we trust that they're going to go and put these provisions in after the fact? If the deal is so good...
Order. We're going to a resuming debate, and I'll let the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leaders, who I have to... Okay. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. I'll let him know that there are about 5 to 6 minutes remaining in the time for government orders on this particular bill. I'll give him the signal at the usual time, and we'll get going with the resuming debate. And the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I really want to take this opportunity as we close out the debate at second reading on this very important bill, C-100, which will enable us to take the next steps towards the ratification of one of the most important and one of the most progressive trade agreements that has ever been negotiated anywhere in the world. We went to the end of this discussion with 3 primary objectives. The first was to preserve important NAFTA provisions and market access, $2 billion worth of trade into the U.S. and Mexico every day. The second was to modernize and improve the agreement, make it a better agreement than NAFTA. And the third was to reinforce the security and stability of market access into the U.S. and Mexico for Canadian businesses. Mr. Speaker, we had those objectives, and that's what we accomplished. And I want to take a moment just to really commend our Prime Minister, who has a spine of steel when it comes to these sort of issues. Our formidable Minister of Foreign Affairs. No one can negotiate anything in the world like our Minister of Foreign Affairs. I want to thank her Parliamentary Secretary, the member for Orleans, who was engaged in this process, and the trade negotiators, the officials, members of opposition parties who were engaged in the council, which did this kind of work, which is really groundbreaking groundbreaking work to make a difference for Canadian labor, for Indigenous Canadians, for workers in every sector, and to make sure that our businesses remain competitive while we continue to grow them and have access to markets in the United States and around the world with the most diverse trading program that any country has ever developed. One issue that I do want to spend a little bit of time on, because there's been so much misinformation tonight, is on that issue of biologics and the patent protection which is negotiated as part of this whole deal. I want to be very clear about this. There are pharmaceuticals, which are drugs, which are compounds, which are created from atoms being compounded to each other, which create the drugs we know so well. 95% of the drugs which people take, people in this room take, are those kind of drugs. About 5% of the medications we take are biologics. These are created out of living organisms in a living organism and are extremely complex and expensive to do. My career, 4 years as presidency of the Asthma Society of Canada, led me to understand the very complex way that biologics are created. Drugs, on one hand, with the compounds, can have a generic drug, which is relatively easy to create a drug which is exactly the same as the original drug. A biologic will never be exactly replicated. They're biosimilars. I've jokingly called them at times biodifferents because they're different. They're extremely expensive to replicate, and most companies do not want to do it. The reality is, in a biologic drug, and I'm really glad some people are listening to this, a biologic drug, which if we have 10 years of protection for that, most likely will be replaced by another biologic. That's the way that industry works. I am not simply saying that you need to not worry about this because I'm on this side of the House arguing for this trade agreement. I'm arguing this because we have a very high stake in targeted medicine and ensuring that Canadians have access to biologics that are part of our medical care system. I've heard various numbers quoted. That's a mathematical calculation without any nuance whatsoever. The reality is, if they look at the work of Amir Adaran, he is a professor at the University of Ottawa. He's a biomedical scientist as well as a lawyer. When he looks at everything we are doing, he recognizes it's going to be a wash. The reality is we are changing regulations on the Patented Medicine PMPRB Review Board. We're obviously committed to a pharmacare system that we can see is being developed, early steps taken in this budget. We are moving on these issues, and what I would actually ask is that every member of this House commit themselves to the science, the creativity, the imagination that goes into our pharmaceutical industry. Quit beating up on Big Pharma. Now, I've taken on Big Pharma as a patient organization to ensure that Canadians have access to medication. I'm not afraid of Big Pharma. I'm respectful of pharmaceutical scientists, of the companies that bring us the medications that, frankly, keep me alive. I need those medications, and I'm glad they're there. NAFTA will ensure that there is moderate protection, either under the 20 years that you get through a drug protection or the 10 years you're going to get through a biologic. This is not something that is scientific. It's an embarrassment that some people in the House are misusing this idea to scare Canadians. The reality is we have a progressive trade deal. It is the most progressive and inclusive trade deal to involve Indigenous people. It has labor standards that are progressive and will become a worldwide model. And we have a deal that will make sure Canadians move into the rest of this century being effective and competitive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It being 9:43 p.m., pursuant to order made Thursday, June 13, 2019, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill now before the House. The question is as follows.
Mr. Trudeau, seconded by Ms. Chagger, moved that Bill C-100, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, the United States of America. Shall I dispense? Ms. Hardcastle, seconded by Mr. Massey, Windsor West, moved the following amendment. Shall I dispense? The question is on the amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? No? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to an order made on Tuesday, May 28th, the division stands deferred until Thursday, June 20th, 2019, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, Government Bills, Commons. Resuming debate on Bill C-83, an act to amend the Corrections Conditional Release Act and another act. Consideration of motions respecting Senate amendments.
Resuming debate. La reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The
Honourable.
Oh, okay. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-83 has two main objectives. First, it will allow for the separation of federal inmates from the general population when this is necessary for reasons of security. Second, it will ensure that these inmates have access to the mental health programs that they need before they can return to the general inmate population and move towards rehabilitation and reintegration successfully.
By replacing the current system of administrative segregation with structured intervention units. In SIUs, inmates will be entitled to twice as much time out of their cells, 4 hours daily instead of 2, and 2 hours of meaningful human contact every day. And we've allocated $448 million over 6 years to ensure that the Correctional Service has the resources to provide programs and interventions to inmates in SIUs and to implement this new system safely and effectively. That funding includes $150 million for mental health care, both in SIUs and throughout the federal corrections. Bill C-83 was introduced last October. It was studied by the Public Safety Committee in November and reported back to the House in December with a number of amendments. There were further amendments at report stage in February, including one from the member for Oakville North Burlington that added a system of binding external review. In recent months, honorable senators have been studying the bill, and they have now sent it back to us with proposed amendments of their own. The high level of interest in Bill C-83 is indicative of the importance of the federal corrections system and of the laws and policies that govern it. Effective and humane corrections are essential to public safety, and they are a statement of who we are as a country. In the words of Dostoevsky, the degree of civilization in a society is revealed by entering its prisons. I extend my sincere thanks to all the interveners who have provided testimony and written briefs over the course of the last 9 months, and to parliamentarians in both chambers who have examined this legislation and made thoughtful and constructive suggestions. Since the Senate Social Affairs Committee completed clause-by-clause consideration of this bill a couple of weeks ago, the government has been carefully studying the committee's recommendations, all of which seek to achieve laudable objectives. We are proposing to accept several of the Senate's amendments as is, or with small technical modifications. First off, with minor adjustments, we agree with amendments that will require a mental health assessment of all inmates within 30 days of admission into a federal custody and within 24 hours of being transferred to an SIU. This fits with the focus on early diagnosis and treatment that will be facilitated by the major investments we're making in mental health care. We agree with the proposal to rearrange Section 29 of the Act, which deals with inmate transfers, to emphasize the possibility of transfers to external hospitals. The Correctional Service runs 5 certified psychiatric hospitals of its own and will now have significant new resources for mental health care. Even so, there may be cases where a transfer to an external facility is appropriate. If such a transfer can be done safely, if the hospital has the capacity, and if it's in the best interest of the patient, then it should be done. In fact, that's why we have allocated funds in Budget 2018 for more external mental health beds. We also agree with an amendment regarding the initial review of SIU transfers. The bill requires a review by the warden in the first 5 days. This amendment clarifies that the clock on those 5 days starts ticking as soon as the transfer decision is made, as opposed to the moment when the inmate physically arrives in the SIU. And with minor changes, we agree with 2 amendments to the section of the bill requiring consideration of systemic and background factors in decisions involving Indigenous offenders. One of them provides greater precision by specifying that a person's family and adoption history should be included in the analysis. And the other clarifies that these factors may be used to lower the assessment of an inmate's risk level, but not to raise it. These provisions in themselves are obviously not enough to solve the problem of Indigenous overrepresentation in the corrections system. The upstream socioeconomic factors that result in higher rates of Indigenous people involved with criminal justice system must generally be addressed in concert with other departments and agencies, and efforts to that effect are indeed underway. But the Correctional Service is charged with ensuring that Indigenous people in its custody get a genuine opportunity to turn their lives around. And these amendments should help advance that objective. Mr. Speaker, there are 2 other amendments where we agree with the intent and are essentially proposing to meet the Senate halfway. The first is an amendment that seeks to add certain elements to Section 4 of the Act, which establishes guiding principles for the Correctional Service. In particular, it puts the focus on alternatives to incarceration, and we agree that those alternatives should be consistently considered and used wherever appropriate. We are, however, suggesting a few changes to the language drafted in the Senate. For example, the amendment lists sections 29, 81, and 84 of the Act as alternatives to incarceration. Section 29 refers to hospital transfers, and Section 81 refers to healing lodgers, so their inclusion here makes sense. But Section 84 is about community-supported release following incarceration. It's not an alternative, it's the next step. So we're proposing to remove it from this list. The amendment also requires that preference be given to alternatives to incarceration. Frankly, that's very problematic. Alternatives to incarceration should be used where appropriate. But there are situations where putting someone in prison is a valid and necessary approach. alternatives should be considered, but not necessarily preferred. Also, for clarity's sake, we're proposing to remove or replace certain terms that don't have established legal meanings, such as carceral installations, or incarcerated persons, or a broad interpretation informed by human rights. Certainly, everything government agencies do should be informed by human rights principles, but to be enforceable and actionable, legal terms need to have clear and precise definitions. If you asked everyone in this House to explain what it means to interpret legislation broadly and in a matter informed by human rights, you'd probably get 338 different responses.
Order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussion amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or special order or usual practice of the House, A, the motion respecting the Senate amendments to Bill C-91, an act respecting Indigenous languages, be deemed adopted. B, the motion respecting the Senate amendments to Bill C-92, an act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families, be deemed adopted. C, Bill C-98, an act to amend the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act and the Canada Border Services Agency Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be deemed to have been concurred in at the report stage and deemed read a third time and passed. D, Bill C-101, an act to amend the customs tariff in the Canadian International Trade Tribunal Act, be deemed to have been concurred in at the report stage and deemed read a third time and passed on division. And E, when the House adjourns on Thursday, June 20th, 2019, it shall stand adjourned until Monday, September 16th, 2019, provided that, for the purpose of any standing order, it shall be deemed to have been adjourned pursuant to Standing Order 28 and be deemed to have sat on Friday, June 21st, 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Honourable Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion?
Yes.
Yes? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Yes.
Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
It's all good. Mr. Do you want me to finish? Kevin, do I need to finish this? Keep going. Take my... All right. Calm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're proposing to remove these terms. Even so, of course, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms will continue to apply to everything the Correctional Service does. The other amendment that we're proposing to partially retain has to do with strip searches. The Senate is proposing to prohibit any strip searches conducted as a matter of routine, and we wholeheartedly endorse that objective. It would not be pleasant for any of us to be strip searched, and people in prison have often experienced trauma, including sexual abuse. Strip searches can cause them to relive that trauma and can even deter people from participating in programs like work release if they know they'll be strip searched on their way out of or on their way back in. The Correctional Service should do everything possible to minimize strip searches. And that's why Bill C-83 allows for the use of body scanners, similar to what exists in airports, as recommended by the United Nations. Rather than a blanket prohibition, though, the government is proposing that the law require the Correctional Service to use a body scanner instead of a strip search whenever one is available. That accounts for the fact that it will take some time for body scanners to be installed in every institution, and it recognizes that sometimes machines break down. In those situations, correctional staff still need to be confident that inmates aren't smuggling drugs, weapons, or other contraband. That's important not only for staff safety, but for the safety of other inmates as well. But as body scanners become more available in federal institutions, strip searches should become increasingly rare. Mr. Speaker, I'll now turn to the proposals from the Senate with which we respectfully disagree. To begin with, there are two relatively similar ones that would take existing concepts used for Indigenous corrections and expand them to other unspecified groups. This would apply to Section 81 of the Act, which allows for community-run healing lodges, and Section 84, which allows for community-supported release. Both of these concepts have proven valuable and successful in an Indigenous context, and the idea of expanding them is indeed worthy of serious consideration. Certainly, there are other overrepresented groups in federal custody, particularly Canadians of African descent. Our government is wholly in favor of examining whether strategies that have worked for Indigenous corrections can be successfully applied in other contexts and with other communities. We're opposing this amendment not because we disagree with the principle, but because the serious consideration and examination I mentioned hasn't happened yet. Before moving forward with something like this, there should be extensive consultations to determine which groups would be interested, where does the capacity exist, and how the experience of the relatively few Indigenous communities and organizations that run Section 81 facilities is or isn't applicable more broadly. It would be a major policy change and potentially a positive one, but the study and analysis should come before we change the law, not after. We also respectfully disagree with an amendment that would require the Correctional Service to approve the transfer to a provincial hospital of any inmate with a disabling mental health issue. As I mentioned earlier, our government increased funding for external mental health beds in the 2018 budget, and the use of provincial hospitals may be appropriate in some circumstances. The fact is, though, that it can be very difficult to find provincial hospitals willing and able to house and treat federal inmates. And if we want to change the law without the aim of bringing about the transfer of a significant number of people from federal correctional institutions to provincial hospitals, it is imperative that we consult the provinces first. It's also important, for the sake of preserving the clinical independence of the healthcare providers who work in corrections, that the law not preempt their professional judgment. The law already allows for these kinds of transfers where possible and appropriate, and where recommended by medical professionals. At the same time, we are dramatically bolstering mental health resources within the federal correctional service so that inmates receive high-quality mental health care wherever they serve their sentence. We're also proposing not to accept an amendment that allows sentences to be shortened on application to a court due to acts or omissions by correctional personnel deemed to constitute unfairness in the administration of a sentence. Once again, the goal of deterring improper conduct by correctional staff is commendable. There are a great many people working in federal corrections who are committed professionals doing excellent work. Anything less should be deterred, denounced, and potentially disciplined or dismissed. But inmates who are negatively impacted by inappropriate conduct on the part of correctional staff already have recourse in the form of grievances or lawsuits, for example. The idea of retroactively shortening court-imposed sentences in these circumstances would be a major policy change. Before enacting this kind of provision, there should be consultations with stakeholders, including victims groups, as well as provincial partners and other actors in the justice system. Parliamentarians in both chambers should have the opportunity to study it at length. It's not something that should be tacked on at the end of a legislative process that didn't contemplate this kind of approach. We also respectfully disagree with the recommendation to have the new system reviewed by parliamentary committees after 2 years rather than 5. This House added a 5-year review to the bill, and that's a reasonable time frame. It gives the new system time to get off the ground and be fully implemented, and that will actually make Parliament's review more meaningful and impactful when it happens. In the interim, the Minister will soon be appointing an advisory panel to monitor implementation of the SIUs as they roll out. That panel will be able to visit sites, meet with inmates and staff, provide feedback to the Commissioner, and sound the alarm if something is really not working out as it should. And of course, parliamentary committees don't need legislation to tell them what to study. Even without a legal requirement, if a committee of this House or of the other place wants to review the SIU system 2 years from now, they are perfectly free to do so. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the government respectfully disagrees with the proposal to institute judicial review of all SIU placements after 48 hours. Bill C-83 already has a strong system of binding external oversight. Independent external decision makers appointed by the Minister will review any case where someone in an SIU has not received their minimum hours out of cell or minimum hours of meaningful human contact for 5 days in a row or 15 days out of 30. They will also review cases where the correctional service isn't following the advice of a healthcare professional to remove an inmate from an SIU or change their conditions. And they will review all SIU placements at 90 days and every 60 days thereafter for any inmate still in the SIU at that point. And that is in addition to regular and robust internal review at 5, 30, and 60 days. Simply put, judicial review of SIU placements is unnecessary, and you don't have to take my word for it. At the Public Safety Committee, the correctional investigators supported using the independent chairperson model to oversee SIUs. That's a model that uses ministerial appointees, not judges. Plus, while no court has considered the new SIU system proposed by this bill, courts in Ontario and BC have rendered decisions about the kind of oversight they deem necessary for the current system of administrative segregation. In BC, the court found that oversight of administrative segregation must be external to the correctional service, but did not say that judicial review was required. And in Ontario, the court actually found that internal review was preferable, saying the reviewing tribunal can have adequate independence without having all the attributes of a judge. And beyond being unnecessary, requiring judicial review of all SIU placements longer than 48 hours would have considerable impacts on provincial superior courts. There would need to be new judges appointed to handle the caseload. Those judges would be paid for out of federal funds, and they would require support staff paid for by the provinces. There would also be changes required to the Judges Act, as well as to corresponding provincial legislation. In other words, accepting this amendment would mean imposing legislative and financial requirements on the provinces without so much as a phone call to check and see if they're on board. Mr. Speaker, if judicial review were the only way to ensure that this new system works properly and to provide the procedural safeguards required, then one could make an argument that all of these complications, making legislative amendments across the country, finding the money in federal and provincial coffers, and fast-tracking the appointment of a bunch of new judges would just have to somehow get done. But judicial review is far from the only option. There must absolutely be robust oversight of the new system proposed by Bill C-83, and review by independent external decision makers meets that need. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the honourable senators for their efforts and contributions. At this stage, this bill is truly the product of the entire Parliament of Canada. If the version we send back to the Senate receives royal assent, it will be legislation drafted by the government, amended by Liberal, Conservative, New Democrat MPs and Green Party MPs, and also amended by our colleagues from the Senate.
Frequent disagreements. This bill is a good example of the strength of the legislative process in our parliamentary democracy. And most importantly, it will significantly improve Canada's correctional system, enhancing the safety of the people who work and live in federal institutions, and improving the system's effectiveness when it comes to rehabilitation and safe, successful reintegration. I look forward to the passage and the implementation of Bill C-83. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Que ces commentaires? La députée.
The honourable member for Bally-Chambly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
This bill that's being offered as a product of all of Parliament, while we reject any of the substantive amendments that the Senate's bringing forward. And certainly I don't want to be an apologist for the Senate with some of the legislation that they're holding up, but in particular Senator Pate, who worked on this, is someone who comes from the community of civil society, of folks who have worked on these issues for a long time. And the reason I say that is because this bill was panned by every single witness that came to committee. And in fact, the Ontario Superior Court, when they offered the extension to this government, who's allowed this unconstitutional practice to fester for 4 years now, said that there was nothing in their minds that seemed to indicate that there was going to be any remedial effort brought forward. Because what I find really frustrating and baffling about this bill is that ultimately it's just a rebrand, and quite frankly, I'm not the only one saying that. Many others have said it as well, and including Senator Pate. And I just want to ask the member this. Judicial review has been offered. It was offered years ago, decades ago even, by Justice Arbour when she was looking at some of these issues. And the reason why was because we're essentially changing someone's sentence. We're extending someone's sentence by adding additional punishment through the system. So I'm wondering if the member does not recognize that if the government truly believes that there's going to be an undue burden on provincial courts, is not because the practice is being used in such an abusive way that it require that additional judicial oversight?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
I want to thank the honourable member for his intervention and his question. He's always someone who contributes in committee work, and I personally appreciate the contributions he's made to this bill. And as always, the question of judicial review versus independent oversight, there are limited resources that can actually do this work, and the government has to decide where those limited resources will be used. And can anybody else do this work? And it has been the determination that these independent decision makers can be in the position to do this work without imposing an additional workload at the provincial and federal court levels. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Battle River, Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question is one. I chair the Public Accounts Committee, and there's some significant changes in this bill. When you look at the supplementary estimates, there's $448 million that are given to CSC on the estimates. But when we've tried to find out what the financial implications, the cost of all the measures that are in this bill, we cannot get an answer from the government. Now, the parliamentary secretary is, she's privy to those briefings with the department, and I know that typically those are answers that are given by the department. So I'm wondering, I think Canadians are wondering, that if we have the scanners, and if we have a lot of other, she talked about limited resources, Mr. Speaker. What is the cost of this bill?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. And this is really a considerable move forward when it comes to the use of administrative segregation into a structured intervention unit. There will be need for infrastructure changes. There will be need for personnel changes. There will be need for programming changes and mental health care. And that the number, that $448 million, that has been put into the latest budget to make sure that we actually have the money to do this well. But it's going to be shared over a series of requirements, everything we need to implement a structured intervention unit, and we're going to do it right, and involving all of the stakeholders in these decisions as we move forward will be very important. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my honourable friend, Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Public Safety, I do want to say that I recognize that this bill does make improvements in the situation of solitary confinement. I'm particularly grateful to her colleague sitting to her left, the Honourable Member for Oakville, North Burlington, for working so collaboratively on the committee and helping some of my amendments get through. But I'm very troubled by the rejection of some of the Senate amendments. I'm sure the Parliamentary Secretary is aware of the letter that was shared with many members. That was a letter from Senator Pate to Ministers Goodale, to the Minister of Public Safety and the Minister of Justice, speaking to something that I think is quite compelling, which is unusual when legislation is going through this place, that we already have a foreshadowing from the Ontario Court of Appeal that this legislation will not be found to be constitutional. The citation is from the Canadian Civil Liberties Association case where the Ontario Court of Appeal comments that in relation to the 5-day review, just to read the key sentence, nothing more has been done to remedy the breach. This is a breach of Charter of Rights and Freedoms in the interim, and it remains unclear how Bill C-83 will remedy it if enacted. The Senate amendments and the ones that the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary referenced must go through, I believe. We can get this bill faster by accepting these amendments from the Senate, and the administrative objections that I heard from the Parliamentary Secretary don't measure up to the imperative of making sure the bill is constitutional.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for her caring about this, her compassion, and also my honourable member to my right. This matters, Mr. Speaker. This is not an easy thing to do. These are significant changes that we are going to make to the administrative segregation regime here in Canada. We need to do that. The court has told us we need to do it. There has been a letter explaining why this new way of doing administrative segregation is going to meet the court requirements. And I think we need to move forward with this, Mr. Speaker, to make it happen. And then we're going to be in a position, we have a better chance where we can help people have a successful rehabilitation and reintegration into society. Thank you.
And comments. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as another member did tonight, I just want to, because it's near the end, I want to thank my staff, Brad, Erica, Susan, Ellen, Alicia, and formerly Denny Sabrin for their great work. And also anyone in this House that had questioned the Senate, existence of the Senate, we call the other place here. This is a great example. They've done a number of suggested amendments. The government's accepting a number of them. And this has happened since Confederation. Laws in Canada have been improved by this. My question to the member is, the structured intervention now, they have more time, significant more time away from the cell, more time for programming, et cetera, et cetera. Do the Correctional Service of Canada have to record in this bill, do they have to record these times to make sure they're followed? And if they don't, are there penalties in the bill for CSC?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
I thank my honourable colleague for his question. And the first question is yes. There is a requirement to record meaningful human contact and time out of the cell, and it needs to be during reasonable day hours. It can't be during the night, it can't be at other inopportune times. It must be at normal operating times. And whether there is a penalty for CSC if they don't provide that, I think there will be recourse. They need to record that time, and they will be encouraged to meet those standards. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good answer. We have time for just a very short question and response.
The honourable member for Belley-Chambly.
And just going back on the last answer, I just want to quote for the Parliamentary Secretary, Dr. Adelina Iftain, who's a law prof at Dalhousie University, following these amendments in response to the work that Senator Pay was doing, who says that the government claims these units don't fall under the definition of solitary confinement because the amount of time prisoners would be alone in their cell is 20 hours versus 22 hours, and that might fall within the UN standard. But she goes on to say the UN standard states that the meaningful human contact of 2 days or less is also considered solitary confinement, and that's what this bill proposes. Do they not believe that living up to the UN standard is the very least that they could do here, which they haven't?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. And the UN standard is very important. But there's also a requirement to actually be able to fulfill that. And when we talk about meaningful human contact, we're also talking about the kind of programming the offenders would need. And that was the problem with the old system, Mr. Speaker. If you were in administrative segregation, you lost so much of your access to the kind of program that were actually going to help you succeed, that were actually going to help you move past the position where you are. That kind of mental health programming, that kind of literacy programming, that kind of addiction counseling programming is now going to be available to these inmates. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Battle River, Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, I'd like to seek unanimous consent for this speaking slot to be a regular 20 and 10 speaking slot rather than unlimited time to split my time with a member of Yellowhead. We have unlimited time slot, and we've asked for unanimous consent to split so that my friend from Yellowhead can share some of his stories of correctional services. And
does the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot have the unanimous consent of the House to regard this time slot as a 20 and 10 for the purposes of splitting his time? Agreed. Yes? Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Chamber for doing that. This quite undoubtedly will be the last time I ever speak in this place, and so as I rise on tonight, I want to thank the throng of people that have come out to hear this speech. I rise this evening to speak on C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and another act. Mr. Speaker, this act seeks to eliminate administrative segregation in correctional facilities, to replace these facilities with the new Structured Intervention Unit, or the SIUs. It proposes to introduce body scanners for inmates, to set parameters of access to health care and formalize exemptions for Indigenous offenders, female offenders, and offenders with diagnosed mental health issues. As we fundamentally oppose this bill in its original form, we oppose the government's motion respecting the Senate amendments. And on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we believe that this legislation has the potential of making prisons more dangerous both for the offenders and for the correctional officers. And I'll get into that in a bit. Within my riding of Crowfoot, Drumheller Institution is a medium security facility. It's in Battle River Crowfoot in the town, as I said, of Drumheller. And over many years, I have represented this riding. I have developed a very good rapport with many of the good people who work there. Correctional officers or guards contact my constituency office on a regular basis asking for assistance in resolving cases and issues that they have within their institution. I would never support a bill that could potentially endanger their lives any more than they already are, given that they are they're employed in an inherently hazardous occupation. Currently, my office has 20 active files and 50 inactive files, but also unresolved files from Drumheller correctional workers with respect to pay issues due to the Phoenix pay system, but also other issues as well. Those issues are not alone. Nearly 2/3 of public servants have unresolved pay issues more than 3 years after the Phoenix system is launched. And now the national union president, representing correctional officers, is raising very serious concerns about the very possibility of some new measures taking place within the institution. And one of them is the supervised drug injection sites for prisoners. Correctional Services Canada has neither confirmed or denied that this is about to happen by the end of the month. Already, as National President Jeff Wilkins told the Post in an article that appeared just a couple of weeks ago on June 9th, and I quote, "Correctional officers are already dead against the prison needle exchange and the current way it's being rolled out," end quote. It's a program that he says is unsafe for the guards, as they are responsible for distributing needles to prisoners in their cells. A scheme that has done nothing to stop needle sharing and defies reason in that people in prison shouldn't have access to those drugs. One of my constituents wrote me, and I quote, "As a correctional officer, I am opposed to the proposed needle exchange program, which is definitely defeating the purpose of the whole anti-drug thing that we were shooting for in jail. Is there any way that I and other co-workers can express our concerns with our Member of Parliament?" Mr. Speaker, I told him that I was definitely open to hearing and discussing with his colleagues these concerns. I could not assure him, however, that the Liberal government would listen. I did, in fact, tell him that I would bring his concerns to the Minister of Public Safety, but was not at all confident that he would be receptive to those concerns. After 19 years in this place and a number of years as our party's public safety critic for the official opposition back in 2001 until about 2006, I believe, or 2005, I have learned that when it comes to justice, inmates and their rights with Liberal governments take precedent over the victims and over correctional officers' rights. And for the 19 years that I have been in this place, I have repeatedly stood in the House fighting for victims' rights and fighting for changes to the correctional and conditional release to end such things as statutory release, to promote the idea of protection as society as a guiding principle in our correctional and our justice system. I opposed conditional sentences as originally prescribed by the Liberals, which saw rapists and other violent offenders serve their sentences at home. And my constituents backed me up on that. I am equally opposed to needle exchange programs in our correctional institutions, and I am opposed to injection sites. I wholeheartedly agree with the union president that rather than needle exchanges and designated sites within prisons for inmates to shoot up, we should perhaps have medical facilities closer to these prisons to deal with the drug overdoses that may result. So much more should and can be done to stop the drug trade within the correctional facilities, which is leading to overdose, to death, and to the continued gang wars that take place within our prisons. I think Canadians would agree that it defies reason about how drugs make their way into the prisons, not to mention the huge amount of drugs and needles that are circulated. And this is certainly not a new phenomenon. This has been going on for years, and the Liberals' only solution is to give the inmates what they want, and I disagree. I fully understand that many inmates are drug addicts, and that many of them are in prison due to criminal behavior related to their addiction. They need help. They do not need more drugs, especially drugs that are bought or bartered for within prison. The fact that drugs cannot be stopped in our prisons certainly is a blight on the reputation of Correctional Services of Canada. Mr. Speaker, as I pointed out this year when I last spoke on this bill, Correctional Services Canada certainly has been the subject of much criticism over the last number of years. In that speech, I mentioned one of the fall reports of the Auditor General of Canada in 2017, and it was entitled Preparing Women Offenders for Release. The objective of our Auditor General's report was to determine whether Correctional Services Canada assigned and delivered correctional programs, which we heard our parliamentary secretary talk about tonight, the interventions and mental health services to women offenders in federal custody, including Indigenous women offenders, which this bill also deals with, that responded appropriately to their unique needs and helped them successfully reintegrate into society or into the community. As noted by the Auditor General, and I quote, under the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, Correctional Services Canada is required to provide programs and services that respond to the needs of women offenders. What the AG found was that the CSC had not implemented an initial security classification process designed specifically for women offenders. And as a result, some women offenders risked being held at inappropriate security levels. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, and most relevant to our debate here this evening, the Auditor General concluded that CSC had not confirmed whether its tools correctly identified women offenders with mental health issues or assigned them the appropriate level of care. I also spoke about Report 6 of the Fall 2018 Auditor General Report on community supervision of offenders, in which the Auditor General found that while, I quote, offenders released into community supervision had grown and was expected to keep growing, Correctional Services Canada had reached the limit on how many offenders it could house in the community. Despite the growing backlog for accommodations, and despite research that showed that a gradual supervised release gave offenders a better chance of successful reintegration, Correctional Services Canada did not have a long-term plan to respond to its housing pressures. CSC did not properly manage offenders under community supervision. Parole officers did not always meet with offenders as often as they should have. nor did they always monitor offenders' compliance with special conditions imposed by the Parole Board of Canada. I continue today to implore the Liberal government to focus on ensuring that Correctional Services Canada fully meets its mandate, as the safety and security of Canadians depends on the successful rehabilitation and reintegration of offenders into society upon their release. Given the findings of the Office of the Auditor General, I believe that uneasiness with respect to safety and security of Canadians extends well beyond C-83. I implore this government to start thinking about those who find themselves daily in danger's way by implementing measures and policies that protect them. If they only took the time to consult them, I am confident their ideas, based on years of experience, would ensure Correctional Services Canada would be able to fulfill their mandate. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, and I look forward to any questions.
In comments, the Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while we're debating Bill C-83 tonight, the Honourable Member spent a great deal of time talking about corrections officers and the needle exchange program, which has absolutely nothing to do with this bill, and mentioned that there has been no consultation with corrections officers. And I just would like to correct the record on that I have met with them numerous times, as has the Minister just recently spoke at their meeting in Calgary. And quite frankly, if we hadn't had the draconian cuts to corrections that were made over the last 10 years, our corrections officers would be much better prepared in their daily efforts at work. I have the utmost respect for corrections officers. My question to the Honourable Member has to do with the Senate amendments that was what the debate is tonight, and will his party be supporting them?
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Madam Speaker, first of all, or Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry. First of all, in regards to the consultation, let me quote what Jason Godin, President of the Union of Canadian Correctional Officers, says, and this was partly involving the costing of the bill. Unfortunately, due to cabinet confidentiality, as our commissioner often tells us, we weren't really consulted. That's what the union says. When I speak to my officers, they aren't consulted about a whole host of issues. We have a member of the committee who says, well, she spoke to a number of people, but, not just a chat with someone on the sideline of a committee meeting, but deep consultations with not just the union, but correctional officers. The bill was as much a surprise, Godin says, this bill was as much a surprise to us as it was to anybody. I don't see the bill before it comes onto the table, so we weren't officially consulted on Bill C-83. Well, Mr. Speaker, here's our problem. I asked the parliamentary secretary tonight in regards to the costing of the bill. She gives us a lined item, but she doesn't specify as to what the cost of the scanners are going to be, the cost of the change in the integration system, and the no longer having the administrative segregation thing. So we don't have those answers. And again, this is another one of these bills that we had time allocation moved on, and then we moved into tonight's last few hours of debate after they basically invoked closure and time allocation. So, Mr. Speaker, the answer is there were some, and I could go into some of what Senator Pate says. He says, if there has been no meaningful consultations to this point in this process, then I actually would not have get the faith to those mechanisms would be in place within the prison setting. The senator says, yeah, we have amendments, but they recognize there's a lack of consultation.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge in, about a minute question, and we'll get a minute answer.
Mr. Speaker. So talking about consultation, interestingly, 2 weeks ago, there were several hundred correctional officers who gathered on the lawn here at Parliament Hill in order to protest this current government and their decision to introduce a needle exchange program within the federal prisons. Now, officers would say that they were not consulted on this decision and that they very much do feel that they have been put in harm's way by the instigation or installation of this program. I'm wondering if the Honourable Member could comment on this further and highlight the importance of doing consultation with those who are on the front lines day in and day out.
Member for Battle River Crowfoot in 70 seconds or less.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I served in government. I know consultations, and they are, for me, it was budget consultations. It was across the country, meeting with as many as we could, meeting with people in every community, in every, chamber and all across the country. Consultations online, consultations in person. The honorable member is correct. When I speak to my correctional officers, they say, well, we weren't consulted. When we speak to the union, they say there was inadequate consultation. In the case that she's referring to, which is a little different than what the scope of the bill is on the needle exchanges, they are very concerned about their safety. We know that the needle that is maybe used to shoot up a drug is also used as a weapon in the hand of that offender against other offenders and against the correctional officer. And so, it's one thing to say, well, they're employed in an inherently dangerous surrounding, and it's another thing for governments to say, okay, we better consult and we better make sure that what we're doing is the right thing. Unfortunately, this government fails on consultation every time.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to join my partner from Battle River Crowfoot on speaking on Bill C-83, and I have gotten up in this House a number of times and spoken on it in the past, and I was on the committee that overlooked Bill C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and another act. This has been a bad act right from the beginning, Mr. Speaker, and the Liberals didn't listen to very many people. They wrote the act, they brought it before committee, and they kind of forced upon it, as they are today, forcing us in the second last day that Parliament is sitting, they're forcing us to speak on the amendments that are brought in by the Senate, the review. They don't like them, but they want to push this through. Now, right from the beginning, when we started Bill C-83 in our committee, a number of witnesses came through. And I'm just going to throw a few from my old speech. John Howard Society said it was bad. Elizabeth Fry Society said it was bad. We had a 19-year prisoner who even admitted to being a pretty bad guy that was there. And he said there was parts of this bill that was bad, and that he was the type of person that needed to be protected and needed to be put into the segregation unit to protect him from the guards and from other prisoners and even from himself. So these are just some. And British Columbia Civil Liberties said it was a bad bill. Native Women's Association said it was a bad bill. So there was a number. Now we have it brought before us, again, as I said, second day before House rises for the summer. Corrections Union. A number of witnesses have gotten up today. My friend from Battle River Crowfoot just mentioned his union wasn't spoken to. Very much like his union, the institution at Drumheller is a or medium security. I have a medium security facility in the town of Grand Cache in the Great Riding of Yellowhead. Now, it's probably one of the most beautiful jail settings in North America. It's on top of a mountain overlooking the Rocky Mountains. There are a large number of Aboriginal prisoners there. As I said, it's a medium security facility. But when I speak to the guards there, and I know some of them very well, some of them went to school with my daughter years ago, they are very concerned that they were not consulted properly, and that it will, if enacted the way it is, Bill 83, will make it dangerous for the guards. And that, Mr. Speaker, to me is totally unacceptable. The change will make prisoners more dangerous for the guards, as they will have to deal with the worst of the worst and the most volatile being out and about from their cells for 4 hours a day. Now, I totally agree that things need to change, and we need to take and be civil and be human on how we treat the prisoners. Now, I'm going to tell a little story here. Many years ago, I had the privilege to be on what the RCMP called the provo duty. And I escorted prisoners throughout British Columbia and Western Canada, back and forth from remand centers, from detachments to prisons, etc. And I got to know many of these individuals on a personal basis, and many times I traveled 200 or 300 miles with 3 prisoners and myself. Now, you could be a real dick, and those guys would hate you when you get to the destination, or you could be a decent individual, have a conversation with them, treat them decently, with respect and dignity, and you could have a 200 or a 300-mile drive with 3 prisoners.
I'm just curious to see what the translation for that word was. I don't think it was very parliamentary, and I realize this is probably the member's last speech, so I won't call him on it. I'll let him continue.
My last speech, I do apologize to my fellow, but it was just the terminology that slipped out at the time. Years ago, we learned that you had to you had to give respect to the prisoners. You had to treat them properly. And that is no different today. Now, I realize Bill C-83 is trying to do that in a number of areas. But as our colleagues from the Senate have said, there are some things that need to be corrected. And I hate to say it, but they're not listening again. The Liberal government is not listening again. Now, my primary purpose in getting up today is to say the women and men that work in our institutions do a great job for our country. They are a fantastic group of people. And in many cases, even more so a lot of times than police officers that are out on the street or our military that might be defending some country somewhere, these guys are right on the front lines. A lot of our prisoners are just everyday common type of people, you know, and you don't need to worry too much about them. They're civil, you can have great conversations with them, you can joke around with them. But we do have some real bad apples there. Some have mental problems. Some are just downright mean. Some are can be rehabilitated. Some, and I'm going back 50 years of experience, Mr. Speaker, cannot be rehabilitated, do not want to be rehabilitated, and that's where the problem becomes with this segregation part. Now, I know the Supreme Court has ruled that we need to change our policies. We need to give them more rights. But that will come to a cost to the country to do so. And I guess we'll have to accept that because that's what's been ruled. But the primary thing is my friends, my constituents that work at Grande Cache facility, I want them to be safe. That's primary to me. It's primary. I want the average prisoner that's there because maybe he got picked up for impaired driving, maybe something minor. He's not really a bad person or she's not a bad person. I want them to be very safe in our institutions, Mr. Speaker. That is my primary concern. So I ask my colleagues across, you have been given a number of recommendations from the Senate that I think that you need to address, that you cannot ignore. Now, one of them, I didn't pick all of them up, and I'm not going to deal with all of them, but there were one that I kind of thought that I would just spend a little bit of time talking about, and that's where the Senate said that the authority should be left with the institution as to the movement of a prisoner to a provincial institution. Now, that is only rational, good, common sense, Mr. Speaker. Now, I'm not knocking professional health people. They do a great job for us. But I'll tell you, we have some great con artists in our jails that could sweet talk you, Mr. Chair, into letting them sit up there and you take their place. That's how good they are. I know you'd never get caught for that, but that's how good. That is where my fear comes in. The institution staff know these people. They're dealing with them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They know how slick they can be. But a medical professional coming in, maybe for an hour, 2 hours, maybe 3 hours a week, can get baffled. That's why I think that was a very wise decision, came back from the Senate. It's a common sense correction, and yet it's being ignored. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the time so that I could stand up here and defend my institutional guards in Grande Cache and others across this country. They do a great job for us. Get rid of the needles. I'm not going any further than that. Biggest mistake we ever made. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oakville North Brampton.
Burlington.
Sorry, Burlington.
That's okay. It's late, Mr. Speaker. I would like to start by thanking the honourable member for his service to this country and everything that he has done in this place. And from the bottom of my heart, I just want to thank you. It was truly an honor and a pleasure to work with you on the Public Safety Committee, to work with him on the Public Safety Committee. And I have so much respect for his opinions. And so I'm asking this question from a very sincere place, Mr. Speaker. As he knows, we are under a timeline from the Supreme Court of Canada. We've passed this bill. It's gone to the Senate. The Senate has come back with some that are fairly significant amendments requiring judicial oversight, which we don't agree with. Some of the ones we have agreed with for a mental health assessment when a prisoner first arrives in the institution. But I'm just wondering, does he not feel that it's important to get this legislation done? Because the alternative would be that the courts would impose a solution on us. And I know when I speak to corrections officers, and I just recently spoke with the past president of UCO, where they are concerned that if we don't get legislation done, the courts could impose something else. And they're concerned that there would have zero input into that. So I'm just wondering what his thoughts are on that. And again, thank him so much for his service.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
I hate to rush anything, Mr. Speaker, unless it's correct. And the Senate is telling us, and they've studied it as well as us as a committee studied it. We heard from many witnesses, and to just bring it out because we're threatened by the action of the courts taking something, we should have thought of that right after the bat and got on it a little quicker than we did. We're here the last day. And again, it's back to the safety of the people. Yes, I agree with a psychiatric review when the person comes in. But if we bring these things out, is it going to make it very difficult to correct them after? And is it going to put one guard in jeopardy, his or her safety, in the next month or two before we come back to help correct it in the fall?
And comments. The
honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Oakville, North Burlington, I do want to thank the member for his service and say what a pleasure it was to work together on the Public Safety Committee. He's certainly a straight shooter, and it led to probably some of the best witness testimony we could get. And so, the risk of mixing metaphors, it was also a bit disarming. I think we tend to like to be verbose in committee, but getting to the point is something we could do more of, and I thank him for that. I do want to ask him about, we've talked a lot about consultations, and I think he mentioned it in the context of corrections officers, but the fact of the matter is, and he knows, as he was on the committee, as was I, that most of the stakeholders, if not all the stakeholders who came to committee, who were the major stakeholders on a file such as this, told us that they were not consulted. And when you consider that there was a first go that the government had at this, Bill C-56, which never got to be debated at second reading, which was tabled in 2017, then this bill that was tabled late last year, and now we're finalizing debate here now. I'm just wondering what my colleague thinks of the fact that while there is a tight timeline, where he's talking about rushing it, the reality is that this has been on the agenda since before this government even took power with the Ashley Smith inquest, among other things. And so I'm wondering what he thinks of the fact that there was the opportunity to consult, there was the opportunity to get it right, and it took some court decisions and a rushed timeline and a bit of legislative dropping the ball, if you'll allow me that turn of phrase, Mr. Speaker, and I'm wondering what he thinks about that situation.
Honourable member for Yellowhead, in 45 seconds or less, please.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for that. He is absolutely correct. Come on, none of the witnesses that came in really agreed with this bill. We were given this bill written by the senior management of Canada's institution systems, with no consultation with the unions, with the stakeholders. We were given it as a committee to get it through as fast as possible and get it passed. The Senate saw the mistakes. We could see the mistakes. The witnesses could see the mistakes. And we're going to make a bigger mistake if we go and vote for it with the errors or with the Senate submissions being omitted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Debate, reprise du débat. The
Honourable Member for Beloit-Chambly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I have an amendment to move, so I would ask you to indicate when I have 1 minute remaining. It's not right for now, but I will have to find my quote. I have a few quotes that I'd like to share with the House. These are relevant quotes, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to begin by talking about what I said earlier in my question to the member for Yellowhead. Segregation in Canada is terrible, and it goes back to time before this government arrived in power. In the previous parliament, I remember our colleague, the member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke, and the member for Alfred Perlin, Rosanne Doré-Lefebvre, I can say her name. She was the critic who asked a number of questions with regard to the Commission of Inquiry that looked into the circumstances surrounding the death of Ashley Smith, the tragic circumstances of that death. I would invite people to read about this case. We're talking about a child who died, and in fact who was to some extent killed by negligence and the abuse that occurred within our prison system, and the responsibility that Corrections Canada had to assume in that situation. It's quite troubling, Mr. Speaker, given the fact that this woman's family, her mother and her sister, if I'm not mistaken, and if I do, I apologize, they went to the Senate committee at the invitation, I believe, of Senator Pate, who did wonderful work in this area before even being appointed a senator. And that committee expressed its, or rather they expressed, the sister and the mother expressed their anger and their sadness. And the Minister of Public Safety and the government came forward with a mandate to do better and ensure that the circumstances of the death of that individual would not be repeated, and they would use the memory to justify the new approach. But it is not doing anything. In fact, on the contrary, we see since the Liberals came into power, we see that two courts, and now the Supreme Court is getting involved with a request for an extension that was made at the request for a stay by the government. since the legislation before it has not yet been adopted, and we know that the abusive use of segregation is anti-constitutional, Mr. Speaker. This is something that is very troubling.
There are many cases, not just on the federal level, but well, I have only limited time. I can't discuss all the cases, but there are many troubling cases, particularly recently.
To bear in mind that the remedy that the government is proposing is no remedy at all, and in fact, quite the contrary. The reason why so many of the stakeholders and in certain cases, even as I mentioned, the loved ones of those who have been victims of the abusive use of solitary confinement have deplored the fact that ultimately all we have here is a rebrand. It's solitary confinement under a different name. And certainly, as is unfortunately too often the case with this government, we see situations where we're saying, well, look at this amendment or look at this change in the bill. There's a few things that might be better. Ultimately, experts agree, and I'll come back to it in some of the quotes that I pulled up earlier that I want to share with the House. Ultimately, experts agree that the courts will continue to find this the practice, even under another name, with structured intervention units (SIUs), to be unconstitutional. And Mr. Speaker, rarely have I seen until quite recently, there's actually been a few since then, but C-83 was one of the first bills that came before our committee that was opposed by all the witnesses. And certainly, I'm sure Liberal members can pull up a couple of quotes to say, well, the corrections officer said this would be an okay approach, but ultimately the witnesses were opposed to this approach because there's a variety of things that aren't in place that need to be.
And one of these things, Mr. Speaker, one of the amendments that was proposed by the Senate is the judicial overview and a judicial approval of the presence of an inmate in a SIU. This is nothing new. This is something that dates back to when Louise Arbour was a Supreme Court justice after a riot that took place in an institution in Saskatchewan. They noted that when solitary confinement is abusive, overused, and when a judge uses their role and power to, sorry, it's the end of the session, well, if they impose a prison sentence for an inmate, and what we've noted is if there's abusive use of solitary confinement or incarceration, CSC is changing the decision of the judge. They're modifying the sentence that was handed down by the judge. And that is what Justice Arbour stated at that time. She mentioned the use of judicial review.
Troubling to me is that I proposed an amendment, now Senator Pate is proposing an amendment, and these amendments are being rejected by the government. And the reason that I'm understanding, hearing the parliamentary secretary's speech earlier tonight, is that the argument is that it would cause an increased workload on provincial courts, but ultimately, the sad and tragic thing about that argument is that the only reason why it would cause an increased workload is because of the abusive use of solitary confinement, because so many individuals are being subject to the practice that should not necessarily be. So much so, in fact, Mr. Speaker, and I want to focus on women offenders in particular. I presented an amendment at committee to end the practice completely in women's institutions. Why? Because the figures demonstrate two things. One, the amount of women who are actually in solitary confinement is infinitesimal. The practice is not necessary for maintaining security in our institutions, which is obviously the primary reason why it's used most of the time. And the other reason, Mr. Speaker, is quite simply that pregnant women, women with mental health problems, Indigenous women, these women are most often negatively affected and the abusive use of solitary confinement. And so certainly there's an argument to be made about that, but at the very least, with judicial oversight, and in fact, Mr. Speaker, the argument might also be made that Senator Pate's amendment goes too far. I certainly don't think so, which, as I said, leads us to support the amendment. But there's other routes as well. I propose an amendment that sought a longer period of 15 days before judicial oversight would be required, and certainly a much longer and wider threshold than what Senator Pate is proposing, and that was also rejected, Mr. Speaker. And the fact of the matter is this: the issue that we're facing here is quite contradictory, and I want to go back to another issue that was raised by the Parliamentary Secretary when it comes to this issue of the burden we'd be putting on provinces. The Parliamentary Secretary mentioned the burden on provincial mental health hospitals and mental health institutions as one of the reasons why one of the Senate amendments, and you'll forgive me, Mr. Speaker, I don't recall the exact amendment, but this is something that was being proposed. And the fact is that you look at the same department, the same public safety department, that through the work of my provincial colleague in Queen's Park, Jennifer French, has fought the Ontario government for years over the fact that they have contracts with Public Safety Canada to detain, in some cases with dubious human rights parameters, immigrants who have sometimes not even committed crimes, who have an uncertain legal status in our country. And in fact, when that is obviously the purview of the federal government, these individuals are treated very poorly. I would refer colleagues to, I don't have the title with me, but I'd be happy to share with them, to a great report in the Toronto Star a couple of years ago, 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, on some of these individuals. One individual, for example, who was in the U.S., was never found guilty of stealing a DVD. Apparently he was accused of it, never found guilty in court, came to Canada, is working through his process for permanent residency, and because of a variety of issues, is now being detained in a provincial prison under poor circumstances, without the proper accountability that a normal detention process would have. And even though that's the responsibility of the federal government, we see issues like overcrowding and such, and that's through subcontracting that the federal government does with the provinces.
Why am I talking about this, Mr. Speaker? It's kind of an aside, but it's to show the hypocrisy of our government. They say they want to work with the provinces, but they're imposing the enforcement of law and various aspects of our incarceration system, and now we're going to use the provinces as an argument to move forward with this violation of rights in the incarceration system. I'd like to go back to a quote, as I said earlier.
I want to go to the Ontario Court of Appeal ruling granting the second extension. We'll come back to that, Mr. Speaker, the second extension in April. And what the court said, and certainly any of my colleagues who are lawyers won't appreciate me selectively quoting. That's always a dubious and dangerous game, but I will do so regardless for the sake of expediency. They said, extensive evidence is put forward outlining the legislative process, the steps necessary to implement the bill being, of course, C-83, including costs, staff training, infrastructure, public consultations, and so on. But this court remains where we were when the first extension was argued. We have virtually nothing to indicate that the constitutional breach identified by the application judge is being or will be addressed in the future. So, Mr. Speaker, it's pretty clear from that quote and that extension, not even the initial judgment ruling the practice unconstitutional, that there's obviously an issue that this is an issue that this bill will not resolve. And I sort of opened the door to this at the beginning, and I didn't quite finish that thought, but I did want to come back to it because I just mentioned the second extension, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-56 was tabled in 2017, the first attempt this government had at dealing with this, because it was, after all, part of not one minister's but two ministers' mandates letters, the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Public Safety. And as I said, it was a debate that began in the previous Parliament and even before, through a variety of public inquiries and the like. So Bill C-56, finally we get to Bill C-83, which was tabled late last year. Here we are now at the 11th hour, having it rammed through because the government, quite frankly, didn't do its proper homework. And it's problematic because here we have them asking for extensions and having to go even now in the last few weeks to the Supreme Court, of all places, to get an additional extension. And here's the thing, Mr. Speaker, the witnesses in committee, not consulted. No one was consulted except the officials in the minister's office, and they all came to committee to tell us that. Expliquez-moi, Monsieur le Président.
Explain how we can have an issue that the Prime Minister included in the mandate letters in 2015. And there were two rulings from two different courts, the Supreme Higher Court in British Columbia and the Supreme Court. On the other bill, C-56, at the end of 2018. And then there wasn't just one or two, but 3 extension requests for the implementation, what was asked by the courts. I have a lot of respect for my colleague from North Burlington, but when asking a question earlier, someone said it would be better to have a bill rather than having the court impose something. But I want to defend human rights, and I want to avoid having situations where people die in prison because of abusive use of solitary confinement. I would rather see restrictions and parameters imposed, and that's what we would have liked to have seen in this legislation. In the same vein, I'd like to go back to the United Nations criteria for solitary confinement. There are several things, several number of consecutive days and hours and time spent out of the cell, which is a problematic term for some people who are listening. They're not running around outside of the cell. Well, I don't mean to adopt a humoristic tone for this serious issue, but we're talking about time spent outside of the cell where the isolation is taking place. These are significant human factors. I'd like to complete the quote I started to read earlier when I asked the parliamentary secretary a question.
To get the pronunciation right, but Dr. Adelina Iftain, who's a law professor at Dalhousie University, and she said this, and I'll read the full quote, and I ask for colleagues' indulgence. The government claims that these units don't fall under the definition of solitary confinement because the amount of time prisoners would be alone in their cells is 20 hours versus 22 hours, as it is now. While that falls within UN standards, the amount of time prisoners would have meaningful contact with other human beings, 2 hours per day, does not. The UN standards state that meaningful contact of 2 hours or less, proposed in this bill, that's my words, not hers, per day is also considered solitary confinement. The government simply cannot argue that its proposed regime is not segregation. Passing a bill that does not include a cap on segregation time and judicial oversight will lead to another unconstitutional challenge. And then she goes on to say, refusal to pass the bill with amendments would be a sign of bad faith, disregard for taxpayers' money, and for the rule of law. It is disheartening to see such resistance to upholding human rights at home by a country that champions human rights abroad. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, it's very clear when you hear this quote that at the end of the day, despite the window dressings, what you see behind this legislation what is behind is pretty much the same. The background's the same. It's the same system that we have today that will have considerable impacts on people and will also have consequences that could lead to death. Mr. Speaker, it's important to understand, and I'll end on this. It's important to understand that there are some people who will say that there are public safety objectives in mind, that some people committed horrible crimes and they deserve to be punished. Mr. Speaker, the vast majority of people are victims of abusive use of solitary confinement, and they are dealing with mental health issues. And that is problematic because rather than receiving the necessary treatment to be rehabilitated and to meet our public safety targets and not continue to pose a threat to our communities and society. This abusive use of solitary confinement, well, it goes against these objectives that we're trying to achieve in terms of mental health and rehabilitation, and it causes harm to public safety. So all those who want to say that it's a public safety issue, well, I would ask them to think about it again, because this situation has to be solved. So now I'm trying to wrap up. Of course, there's much more to say. This is many stakeholders spoke in a very inspiring manner, even though this is a very dark subject, and they criticized the government's inaction. But despite the deplorable behavior of the Senate, of legislation democratically adopted in the House, I think of my former colleague, Ms. Ambrose, she worked at the Elizabeth Fry Society, and she's able to speak to this better than anyone else in the House. These were amendments that I support from the Senate, so I propose, supported by the member from Jonquière, that the legislation be modified by substituting the text with the following: that amendments brought to the Senate to Bill C-83 Act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and another act now be read a second time.
The
amendment, Mr. Dubé, seconded by Ms. Trudel, proposed that the legislation be modified by adding the following: that the amendments provided by the Senate to Bill C-83 Act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and another act now be read a second time and approved. Questions and comments?
The honourable member, l'honorable député de Yukon.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, and thank the member for his very thoughtful presentation. Two questions. One is, and he answered, I think he was answering it at the end of his speech, was I think the Conservatives would be voting against this bill, this concept, because they think it makes the prisons and people more dangerous. I think the member is making the case that because of the effect of solitary on the mental and social situation of a person, it makes it more dangerous not to deal with it. And my second question is, obviously he wants improvements to the bill, but which could come with the new Parliament in the fall, or the 5-year review, or through the court challenge that he mentions. But if the votes of the NDP cause the bill to be defeated so nothing happens, does the member not think some inmates could have poorer treatment this summer? Because there is some improvements in this bill, obviously not enough, but there's more time out of cell, more rehabilitation services, etc.
Just want to remind the honourable members, when they're asking a question or giving a speech, if they have their earpiece, to keep it away from the microphones. The translators are doing a wonderful job. We just don't want to damage their ears this late in the game. L'honorable
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question.
First of all, as I said, I think ultimately the bill will, despite some extremely minor improvements, perpetuate the same status quo. And in fact, I wouldn't be concerned about the bill being scrapped, because then the consequence of that would be that the court's conditions would be imposed on Corrections Service Canada, which I think are much more restrictive in terms of the use that would take place of solitary confinement. And to go back to the other part of his question, and I was getting to that at the end of my speech, the concerns raised by corrections officers certainly are valid. Ultimately, at the end of the day, the member earlier from Oakville was correct in pointing out that the cuts they have been subject to is something that they've continued to have to deal with. And interestingly enough, also part of the reason why this practice has perpetuated, because ultimately for a corrections officer, when a decision has to be made about either taking an offender who is causing an issue within the institution, if there is a mental health issue and there are no mental health resources available, or they themselves as corrections officers don't have the resources, then the only option then is to put them into solitary for safety reasons. Again, we're not also, as I said, I'm open to a debate. I proposed amendments in this regard to eliminate it in women's institutions. There is an argument from the John Howard Society and others that it still has its place in men's institutions, but ultimately that's the role judicial oversight plays. Is we do recognize there might be an urgency within 24 or 48 hours, maybe even over the span of a couple of days, depending on who you ask and what expert you're speaking to. But at the end of the day, without the proper oversight, and this bill just doesn't have it in my estimation, the concerns will still remain that corrections officers are stuck sort of flying by the seat of their pants and improvising a little bit. It's not something they want to do, but I don't think this legislation provides them with either the resources or the clarity that they seek to do the work that I think they recognize they would like to be able to do this. Certainly their goal is not to prejudice anyone's rights, on the contrary, but they need our help to be able to do it, and they're just not getting it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Belleuil-Chambly for his excellent work over the past 4 years. I've been able to work with him, and when I hear him rise in this House and make a speech, he has a wonderful way of explaining things and expressing his opinions, his words. They reflect reality and give us a better understanding of the issue. It's not really a question, but my colleague mentioned earlier in his speech that he didn't have enough time and he had other things to say. And I'm wondering, through this, if there be any other information he'd like to add to his speech. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her kind words. It's very appreciated. Yes, of course, this is a tool that is complex. As I said earlier today in a debate on another motion, often with public safety, we're dealing with files with our incarceration system, people who don't deserve people's kindness. But we do have a responsibility to respect their rights, and that's an objective we all have to look towards. We want to maintain public safety, but despite all the efforts we make, well, what you have to recognize at the end of the day are human rights. In a country such as Canada, and based on the quote I read, when we go abroad and we talk about defending human rights in other countries, we can all think of examples, but we have to also look at what we do here in our house, in our country. And for a person who is a criminal or not, someone who's detained by CSC, if their human rights are violated, it could harm their mental health, and it could even lead to the death of some individuals. There are all sorts of dark circumstances and horrible circumstances, but we have to recognize there's a lot of work to be done. What I'd like to say in conclusion, I'd like to thank my colleague to be able to summarize this. I'm very disappointed by the fact that the government clearly came with the intention to solve the problem, but they didn't do so. Civil society is moving forward, and the government is just simply taking what they've what's on the table. They only made cosmetic changes, and they amended amendments which kind of watered them down. So this does not meet the objectives that the Canadians would have liked. We've been working for decades to improve our communities through the corrections system. Questions and comments?
That's the honourable member for Oakville North, Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech and his work on this bill. Along with this legislation is an investment of $450 million, of which $150 million will be for mental health. And I'm wondering, I know we disagree on the legislation, Mr. Speaker, but I'm wondering whether or not the honourable member feels that investment is important for corrections.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Merci, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Her question, and since this may be the last time, and certainly on an issue that we've had the chance to work on, I do want to thank her for her advocacy and the opportunity we had to work together. These, as I mentioned in a previous response, the public safety file is a challenging one because we're sometimes swimming upstream when it comes to dealing with complicated issues that aren't always the issues that garner the most sympathy from the public, but that do have important outcomes for our communities and for many individuals in Canada. And so it was, I think, important, many of the things that we were able to accomplish, and I thank her for that and her continued advocacy because, again, as she mentioned, while we might disagree, I certainly know that she's a persistent voice in the minister's ear at the very least on some of these issues. I'm never going to speak against any further investment on issues that I believe are important, and certainly the investments that she talked about are important. It does lead me to raise a final concern, perhaps with the remaining few seconds I probably have left, which is to say that there was some specifics that I raised in committee, concerns I had over some of the wording of the bill. Often, as I mentioned earlier, when corrections officers don't have the resources, or even if there are mental health resources in an institution, they might not always be readily available at the time of an incident, and therefore it sometimes makes it challenging for them to make the decision that leads to the best mental health outcome, And so my concern is I believe there are some aspects of the bill that are still phrased in such a way that there could be potential loophole there. Some of those concerns were alleviated, others still remain, and so I'm pleased to see them continue to go in that direction, but unfortunately we will have to agree to disagree on the substance of the bill. I don't believe that this is the right approach. I do want to see strong parameters around the use of solitary confinement in the country, in line with the court decisions we've seen, in line with the UN standards, and certainly with judicial oversight. That's the direction I believe we need to go, but I do again want to just say that it's been a pleasure to work with her, and hopefully we can push these issues forward in the years to come, even if it's not in these roles and any other roles that we might play in this space. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parliament has been studying Bill C-83 for the last 9 months. Its essence and objective are the same now as they were when the bill was introduced, to provide a way to separate inmates from the general population in an institution when doing so is necessary for safety reasons, without cutting those inmates off from rehabilitative interventions, programs, mental health care, and meaningful human contact. The main feature of this bill is the replacement of administrative segregation with structured intervention units, or SIUs. In SIUs, inmates will get a minimum of 4 hours out of the cell every day, twice as much as they currently get in administrative segregation. And for the first time, there will be a legal entitlement to meaningful human contact of at least 2 hours every day. In addition to these legislative changes, the government is investing $450 million so that the Correctional Service will be able to hire the staff necessary to provide programs, interventions, and mental health care in SIUs, and do it all safely. Mr. Speaker, this investment is critical to the success of the SIUs. During my conversations with both the Union of Safety and Justice Employees and the Union of Canadian Corrections Officers, as well as visits I made to corrections facilities in Edmonton and Saskatoon last year, something I heard loud and clear was the need for meaningful investments in corrections to atone for 10 years of cuts by the previous Conservative government, so that we can ensure the best rehabilitative outcomes for inmates, and just as importantly, to ensure the safety of those who work in corrections. My friend Stan Stapleton, the national president of the Union of Safety and Justice Employees, wrote an article in May of 2019, and I'd like to read it for you right now, Mr. Speaker. I'll quote from the article: "Correctional Services Canada's use of solitary confinement must change. The long-standing practice of managing difficult offenders by use of solitary confinement is totally unworkable. As Canada's courts have said, it is profoundly inhumane. Men and women serving federal time are broken and desperate human beings in need of meaningful contact, not further isolation. At the same time, federal prisons are fraught with danger. The pressure cooker environment and threats of violence lead some prisoners to seek time away from the general population for their own sanity and safety. Other offenders with a strong propensity for violence and few coping skills simply cannot manage long periods with others without posing a real threat. In a system with few safety valves, administrative segregation or solitary confinement has tragically become one of the few. The new legislation proposes significant changes to solitary. Bill C-83 definitely won't solve everything, but it's a worthy next step. It will mandate the Correctional Service Canada to dedicate the appropriate human resources for sustained rehabilitative efforts. Until now, the opportunity for parole officers, program officers, and teachers to spend quality time with the highest needs offenders has been minimal, if existent. It will render offenders separated from the general population a priority instead of an afterthought within corrections. It will enforce better reporting and accountability mechanisms. I believe the proposed segregation units will benefit from independent oversight outside of corrections, as is proposed by this bill. This is crucial, but to ensure that the bill does what is intended, the Correctional Services needs to glean the ongoing wisdom of those on the front lines of rehabilitating offenders every day. A commitment to keep all Canadians safe means serious investments in rehabilitating all offenders in federal prisons, 90% of whom will be released back into the community, ready or not. I'm hopeful that Bill C-83 passes so that the real work can begin. And that's the end of the article, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Stan for his years of service to corrections and for his assistance with my understanding of our correction system, and for providing all of us the critical perspective of those working in corrections. Mr. Speaker, returning to Bill C-83, the amendments made at the Public Safety Committee last fall addressed practical concerns raised by certain witnesses to help ensure that the new system functions as intended. The committee heard from Indigenous groups, including Dr. Alan Benson and the Native Women's Association of Canada, who called for changes to the definition of Indigenous organizations to ensure it properly captured the diverse range of Indigenous groups and organizations working on these issues across Canada. Following discussion, the committee was able to unanimously approve an amendment that called for Indigenous organizations to predominantly have Indigenous leadership. We also heard about the need for corrections to seek advice, particularly in matters of mental health and behaviors, from Indigenous spiritual leaders or elders, and I was pleased that my amendment to that effect was adopted at committee. Mr. Speaker, the bill has changed in significant ways since it was first introduced. I'm proud to work for a government that is amenable to feedback and was receptive to amendments informed by witness testimony that we heard at the Public Safety Committee that makes the bill even stronger. And at report stage, we made a major additional amendment, one that I'm incredibly proud to have introduced, that creates a mechanism to provide binding, independent, external oversight of SIUs. Now, the Senate has sent back to us with some additional proposals. I appreciate the intent of all of the Senate's proposals, and I'm glad that the government is accepting several of them, in whole or in part. Those that we are accepting include mandatory mental health assessments for all inmates within 30 days of admission and within 24 hours of transfers to an SIU, adding precision to the section of the bill that requires the Correctional Service to consider systemic and background factors in decisions affecting Indigenous inmates, establishing the consideration of alternatives to incarceration where appropriate as a guiding principle of the Correctional Service, and minimizing the use of strip searches. Other proposals from the Senate are interesting ideas, but they really should be studied as standalone items rather than included as amendments to this bill. For example, the idea of expanding the use of measures developed for Indigenous corrections to non-Indigenous inmates might be valid. When I visited Pays-Acasteo and Buffalo Sage Healing Lodges in Edmonton last year, I saw firsthand the incredible impact that the programming in these institutions was having on outcomes for inmates who were serving their sentences there. At Buffalo Sage, I was honored to take part in Circle with Elder Vicky and hear from strong female offenders, women who have survived what life has thrown at them and are now on a healing journey immersed in their culture on the road to rehabilitation and reintegration. Women who had escaped violent abusers and themselves ended up in prison. Women whose lack of housing and poverty led them to the criminal justice system. Women who lost their children to the foster system. One individual at Buffalo Sage shared with me that for the first time since entering the correction system, at Buffalo Sage she felt that she was able to heal. I also had the privilege of visiting Pays-Acasteo, a men's healing lodge, where I had a memorable meeting with a 39-year-old Indigenous man who first came into the justice system at 12 as a young offender. After a life in and out of jail, a life that included abuse and addictions, he was serving a sentence for robbery and now was on a successful healing journey. He lives as a man in prison and a woman outside, and he prefers the he pronoun. He reconnected with his community for the first time in 20 years. Mr. Speaker, I have a lot more that I could say in support of healing lodges and their impact on the correctional outcomes for Indigenous offenders, but a lot of work that would go into determining how the Senate's vision would be executed, including what aspects could be borrowed from Indigenous programming, what elements would have to be redesigned, what kind of community support exists, and where the funding would come from, while not diminishing from the services provided to the Indigenous prison population, which we know is the fastest growing prison population in Canada. Another example from the Senate is a proposal designed to deter misconduct by correctional employees and support inmates affected by it. It's important to point out that the vast majority of correctional staff are trained professionals doing a very hard job with skill and dedication. They are individuals for whom I have the utmost respect, who work in a job that gets little in the way of accolades from Canadians. Whenever there is an issue with someone working in corrections, we must absolutely address those situations. In my opinion, though, the Senate's proposal of shortening inmate sentences because of the conduct of correctional personnel is not the right approach. Mr. Speaker, the Senate also proposed an amendment that would require the authorization of a provincial superior court for any SIU placement longer than 48 hours. Once more, I understand and share the objective of ensuring that SIUs are properly used. Robust oversight will help see to it that SIUs will be a last resort, that placement in SIUs will be as short as possible, and that inmates in SIUs are receiving all the time out of cell and meaningful human contact to which the bill entitles them. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that in the context of administrative segregation, the Ontario Superior Court of Justice has found that placements must be examined by the 5th working day by a reviewer who is, quote, completely outside the circle of influence of the person whose decision is being reviewed, quote, end quote, and, quote, able to substitute its decision for that of the person whose decision is being reviewed, end quote. The court was explicit that the reviewer need not be external to the Correctional Service of Canada, in fact recommending, quote, an administrative review provided by the Correctional Service of Canada. While this finding was specifically in relation to administrative segregation and not SIUs, Bill C-83 creates a review process for SIUs consistent with what the court required for administrative segregation. Under Bill C-83, SIU placements will be reviewed by the 5th working day by the institutional head, who does not report to the initial decision maker and who has the authority to overturn the initial decision. Importantly, whether in the context of administrative segregation or SIUs, no court has required judicial oversight and no court has set 48 hours as a timeline for review of any kind. Mr. Speaker, I would remind this House that robust oversight was discussed at length at the Public Safety Committee and has already been added to the bill in my report stage amendment. Independent external decision makers will be appointed by the minister to review any case where an inmate in an SIU does not get their minimum hours out of cell or minimum hours of meaningful human contact for 5 days in a row or 15 days out of 30. They will also review situations where Correctional Services of Canada does not accept the advice of a healthcare professional to remove an inmate from an SIU or change their conditions. And they will review all SIU placements at 90 days and every 60 days thereafter for any inmates still there at that point. The determinations of independent external decision makers will be binding and reviewable by the federal court. And all of that external oversight is on top of regular reviews within the correctional service beginning on the 5th day of placement in an SIU. There are several advantages to using independent adjudicators rather than judges to provide oversight in this context. For one thing, our courts already have a heavy caseload. Giving them additional responsibilities would mean giving them additional resources, namely increasing the number of Superior Court judges. That involves changes to legislation and making budgetary allocations both at federal and provincial levels. And that raises another problem. There are provincial Superior Courts. We shouldn't be adding to their workload to this extent without engaging in thorough consultations with the provinces. Also, the flexibility of a system of independent adjudicators is a big advantage in this context. A few of them could be stationed in different parts of the country and could be reactive to needs in different provinces. With judges, they're appointed permanently to a specific court and only deal with cases in their own jurisdiction. Even for the current system of administrative segregation, the courts have not said that judicial review is required. The Ontario Superior Court actually expressed a preference for non-judicial review so that decisions could be made faster. Ultimately, while I appreciate the intent of the Senate's proposal about judicial review, an independent adjudication system already in Bill C-83 can meet the need for oversight without the drawbacks of using the courts. I appreciate all of the Senate's contributions and hard work. This bill has gotten a lot of attention from parliamentarians over the last 9 months, and rightly so. We entrust correctional services with the task of carrying out sentences that are supposed to be a deterrent to and punishment for criminal activity. And we entrust the correctional service with the physical separation of potentially dangerous people from the rest of Canadian society. At the same time, we charge the correctional service with their rehabilitation through measures including behavioral counseling, anger management programs, mental health care, substance abuse, treatment, education, and vocational training. And in a country like Canada, we demand that these tasks all be carried out humanely, with respect even for the rights of people who have done terrible things, and in accordance with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Bill C-83 will help ensure that all these goals can be achieved. When I spoke to this bill at report stage, I said I felt strongly that this legislation, combined with the additional investments from our government, will transform our correctional system. That's why I support the legislation and the motion before us today, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Mr. Speaker, this is the last time I will be speaking in the House before we rise. And I would just like to acknowledge my staff who are here present today, Hillary Lawson and Connor Lewis. This legislation benefited from the input of Hillary, and it wouldn't be the legislation that it is right now without her hard work. Connor has worked with me on the Status of Women Committee, and I can quite confidently say that I have the best staff on the Hill. So I thank them both for all of their efforts. And I would also like to, Mr. Speaker, extend my thanks to the members of the Public Safety Committee who are here tonight. And I'm sorry I don't know their ridings, but they've both spoken tonight, and they've both been incredible members to work with. And it's rare that you see members work across the aisle as well as we did on the Public Safety Committee on issues that were by nature very controversial, but we always found a way to work together, and even when we didn't agree, we always did it in a very agreeable way. So I'd like to commend them for their work, as well as my Liberal colleagues on the committee. I think we got a lot of good work done, Mr. Speaker, and I would say that this bill is one that I'm very proud of, and I will be going back to my riding knowing that we've passed legislation that will truly be transformative for our corrections system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, her speech, and also her work on the file. That said, the question is clear in this debate. It's a question that has been raised by my colleague earlier, the critic for this file. He gave a very eloquent speech, so I don't need to say it again, but it concerns the constitutionality of the bill, which could be challenged, no doubt, before the courts following its passage and royal assent. So, Mr. Speaker, the question is the opinion of my colleague on the constitutionality of this bill, and if she feels that it will pass the court test if it stands to be challenged, and this will allow us to see over time, looking at the debates in this House, once we're at that point in the future, if my colleague was on the right side of history or not. So I would like to have her opinion on the constitutionality of this legislation.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know that the Minister for Public Safety and the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada have both reviewed this legislation. They did send a letter to the Senate today with regards to some of the amendments that the senators felt they needed to make in order to, in their opinion, bring the bill to be constitutional. However, Bill C-83 does meet the requirements that the courts were looking for, and the courts did not require judicial oversight. No court set 48 hours as a timeline for review. So, yes, we do believe that this bill is constitutional, and I will rely on the judgment of my colleagues, who, in particular the Minister of Justice, who has far more experience than I do on this, that the bill is what we need to do to move forward and to meet the demands from the court.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech and for her service in this place. I know we've disagreed from time to time on certain issues, but I do know she has the pleasure of representing my my in-laws, and I don't know that I can say they're Liberal supporters, but I'm sure they appreciate her her efforts in this place. I wanted to pick up on something she said at the end of her speech. She said that we need to recognize the rights of people even who have committed heinous crimes. And I agree with that. I fundamentally agree that we need to affirm the rights and dignity of all people regardless of what they have done in their life at a fundamental level. We often talk in this place about rights. We use the word rights very often. And I wonder if, and I don't think we're going to disagree on this, but I wonder if the member could talk a little bit more about how we explain the origins of those rights at a core level. In other words, how would she explain to somebody who disagrees the fact that people, because of their, well, on what basis should we say definitively that all people have rights regardless of their circumstances?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Well, I've met the honourable members' in-laws. They're wonderful people, and I'm very proud to represent them. He's probably right that they're not Liberal supporters, but that's okay because I represent all of the residents of Oakville, North Burlington in this place. I think he's talking about in the context of people who've gone to prison, and they're in prison. Their freedom has been taken away. They're serving time that's been determined by the courts. They are receiving a punishment. That does not mean that they're not entitled to human rights. And most importantly, as I said in my speech, 90% of people who go to prison will be released from prison. And so it's important for us to recognize what kind of person we want to release from prison. They will be our neighbor. They will be in our neighborhoods. They will be in our communities. We want to ensure the public safety of all Canadians. And in order to do that, we need to provide things like programming, help them deal with mental health issues, provide rehabilitative programming, and treat them, provide them with the human rights that we expect for not only for Canadians but people all around the world. I know the honourable member feels quite strongly about human rights around the world, and I think on this issue, while we may disagree on some, I think on this one we're in complete agreement.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Yukon.
Thank you. And I too would like to thank the member for all her hard work on this file, that committee, and her very good amendments that make this bill much better. And I'm sure she has more to say because of that, so I'll leave her time to do that instead of asking a question. I just want to make one comment to prepare the next Parliament. A number of the people that are in solitary would have FASD, and I presented a bill earlier this year that almost passed because those people are not treated appropriately in the correctional system because of their affliction. And hopefully that some parliamentarians that are here will pick that up in the next Parliament. I'll let the member just continue on the topic she was doing so well on.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, actually, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I heard something yelled across the way, and I actually supported the member's bill. In fact, when I visited Edmonton Max, when we had a meeting, someone said that if there was one thing they could do in corrections, it would be to deal with individuals that do have FASD. And at the Regional Psychiatric Center in Saskatoon, they're actually running a pilot program there. Because as the honourable member knows, and I do commend him for his efforts on that, individuals with FASD can be difficult to diagnose, can have behavioral issues, and as a result often end up in administrative segregation. And so I do believe that with this bill, because of the additional mental health supports that will be provided in prisons, that individuals with FASD who end up in solitary have been ending up in solitary confinement will now be going into an SIU where they will get the supports that they need, and we can start to deal with that. In addition, I have to say that the Senate's amendment that is requiring an assessment within 30 days of arriving at an institution will go a long way in ensuring that individuals with FASD will be diagnosed upon admittance, and that way staff have the knowledge that they need to be able to deal with those offenders.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I commend the honourable member for her last speech in the House. Currently, correctional officers, they don't even have enough resources right now to allow members out of their cells for 2 hours a day. So my question is then, how is this government going to ensure that there are the monetary resources in place to ensure that these inmates can come out of their cells for 4 hours a day? And we're talking about some of these individuals are what we might call the worst of the worst. They've committed some very atrocious crimes, Mr. Speaker. And these individuals then need to be monitored during their time out of the cell, and correctional officers need to be kept safe during this time. Their security is put at risk in the process of doing their job. And so what is this government going to do in order to ensure their safety and their well-being? And where is the monetary investment?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to be clear, we would never put the safety of anyone working in corrections at risk. That's why we're investing $448 million as in addition to this bill that was in the last budget, in the fall economic statement. And that money, when you talk to corrections officers, when you talk to parole officers, they've said the only way that this can work is with an additional investment, and that's what we've done. This will allow for more staff, for the infrastructure that's needed to implement these SIUs. It will allow for hiring additional mental health care professionals. And so we are putting our money, the government is putting money behind the legislation to ensure that it will be successful, to ensure that people who work in corrections always have the support they need. Unlike the previous government that cut corrections because it was the easy thing to do, they cut prisons farms, they cut programming, and they actually put the public at risk because they were not allowing individuals in prison to get the programming they needed to be rehabilitated and released into the community.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan, who will have approximately 8 minutes. And then when this bill is taken up again, he will have another 12 coming to him. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do suspect that this will be my last speech in the 42nd Parliament. I hope to be able to continue after the next election, but as Forrest Gump says, life is like a box of water. You never know what you're going to get. I think it was a box of chocolates, but I'll take advantage of this opportunity before I launch into my specific remarks on this bill to do a couple things. One is to thank my colleagues, my constituents, my staff, and especially my family for your support and the opportunity to serve. And I did want to make a point of paying particular tribute to my friend, the member for Cypress Hills Grasslands, who is retiring. He is a champion of justice and human rights, and someone who has been a great mentor to me as I have sought to engage on many of the same issues that he has been championing for years, and I look forward to seeing the ways in which he will continue with these important issues in whatever role he takes on afterwards. It's been a pleasure to work with members on all sides, and I certainly wish my friends on the Liberal side well as they prepare for transitioning to the private sector. I do plan to campaign in their ridings, and I hope they don't take it personally. Perhaps we'll have an opportunity to go for a drink afterwards, and I will even bring the solo cups. Mr. Speaker, one other point I wanted to make, and this is to honor a promise I made to a particular community, and that is I want to briefly highlight the Zoroastrian community in Canada. The ancient Zoroastrian religion is one of the oldest religions in the world. Members of this community have been migrating to Canada for many decades, and yet they still remain relatively unknown to Canadians. So I thought it would be important to acknowledge their community and their contributions. The Zoroastrian religion is based on three key principles: good thoughts, good words, and good deeds. These are principles that align with Canadian values and represent traits that all Canadians should aspire to have. These teachings were passed on by their prophet, Lord Zoroaster, and through the Zoroastrian religious text, the Avatar. Zoroastrians believe there is one creator God. The primary symbol of Zoroastrianism is fire, which is seen as a conduit for wisdom and spiritual knowledge. Zoroastrianism originated in what is now modern-day Iran, but due to persecution, the community had to emigrate to other parts of the world. Zoroastrians, like so many communities, have often come to Canada to escape persecution. There are 100,000 Zoroastrians around the world, and 7,000 of them reside in Canada. Zoroastrians are a peaceful and well-educated community, and we celebrate their work and their contributions. All right, Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking today on Bill C-83, which proposes to replace administrative segregation with so-called structured intervention units. During their tenure in office, this government has put a big emphasis on the naming of things. Foreign affairs became global affairs. The universal child care benefit became the Canadian child care benefit, and administrative segregation becomes structured intervention units. When it comes to the name changes to this bill and the record in the government in general, by this point in the mandate, people are asking that all-important question whenever they hear of a name change, that is, where is the beef? As Shakespeare wrote in Romeo and Juliet, what's in a name? That which we call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. In other words, would administrative segregation by any other name be of the same nature? Now, parenthetically, Confucius speaks in Analytics about the importance of naming things correctly. He says the beginning of wisdom is to call things by their proper name. And he also says, if names be not correct, language is not in accordance with truth, the truth of things. If language be not in accordance with the truth of things, affairs cannot be carried on to success. When affairs cannot be carried on to success, proprieties and music do not flourish. When proprieties and music do not flourish, punishments will not be properly awarded. When punishments are not properly awarded, the people do not know how to move hand or foot. Mr. Speaker, so much of politics, so much of what we have seen here in the last 4 years involves effort by governments to change the names of things and to re-engineer language. It becomes increasingly difficult to have dialogue and to know the difference between justice and injustice if things are not called by their proper names. We often bemoan political polarization and the decline of meaningful dialogue. Perhaps we should consider how this is born out of the breakdown of meaning in language, how leaders and elites so often try and name things based on some political objectives exogenous to the substance of the thing, rather than simply to call a thing what it is. Now, the vast majority of stakeholders oppose this legislation because they see it principally as a renaming exercise as opposed to a substantive one. In practical terms, this legislation requires a person in this new form of administrative segregation to have a minimum of 4 hours out per day, as well as legislated meaningful human contact. This raises questions about the capacity of the government to respond in terms of providing the resources necessary to operationalize this new framework. In our judgment, the resources are not there to do this safely and effectively, and the distinctions made are not meaningful. This then raises further questions in terms of the strength of the drafting of this legislation and the planning that went into it. We also have residual questions of what constitutes meaningful contact and how that can be defined. Mr. Speaker, on that basis, and recognizing that my time is running short, I will conclude. I have greatly appreciated the opportunity to spend so much time with members in this House, and I encourage members of the Government Caucus to get away, enjoy the summer, go on vacation, travel, spend time in the Caribbean islands. I will be, of course, working hard in my riding and theirs. And I, in particular, hope to be able to spend a lot of time in the beautiful riding of Spadina-Fort York. Maybe the member and I can start Alistair McIntyre discussion group. He can share with me from his reading of Ayn Rand, and I can share more with him about Alistair McIntyre and Aristotle. Mr. Speaker, it's been a pleasure. I wish all members the best, including yourself. I hope to be able to come back in the next Parliament. Thank you.
When debate resumes on C-83, should it come back, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan will have 13 minutes and 14 seconds coming to him. It being midnight, pursuant to orders made Tuesday, May 28, 2018, this House stands adjourned until later this day at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.